Prologue. The summoner named Calvin. Calvin, you have to know that summoning magic is one of the most mysterious and unpredictable in this world. She has the freedom of modeling magic and the rush of elemental magic. Even all kinds of ancient magic, her power it will never be inferior. A person who can master summoning magic can even become an existence like the Holy Ten Great Wizard. You are fortunate to learn, but you must cherish it. An old man in a dirty robe tirelessly faced a man who looked only 3 or 4 years old. Persuaded the child. Then the great Lord Pierce, as the creator of summoning magic, what kind of a great person are you on this continent of Ishigar? The 3 or 4-year-old kid smiled inexplicably, intentionally asked the dirty old man. Ahem. Well, maybe any third-rate wizard guild can defeat me by sending a third-rate wizard. The dirty old man replied, a little embarrassed. You are so embarrassed to say that the summoning magic you created is the best magic on the mainland. The little boy gave a dry laugh and attacked the fragile heart of the dirty old man with sharp words. You are wrong to say that, although my strength is very bad. The old man was not hit by this, but said boldly. Please, this is not a fact worth speaking out loud. But I'm sure that the summoning magic that I spent my entire life devoted to is definitely the top magic on the mainland, even the legendary dragon and magic can compete with it. I will tell you mercifully, the essence of summoning magic. The essence lies in sacrifice. Sacrificing magic power, through the magic card created by myself, summons magic creatures with the same magic power depicted on the magic card to fight for us. This is the style that the ultimate sorcerer should have. Think about it, if you create a dragon on the magic card, and at the same time you also sacrifice the magic power that can summon the dragon, you can soar in the 9 airs. Isn't it exciting to think about it? Dirty old man Zhang He opened his hands and screamed excitedly, but the little boy opposite him just looked at him calmly, as if watching some boring performance. Yes, yes. But your premise is if. The little boy stood up and vomited blankly. But don't worry, even if the summoning magic is so unbearable, in order to repay your nurturing and life-saving grace, I will still work hard to learn your summoning magic. Calvin, I am so happy to meet a lovely grandson like you in the later years of life. The dirty old man burst into tears and hugged the little boy in tears. The little boy's face was full of happiness. Wry smile. This is a small remote village in the Kingdom of Fury. This old one is the villager in it. Although a little unreliable, this dirty old man is indeed the only person in the whole village who knows magic. Coach Pierce Macaro. And another little boy was an abandoned baby that Pierce saw on the mountain one day. The kind Pierce picked him up immediately and named him Calvin Macaro. The two lived on each other for 4 years. Although Pierce's already embarrassing life is even more impoverished, his happiness level has increased dozens of times. Calvin, since you want to learn summoning magic, you have to start with the basics. I will teach you how to make a spell card. Summoning spell is simply to create a summoned object with a card, and then summon the card. The object is summoned, so you must learn to make magic cards. Pierce is an old man with very high mobility. He started teaching as soon as he heard Calvin agree to study. Took out the material, it was a piece of ordinary hard cardboard, palm-sized and rectangular. Well, let's practice the simplest tool card first. This is the magic circle that summons the kitchen knife. You can draw it on paper. Pierce took out another card and handed it to Calvin with a pen. It's amazing. Just a few lines you see can be created out of thin air. In fact, I really admire you, Grandpa. While copying, Calvin admired. Pour magic power into ink, and the lines drawn are also magic. As long as you can combine lines full of magic, you can create creatures. This is the charm of summoning magic. Unfortunately, summoning magic can't create souls. Protoss magic is very similar, but the creatures we create do not have souls. You've been smart since you were a kid, and you have excellent magical powers. In my opinion, you are an easy talent to learn magic. To be honest, I am really afraid that you will bury your talents because of me. Pierce kindly touched Calvin's head. The eyes are full of love. What talent do you compare me to you? Even if you are better than Grandpa, I won't be happy about it. Ha 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 ha. The warm laughter of the two grandparents filled the small room. After half a year, Calvin can already make magic cards by himself. Common tool magic cards, such as kitchen knives, bows and arrows, and shields, are no longer difficult. Now, in addition to tool magic cards, Calvin has started to make biological magic cards. Summoning magic is a kind of magic with a very personal style. Everyone can only use his own card to summon. The same magic card will also change due to the different magic power of the creator, just like Pierce summoned. The chopper was mediocre, but the chopper that Calvin summoned was full of water chestnuts and full of aggressiveness. Grandpa, why do you have to apply a layer of paint on the card every time you make it? On this day, Calvin asked Pierce after making a bunny summoning magic card and successfully summoning it. Don't underestimate this paint, this is my special paint, which can save the magic on the card so that it will not be lost. You must know that the magic of the lines on the card will slowly lose if you don't deal with it. Oh, no wonder you have to draw a pattern on each of them. This is to distinguish the cards. Calvin suddenly realized and nodded. Not bad. Another half year has passed. Calvin has learned all the magic cards developed by Pierce. It can be said that in addition to the accumulation of magic power, Calvin has learned all the magic of Pierce. I didn't expect Calvin to learn all of my magic in just a year. Is it so simple to make magic cards? Pierce was surprised at Calvin's learning speed. It's really strange. Calvin is not just a simple copy, but he really understands how to make magic cards. Even if I'm gone, he can continue to create new magic cards and new summoned beasts. 5 years old, how does his head grow? Pierce certainly wouldn't understand it, because Calvin was not a person in this world. It should be said that his soul is not. Carl Text Comes, is a 17-year-old young man born in the 22nd century living on a planet called Earth. Calvin is an otaku, who has just stepped into the world of anime, and just finished reading a set of once classic comics Game King, and then a good friend recommended a comic called Fairy Tale to Calvin. However, Calvin died unexpectedly before watching. When he opened his eyes for the second time, he had become this little baby and was adopted by Calvin. For this reason, Calvin has a thinking pattern that does not fit his age, so he can quickly understand the summoning magic created by Pierce. After all, there is a huge difference in difficulty between creation and learning. Summon magic? If you use the summon magic in the circus to work in the future, you should be able to earn a lot. Sitting on the hillside, Calvin took out a card, magic power poured in, and the magic circle glowed. A little cute summoned creature appeared next to him. Well, not bad, I can't imagine that I can summon such a cute summoned beast. Suddenly, a sensation of heart palpitations gushed from the bottom of Calvin's heart. Calvin quickly stood up, sweating on his face and staring at the sky. What is this? How. A continuous and terrifying roar appeared in every place of the village. Is huge and full of horror dark green, the owner of that body landed on the village swagger. Is this, a dragon? Calvin's face was filled with despair. Roar. The dark green dragon roared and spewed black breath. Calvin looked down from a height and saw that the whole village was covered by thick black fog, and the villagers fell one by one. Grandpa! Grandpa! Run away! In despair, Calvin rushed home immediately. Calvin and Pierce lived in a remote place, and the black fog had not yet spread to them. When Calvin returned home, he saw his grandpa holding a magic wand and looking at the dark green dragon with a deep expression on his face. Calm down, I'm afraid this is the legendary poisonous dragon. I don't think there are dragons in this era. Calvin, it's time for you to see the true power of summoning magic, the power of sacrifice. Staring at the huge figure, Calvin could clearly feel the death will in his grandfather's words. What are you talking about? Let's run away now. Otherwise, we will really be dead. Don't worry, Calvin, I will never let you die. Pierce took out a card. You read www.yuyugonshu.com. Calvin remembered, this is the strongest card his grandfather has created, but he will take it anyway. The dragon who can't sacrifice the equivalent magic power. Represents the magic circle of summoning magic shining. The light dissipated. And a white dragon that was not inferior to the poisonous dragon appeared in front of Calvin. How. Think about it, if you create a dragon on the magic card, and at the same time you also sacrifice the magic power that can summon the dragon, you can soar in the 9 airs. Isn't it exciting to think about it? Grandpa, you didn't lie to me. Summoning magic is really the strongest magic. Calvin stared blankly at the battle between the 2 dragons, shaking the world. Isn't it said that the creatures created by summoning magic have no soul? Why, this white dragon will always take the battlefield far away from me, and where did you, the summoning magician, go? Evening, sunset, the battle between the 2 dragons is over. The poisonous dragon fell, and the white dragon turned into a thin old man. Is Pierce? So, Grandpa, can you summon a dragon, and what is sacrificed is your life? Calvin walked through the village full of corpses and came to Pierce's corpse. Tears could not stop. Looking back at the dead body, Calvin stood up in tears. Here, is it hell? From now on, there is one less summoner, Pierce Macaro, who can slay dragons in this world, but there is one more summoner named Calvin. Chapter 1, Encounter with a Young Girl. While Pierce and the poisonous dragon died together, on a hill not far away, stood a dark-skinned silver-haired man with a magic wand in his hand and muttering something in his mouth. Is this the power of dragons? It's terrifying to the extreme. It's not a realm that humans can reach. But who is the wizard who can kill dragons? I have never heard of this kind of magic. Behind him, stood a group of troops dressed in neat clothes and holding magic weapons. One of them seemed to be the leader. He stepped forward and said to the silver-haired man, Master Brian, what are we going to do now? Gg. It's really hard for you, and unfortunately died while assisting the mysterious wizard and the poisonous dragon in the battle. The man called Brian said suddenly. Well, my lord, what are you talking about? The leader of the army said unclearly. What do you mean? I can't let the Senate get the body of the poisonous dragon, I have to sacrifice you. Brian turned his head, with a grinning smile on his face, and at the same time a terrifying magic power surged from him. 10 minutes later, Brian stepped over the corpse, looked at the village from a distance, and smiled grimly, the dragon crystal of the poisonous dragon, the poisonous dragon slayer will be born in my hands. 2 years later, in the town of Osabana, the Kingdom of Fury, in the square in front of the train station, a child wearing a clown mask, a round cap and a cape is performing a circus. I saw him in various dance rooms, constantly changing from the cloak to different small animals, and the small animals that appeared were dancing together with his dance, attracting many passers-by to stay in place to watch. After the performance, the child bowed to everyone, took off the round cap, and placed it on the ground. Passers-by clapped one after another. Although people living in the Kingdom of Fiori are familiar with magic, the child's performance is not surprising, but his appearance is good. Many people put out their change in the round hat. After a while, the onlookers were almost scattered. The masked child took off the mask, revealing a delicate face. It was Calvin who let go of the sadness. This year, he is also 7 years old. Calvin stepped forward and picked up the round hat, counted the money in it, and smiled. It's a good harvest today, and the expenses of the past few days and travel expenses are enough. Back then, after the war, Calvin spent several days burying all the corpses, returned to his and Pierce's home, and stayed for a few more days. After the remembrance, he lit his home, resolutely left, and embarked on a wandering journey. Relying on the summoning magic he learned, plus his previous life experience, he performed circus along the way in the past 2 years, and his life was quite good. As for his summoning magic, he has made unremitting research on the dragon magic card left by his grandfather in the past 2 years. Finally, he created the first magic creature card 1 month ago. Pierce taught Calvin only to teach Calvin to make some simple tool cards and ordinary animal cards, and the magic creature card he made was the last dragon card. On this continent, in addition to the illusory gods, the dragon is already the most powerful creature on the continent. For this reason, Carl has studied dragon cards and created magic cards for other magic creatures. Calvin spent the past 2 years trying his best to create powerful magical creatures like his grandfather, but in his life, he has seen creatures that can use magic, except for humans, only poisonous dragons. Without reference, he imitated the previous life. The monster card of Yu-Gi-Oh!, the manga you watched, created one of the monsters. And his magical power is just enough for him to summon this magical creature. The safety issue is temporarily guaranteed. When he first summoned, he named this magic that he hadn't named yet, and was simply called the summoning magic by his grandfather, and he took the name summoning card. Ibana has been around, where is the next city going? After collecting the money, Calvin began to think about it. In the past 2 years, he wandered aimlessly and went there wherever he thought. "Brother, are you using magic? Are you a magician?" Suddenly, a beautiful voice came from below. Calvin turned his head and saw a little girl with curly hair dragging a puppy. Her eyelashes were very long, her eyes wide open, and she was looking at him shiningly. This. In a restaurant, Calvin and the little girl I just met were gobbled up. Just now, when he was about to answer the little girl, their stomachs rang at the same time, and after an awkward smile at each other, Calvin invited her to the restaurant. "So, you came out to find Dad?" Calvin asked the little girl after swallowing a bite of chicken thighs. "Well, in my mother's letter, Dad is the wizard of fairy tale. I'm going to find him now." "Brother, you are also the wizard. Are you not the wizard of the guild?" the little girl asked with a smile. "I'm still an ineffective wizard, I haven't thought about joining the guild yet. But fairy tale is quite famous. Do you know where it is?" Calvin took a sip of grape juice. "You read www.yuuganshu.com asked again after dealing with it casually. "I know, it's in the town of Magnolia, I'm going to take the magic train." "Hey? Are you alone? Are you enough?" Calvin asked a little surprised. "Yes, but the money doesn't seem to be enough. I plan to sneak into the train. It should be okay," the little girl said with a sly smile. In Calvin's mind, a scene of a little girl being taken away by an evil adult suddenly appeared, and cold sweat flowed out unnaturally. "Well, my next stop is also Magnolia. Why don't we go together, or be a company?" Calvin hurriedly suggested. "Big brother, are you going to Magnolia? Okay, let's go together." The little girl clapped her hands happily. Forget it, I have no destination anyway, just accompany her." But then again, when I first heard the name fairy tale, I felt very familiar. "By the way, big brother, I don't know what your name is." The little girl's sudden question interrupted Calvin's contemplation. "Oh, yes, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Calvin Macaro, a wandering wizard." Calvin introduced himself seriously. "Excuse me, miss, your name?" "Haha, brother Calvin, you are so funny, I am Kanaoru Pinana. Is it interesting?" "I'm serious, have you finished? Let's set off for fairy tale immediately after eating." Chapter 2, Chaotic Guild. The distance between the town of Asabana and the town of Magnolia is quite far. Even if you take the magic train, it takes half a day to reach the destination. After getting off the bus, I went outside the street, and a breath that was completely different from Calvin's in other cities in the past came out. This is the heritage of Magnolia, a magical commercial city with a long history. Is this Magnolia? It's completely different from the places I've been to before. Although Calvin has been wandering for a short time, he has a lot of knowledge. He immediately knew the difference between this town and ordinary cities. Local. There are magic shops everywhere, the atmosphere of magic is so strong, and the place where commerce is so prosperous, there is actually only one wizard guild. Fairy tale is no small thing. Calvin took Kana forward and asked passers-by for directions. Then walked towards the destination. By the way, after meeting your father, is there anything you want to tell him? Calvin asked Kana on the way to Fairy Tale. He could see that as Kana got closer, her mood grew more and more nervous. I don't know, but yet, my heart is beating so fast. While Kana replied, she covered her heart with the other hand that didn't hold the dog. Her face was red, and she didn't know whether it was agitated or nervous. Haha, I am about to see Dad, of course I will be nervous. Calvin smiled softly when he heard the words. He stretched out his hand and placed it on Kana, who was not much shorter than him, and touched her hair. After meeting Dad, live with him. Kana blushed and nodded and said yes. Then he raised his head and asked innocently, well, where is Calvin, your father? I don't have a father. A sad voice came from Calvin's mouth, and his answer immediately surprised Kana. No dad means. Kana, who felt like she had said something wrong, carefully confirmed again. I'm an abandoned baby, so I don't know who my parents are, but I have a grandfather who loves me very much and took me home. Although life is very poor, but very happy. As Calvin continued to answer, Kana's he lowered his head in despair, tears in his eyes, and I don't know whether he thought of his mother or felt guilty about talking about Calvin's sadness. However, Grandpa also died to protect me, and even the villagers died, so I wandered around. In the last sentence, Calvin's voice was filled with hatred that was difficult and noticeable. I'm sorry. A crying voice came from Kana's mouth. No need to apologize, it's not your fault. Calvin said kindly after touching Kana's hair again. Promise me, I must be happy with my father. Although Calvin is blessing Kana, he is actually very worried. After all, it is hard to imagine a man who will leave his wife and daughter behind to be a good person. If that man doesn't recognize the daughter Kana, or he already has a new family, what should I do? In the different moods of the two, they finally reached the destination, the location of Fairy Tale. The appearance of the guild is a bit dirty, very similar to the general tavern, but on a larger scale. It's not as magnificent as I imagined. Calvin looked up and observed. At this time, a charming man in a black cloak, who was 30 years old, walked out of it with a suitcase, looking like a wizard to work. Upon seeing this, Calvin hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Uncle, I want to ask you something. Hey Peng Man was taken aback when he heard the words uncle, then looked around, and finally pointed to himself, and replied to Calvin, Uncle? Do you mean me? Sorry, brother, I want to ask you something. Seeing that the other's face was different, Calvin, who had rich life experience, quickly changed his words. Ahaha, you kid really can talk. Ask, do you want to join our guild? Yes, just go in and talk to the little old man. Just say it was introduced by Kildas. The black-robed man who was called the elder brother said to himself. There was no room for Calvin to ask questions. Is this your sister? Let her go home as soon as possible. Staying in this kind of place will make your body smell like alcohol. As soon as he lowered his head, he saw Kana on the side. Kildas continued. Calvin still hasn't said his question. Kildas, I've heard of this name, it's quite a famous top magician. Real people seem to be much messy than imagined. Calvin's black line crossed his forehead and pulled straight to Harris wearing the black cloak of Kana's Kildas. Brother Kildas, I'm here to find someone. I want to ask if there is a gentleman named Arupinana in this guild. Calvin asked directly. He didn't find it. Kana seems to be there is something to say, but hesitated. Mr. Arupinana? Sorry, our guild doesn't seem to have such a person. Ah. Don't tell me, I'm leaving, the train will not catch up. Kildas thought about it, and made sure that the memory in his mind was indeed there was no one named Mr. Arupinana before replied, and after checking the time, he ran away in a panic. No? Kana, what do? Your father doesn't seem to be here, or has his name changed? Calvin turned his head and said to Kana. He found that there were tears in his eyes, he would cry at any time, and he panicked. Consolation, he thought Kana was sad because she couldn't find her father. Alupenina is my mother's last name, Kana said in a low voice. I'm sorry. Then what's your father's name? Calvin apologized immediately after knowing that he had done something stupid, and then asked again. Kildas Cleef. Sorry, you just said. Kildas. Okay. Fart. It's the same one just now, why didn't you recognize each other just now? Calvin grabbed his head with both hands and yelled at Kana incredulously. Yes. I'm sorry, I was a little scared. Scared by Calvin's angry expression, Kana apologized to him miserably. Hey, why do you want to apologize? It's your business, it's your business. Why should you let him go? Calvin pinched Kana's face with both hands and stared at him with unhappy eyes. Kana. Little devil, being so rude to a little girl is not what a gentleman calls it. Just as Calvin rubbed Kana's face and pressed it flat, a majestic voice sounded from behind, and Calvin could feel it. To a huge magic. Turned around in an instant, staring at the person behind him in cold sweat, an old man who was shorter than him. Hey? Boy, your reaction and magic power are good, you are quite good at this age. The old man said, oh, a little surprised to Calvin. Seeing the two men staring at him vigilantly, the old man was very satisfied. Although the other little girl had no magic power in her body, she was so sensitive to her slight magic power, and she definitely had good magic potential. Well, you are here to join Fairy Tale, I approved it. The old man nodded in satisfaction. What? Children. We have new people to join. Hurry up and welcome me out. The old man ignored Calvin's reaction and took the hands of the two and walked into the guild. Well, wait, I'm not. Calvin was pulled, trying to explain, but... By the way, little girl, what is your name, is this your brother? My name is Kana, Calvin and I are traveling with me, not my brother. Oh, it doesn't matter, after joining the Demon Tail, you will be a family, ha ha ha. I am the president here, Makarov. Makarov talked to Kana on his own, ignoring the other person completely. This old man is one of the Saint's 10 great wizards? It's not tricking me. Isn't it rumored that Makarov is a giant 10 feet tall? Calvin's forehead sweated and looked at Bai. Makarov, who was still short, glanced at Kana again, who was in a state of excitement at the moment, and seemed very happy about Makarov saying, I will be family later. Yes, she will wait for Kildas to come back anyway. It's normal to join. Calvin saw that Kana was smiling happily, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that this guild should be able to take good care of her. Was about to explain to Makarov that he would leave soon, but saw that the latter had already taken out a drink and handed it to Kana. This, His Royal Highness Makarov, actually I. Children. We are going to have a welcome party. Welcome to our newcomers, Kana and Calvin. Makarov jumped to the bar and shouted with a wine glass, while everyone below also took it. He picked up the wine glass and raised it to the two of them, congratulating and cheering loudly, and Calvin did not know when he was stuffed into a drink. These guys don't want to listen to me at all. Fairy Tale, is it such a messy guild? Calvin stared at the happy, even crazy guys in front of him. I feel a little bit unable to understand. They all do this, how can I say that they are actually wrong? Calvin looked at Kana. She was happily drinking the drink Makarov gave, smiling happily. Ha, ha! Calvin, who was holding the drink, raised the glass subconsciously. He was sure that his expression must be extremely painful now. Chapter 3, Silver Wolf Under the Moon. So, I actually didn't intend to join Fairy Tale. After everyone in the guild had finished the carnival, Calvin deliberately found Makarov and explained the facts to him. Really? It turns out we misunderstood, I'm really sorry, Calvin. Makarov put his hands on his back, squinted, and said drunkenly. Calvin, how long will you stay here? Maybe I will stay for a few more days, at least I have to earn enough travel expenses, and I also want to visit Magnolia. Calvin replied after thinking about it. Will I stay for a few more days? Makarov nodded, turned around, and left slowly. No one can endure loneliness all the time, so we will establish a union and look for companions. Calvin, you can think carefully these days. Hearing Makarov's words, Calvin's face was a little sad. The joy of Fairy Tale just now really made him very happy, very happy. Calvin, are you leaving? At this moment, Kana got out of nowhere and pulled Calvin's sleeve. Although it was only a short journey, Calvin was indeed the person who made her feel warm when she needed to be cared most, and Kana was unwilling to leave him in her heart. It's not that fast. By the way, where do you want to live? You should have no money. Touching Kana's hair, Calvin said to her with a smile. Then I thought, Karna didn't even have the money to take the magic train, where would he live at night? The guild is indeed an organization of wizards, but it is not a place to provide accommodation. Everyone in the guild takes care of their daily lives. This, I don't know. When Kana heard it, her little head crooked. She hadn't thought about this at all. This is bad. Kildas doesn't seem to be coming back so soon. What should Karna do, should I ask Makarov? When Calvin was troubled, Makarov didn't know where he came from. Burst out. By the way, Calvin, you don't have a place to stay. There is a place where a church and an orphanage merge to the east of the town. You don't need to spend it where you go to stay. I have explained your misunderstanding in the guild. Go and say goodbye before you leave. Makarov finished, shaking his glass and left. Thank you, Your Highness Makarov. Calvin thanked him sincerely, which not only saved him a fortune, but even Kana found someone to take care of. Before Kildas goes back, Karna, you and I will go to the orphanage and live there. Let's go and visit now. Calvin took Karna's hand and walked east. The principal in the church is a priest who looks a little stupid. Although his appearance is not good, the other party does have a kind heart, and he agreed to Calvin's request without hesitation. In the past few days, Karna ran to Fairy Tale to wait for her father at dawn, and she would go back to church obediently around the evening, while Calvin was wandering around, performing circus on the spot to make money in places with many people. Go back to church in the evening. In a tavern in Magnolia, two down-dressed wizards are discussing something. Jack, are we really going to attack the orphanage? One of the fatter guys asked a gloomy person. Idiot, this is an opportunity to make money. As long as the kids are taken away and sold to that organization, a sum of money will be paid. You don't want us to continue to fall down like this. The man named Jack grimly faced the other. One said. But, there is a regular guild here. Fairy Tale is not a small name. Isn't it a problem? We are not attacking Fairy Tale, we are just going to kidnap the children of the church. I have investigated. There is only one priest in the church, and there is no magic at all. As long as the hands and feet are faster, nothing will happen. Jack continued said. They will eat dinner in the evening. At that time, all the children will be gathered together. After I first defeated the priest with magic, Peter, you immediately tie the children with binding magic, and then we can run away immediately. In the evening, Calvin went to Fairy Tale to pick Kana back to the church. Although everyone in the guild already knew that Calvin did not want to join, they were enthusiastic about him. "Kana, I'm leaving tomorrow," Calvin suddenly said to Kana as he walked. "Are you going to leave?" Kana said lowly. Even if she was prepared, she still couldn't bear it. "Well, I want to thank the priest later, and everyone with Fairy Tale. Next time Kildas comes back, you have to remember to tell him. He doesn't look like a bad guy, maybe there is none at all. Realize that he has a daughter." Calvin tried his best to speak briskly, but Kana was still feeling down. Behind them, Makarov quietly watched the two go away, muttering to himself. "Is Karl Wenming going away? Get him a farewell party." During dinner, Karna was very quiet, not as lively as usual. Calvin didn't know how to comfort him, only quietly eating a plate of Chinese food. "Calvin, are you leaving tomorrow?" At this moment, the priest came over and said to Calvin. Although Calvin hadn't told him yet, seeing the atmosphere of the two closest people, he could guess what happened. "Well, thank you for your care these days." Calvin bowed and thanked him. The old man's love reminded him of Pierce picking him home. "No, this is an orphanage. Taking care of the children is a..." The priest lifted up Calvin and suddenly screamed, and Calvin saw a pool of blood splashing. "Father! Ah!" At the same time that the priest was injured, a chubby man shot a string of blue light from his hands, flexibly binding all the children. Calvin was the only one who avoided the rope in a critical moment. He looked up and saw a thin man standing next to the priest, his hands shining dangerously. "It's the magician." Calvin only saw the seriousness of the problem. "Peter! There is another fish that slipped through the net, how did you do things?" The thin man looked at Calvin's vigilant posture and gaze, and didn't care, but instead shouted at another fat man. "I just missed it for a while, I can't loosen my rope after it's tied. Jack, go and grab him." Peter shot several light ropes with both hands, and he didn't have the energy to grab Calvin. "Boy, I advise you not to resist, or you will get hurt." Jack slapped his lips in dissatisfaction and said grimly at Calvin. "I'm the real magician, it's awful, can I really win?" Shaking his head to shake off his unconfidence, it is not a question of whether it is possible, but a situation where he must win. Took out his only magic monster card, injected magic power, the card glowed, and he was about to summon Boom. A magic bullet hit Calvin, interrupting his call. "This kid can also make magic, although I don't know what magic it is, but I won't let you show it." Jack smiled evilly, his hands kept running out of fist-sized magic bullets. These magic bullets are not very powerful, but the attack speed is fast enough. Calvin has no time to summon. After a few magic bullets, his body is injured and he cannot avoid it. Ga! 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 After a while, Calvin was already lying on the ground covered in blood, panting, unable to even stand up, let alone summon the magic monster in the card to fight back. Can't it? It's not an opponent at all. Damn it, at least if it can be summoned. Calvin's injury was very serious, and he was able to maintain his consciousness after receiving a lot of magic bullets. "It's a difficult kid, he can hide, and waste a lot of my time." Jack, who has been throwing magic bullets, was also a little panting. He and Peter are just innocent magicians, otherwise they won't fall into "a kid is going to be abducted." Just as he was about to grab Calvin, a chill came from behind him. Yu reading www.yuugonshu.com hurriedly turned his head and saw that Peter had been knocked out for some time. A large group of murderous wizards were staring at him. The leader was an old man with a short stature, it was Marka. "Love. Fairy Tale, all participate." "You, what do you want to do to my child?" As the calm words remembered, a terrifying magic power soared. "Mama Makarov. Dare to hurt our family, you must be ready to accept our punishment. Makarov walked towards Jack, and Jack took a step back with panic on his face. His Royal Highness Makarov, please wait a moment. At this moment, Calvin struggled to stand up and said to Makarov, "This bastard, I must beat him up myself." "Well, I understand your feelings, but you are in this state, a bit reluctant." Seeing Calvin standing up, Makarov sighed in relief, his face eased. "Don't worry, I can still use magic." After standing up completely, Calvin clamped a card with magic power. "Tear the enemy apart for me, Silver Wolf under the moon." The card shined brightly, and a giant wolf as big as a cow with silver fur appeared in front of him. "Your name is Jack, I'm going to start beating you. P.S. Silver Wolf Under the Moon is the card used by Muto Game in the first TV video game against Picasso in the manga game King. Attack power is 1200 and defense is 800. Chapter 4, Amaterasu Magic Array. When a person is in a state of extreme despair and panic, there are roughly two reactions. 1. The spirit can't bear it and collapses. 2. Fall into a state of madness, desperate to make the last move. People with crazy personality usually do this. Jack is much crazier than his companion Peter. Facing the encirclement of all fairy tale staff, the only thought in his head is to drag someone into the water when he is dead. Go to hell. Smelly kid. Condensing all the magic power, he threw out the most powerful magic bullet, and flew straight to Calvin. Swallow it in one bite. The Silver Wolf Under the Moon, summoned by Calvin, quickly blocked Calvin with a big mouth and swallowed it directly. "Although I lost to you, my Silver Wolf cannot be defeated by an infamous character like you." Calvin smiled lightly, patted Silver Wolf's body, and Silver Wolf instantly rushed out. Wow! After a meal time, Calvin had already manipulated the Silver Wolf to beat Jack fat. Looking at the half-dead Jack, Calvin only felt comfortable. Summon monsters from cards to fight. This is the first time I have seen this kind of magic. By the way, that Silver Wolf is good. Makarov looked at Calvin in surprise, and in his impression, summoned Department of Magic seems to have no such type. The magic power is exhausted. Calvin only felt dizzy when he recalled the Silver Wolf, and then stopped awake. Calvin! Kana hurried over, shaking Calvin nervously. "Don't worry, Kana, Calvin just passed out, don't worry." Makarov looked at Calvin's injury and found that there was no life-threatening danger, and he would not say any permanent damage was caused, so he was relieved. Come. 3 days later. His Royal Highness Makarov, thank you very much for your care. Calvin, already well recovered, bowed to Makarov in the fairy tale. "You can't be so polite, how can you say that you were once one of us?" "Ha ha ha, although it's only for a while," Makarov replied, smoking a cigarette. "About this matter, Your Highness Makarov." Suddenly, Calvin's expression became serious. "I hope that in the future, I can become a member of Fairy Tale and continue to live in this city." "Okay. I have been hesitating before, but after I almost died before, I really feel that this place is very happy and I like it a lot." Calvin asked with a faint smile on his lips. "What are you talking about? Aren't you already one of the members of Fairy Tale? It's just that you have to quit before." Makarov waved his hand casually and said indifferently. "Since you don't want to quit now, let's get a tattoo with the magic seal later, and then you will be one of us, Calvin." "Yes, President." In this way, Calvin officially joined a wizard guild called Fairy Tale. His life is a bit different from before. He usually wanders around as a whole, and he often soaks in the guild these days. Chat with everyone happily and spank. In Calvin's opinion, there are really many interesting characters here, such as Wakaba, the ghost who uses smoke magic to fight, there is Macau who uses purple slimy flames, and the surface is very serious, uses lightning magic, arrogant, Horse Karlov's grandson Glazaz. By the way, Calvin, your magic belongs to the summoning element. What kind of magic is it? How come I have never seen it before? On this day, during a small chat, Macau asked Calvin. This is the summoning card created by my grandfather. It is a very powerful magic. Calvin is always very proud of his magic. After all, his grandfather killed him with this magic before his eyes. Long. The wolf you summoned that day is indeed very powerful, but the summoning speed is a bit slow. Wakaba interrupted in a thick smoke, a little choking. That's because my magic power is insufficient, otherwise I would have gone to work long ago. Calvin looked down at the workboard that was stuck to the task, his eyes full of desire. Why don't you go to the president and ask about the troubles of magic? Macau took a sip of wine and suggested. Yeah. The president is the Saint 10 magic guide. I will ask now. Calvin was awakened by a word. After joining the guild, he always wanted to work and make money. After all, he became the guild's magic wizard. It's a bit unreasonable to continue performing the circus, but due to the slowness of his summoning speed, the battle with Jack may be repeated if he encounters an enemy. Is the summoning speed too slow? In fact, this problem will naturally be solved when your magic power increases in the future. Makarov sat on the bar, smoking a cigarette, and said weakly. But, I want to go out to work as soon as possible. Calvin said seriously, but in Makarov's eyes, he was just a little kid. Okay, in fact, you only need to learn defensive magic. Defend for a while, and you will get time soon. But Makarov did not casually perfuse Calvin, and immediately helped him think of a feasible one. Method. Defensive magic. Yes, this is a magic circle called Amaterasu laws. It is very difficult, but if you can create the silver wolf card, you should be able to learn it. Makarov said proudly, except for giant magic. He is also proficient in all kinds of powerful magic. It's so difficult. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com, can I really do it quickly? Calvin thought with a little shame, and asked Makarov how to solve the problem of summoning speed, but Makarov said he wanted to teach his super difficult magic array. Haha, don't worry, I just want to teach you the Amaterasu 3 rules. It is a very practical defensive magic circle. I believe you can use it in actual combat soon. Makarov laughed. Calvin, young and intelligent, and with extraordinary magical powers, he is a good seed. He is so dedicated to Calvin, mainly because he wants to cultivate the next generation of fairies. Amaterasu 3 rules? It seems very high and deep. In the following days, Calvin stayed in the fairy tale, studying Grandpa's summoning cards, and at the same time discussing various defensive circles of the Makarov school's Amaterasu laws. Later, in order to study the summoning cards, even Amaterasu I also learned the law of attack. It didn't take long for him to work alone. He lived in an orphanage at night, and kept doing tasks during the day. After 5 years of hard work, he finally saved enough money to buy a house of his own in Magnolia at the age of 12. With the mentality of a previous life, Calvin hopes to have a home of his own, so he keeps saving money. His enthusiasm for work only diminishes after buying a house. At the age of 14, he took the exam of the S-rank wizard and successfully passed, becoming the youngest S-rank wizard in fairy tale. When he was 17 or 18 years old, he had become a well-known top wizard in the country. Fairy tale has successively added many young wizards with good qualifications over the years. The reputation of fairy tale spread throughout the country. And the dominator of the Spectre became Fury's 2 major wizard guilds. Chapter 5, S-Class Battle. A huge strange bird monster quickly fluttered its wings and fled in a panic. Behind it, a purple-black dragon-shaped creature was chasing it. Take a closer look, and you can see 2 figures standing on the back of the dragon-shaped creature. The strange bird Pablo is much weaker than expected. One of the sturdy figures muttered to himself proudly, with a dull look on his face and golden hair. There was a thunder-like scar in his eyes, and his face was fierce. The strange bird Pablo in his mouth is not only extremely large, but also has a huge coronal sarcoma on his head. It has huge wings and a fierce appearance. It is a fierce creature known far and wide. Because of their love of destruction, the nearby residents commissioned the Sorcerers Guild to conquer it, and the mission level reached S level. But at this moment, being chased by the purple-black dragon-shaped creature, the strange bird Pablo didn't even have the courage to fight. It should be said that it was chased by the two people on the back of the dragon-shaped creature, and he didn't even have the courage to resist. Quickly catch up with it, the demon bat dragon. Another black-haired man in a black robe squatted gently and said to the dragon-shaped creature. The purple-black dragon suddenly accelerated, bringing out a purple-black remnant in the air. Shadow. It's a convenient magic. The first time I work with you, how many summoned beasts do you have, Calvin? The arrogant tone came from the blonde man. How can the magician show his cards casually? Are you right, Ragasus? The black-haired man smiled lightly and brought the blonde man's question at random. In other words, this kind of ordinary crusade mission, even if it is a strange bird and monster in the air, shouldn't require my help at your level. Others don't know, I know very well that you have a lot of air defenses. The black-haired man asked in a calm tone, and at the same time, the purple-black dragon had already caught up with the strange bird Pablo. I'll tell you later. The blonde man glanced at the black-haired man, his figure was instantly covered with a layer of golden thunder and lightning. After the thunder, people appeared on top of the strange bird. Drink! With a loud shout, along with the sound of thunder, a thick thunder and lightning smashed from Grazitha's body to the strange bird Pablo. Hiss! The strange bird yelled in pain, flapping his wings harder, and Stu fled. Oh, it's pretty strong. The blonde man said unexpectedly, his mouth raised a disdainful smile. It looks like I'm going to get you a few more blows. The voice just fell, a few thick golden thunderbolts after lowering it again, with a few consecutive blows, the strange bird Pablo could no longer remain conscious, and fell straight to the ground. Crackling! Thunder and lightning flashed across the blonde man in the air, and instantly appeared on the demon bat dragon. After watching the strange bird Pablo fell to the ground, they determined that they were dead before landing on the ground. The location here is a mountain range with a city below it, which is often attacked by strange birds. At this time, the black-haired man asked, "Okay, the task is complete, are you still okay?" "Hee, you really noticed, Calvin." The blonde man was in a daze, then he laughed wildly. "It's not a day or two that you want to fight with me. Since the beginning of the mission, you have been sending out such a big intent to fight. I don't think that strange bird can be so tempting and confusing to you." Hey, the hair man waved his hand, and the demon bat dragon instantly twisted and turned into a card that was clamped by the black man. "Yes, the old man in the guild is too wordy, and it's also empty enough to be able to fight as much as you want." The blonde man flashed electric lights all over his body, and his fighting spirit was high. "These two are the two S-rank wizards of Fairy Tale, Calvin and Ragasus. It seems that I can't dodge this one, come on, Ragasus." Calvin had taken out a few cards at some unknown time. The light was emitted from the cards, and he was about to summon a unique monster. "Haha, let us now decide who is the strongest sorcerer of the demon tale." Like Ragasus's arm, a lightning bolt with a thick arm attacked Calvin. Amaterasu 11 rules. For body defense, Calvin's other hand raised, and a series of words formed a magic circle around him. The thunder and lightning of Ragasus blasted on it, splashing a wave of ripples. "You are too impatient, but the strongest wizard in the demon tale has always been Kildas," Calvin said with a light smile, and the summoning magic in his hand was ready. "Gasel, Beast King, Bei Fenged. Come out." The light faded, and two mighty magical monsters appeared in front of you. One was the firstborn unicorn and strong giant lion. The firstborn demon with 2 horns, 4 arms, and a pair of wings. Oh, this is the card you created when you were a kid. Don't you plan to use such a weak monster to fight me? Ragasus smiled arrogantly, his hands began to gather thunder and lightning. I said you were too impatient, haven't you heard that unity is strength? Calvin still said calmly. The tone was like chatting with an old friend, without the slightest anger. At the same time, he used the summoning card again. Tell you, apart from magic monsters, now I can even summon all kinds of strange magic from cards. Let's see the strength of the fusion of Eudemon's King and Baphomet. Calvin raised in the card in hand, the light shining from the Beast King Gassel and Bayfengte. I saw the silhouettes of the two beasts slowly merging in the light. When the light faded, the silhouettes of the two monsters were gone, and replaced by a monster with two heads. This is... The Eudemon's King Gassel actually has Baphomet's head and wings on his body. He can merge the monsters of the two cards. Ragus's eyes widened, a little unbelievable, and a little excited. Looking at Calvin. This is Chimera, the winged monster, just play with it, Lagoses. After the two monsters merged, Calvin smiled frivolously. Humph, the weak are only the weak after fusion. Ragus's flashed thunder and lightning all over his body, and quickly rushed towards the winged monster Chimera. With proficient lightning magic and powerful fighting skills, Ragasus is worthy of being the S-level wizard of the monster tale, and Chimera has basically been beaten. Chimera is not the opponent of Lagoses, we must continue to summon. Seeing Chimera's loss, Calvin quickly summoned a third magic monster, took out the card, and immediately summoned a strange flying monster that seemed to be cursed. Cursed dragon, go help Chimera. After Calvin's command was issued, the cursed dragon immediately spewed out a prairie fire and burned towards Rago thus. Are you here again? But it's still not enough. Ragasus became more and more mad when it was strong, and the thunder and lightning became even more violent. As expected of you, you can handle both ends. It seems that I am going to summon the third. Come on, let me see your full strength. Calvin. In the roar of Ragasus, a knight riding a purple-black horse appeared in front of Calvin. The knight was wearing purple armor and holding two spears in his hands. A humanoid monster? Has this kid grown to this point? After the Dark Knight was added to the battlefield, Ragasus was immediately at a disadvantage. The three monsters were controlled by Calvin and matched perfectly to beat Ragasus. Step back step by step. Damn it, I can't hide it. Use Dragon Slayer magic. Taking off his leather jacket, Ragasus showed strong muscles, scales appeared in his hands, and his canine teeth became sharp. The roar of the Thunder Dragon opened his mouth. Rago thus thundered a huge thunderstorm, blasting away the three monsters. You can force me to use the Dragon Slayer magic, you are really amazing. When Calvin's offensive was stopped, Ragasus tilted his head and said violently. Doesn't it feel like Naz, is it a dragon crystal? And Calvin did not back down in his momentum and remained calm. Go on. Calvin. Come on, whoever is afraid. P.S. It is stated in advance that the combat power of each card may not be the same as the attack power of the monster card in Yu-Gi-Oh! It will be adjusted. Chapter 6, Tier Card. In the wilderness, Calvin and Laxus face each other. Calvin is surrounded by a defensive magic circle. There are three summoned beasts in front of him, namely, the winged monster Chimera, the cursed dragon, and the Dark Knight cover. Yay! On the opposite side of him, Laxus had scales on his arms, and his body shone with thunder and lightning from time to time, magnificent. Suddenly, Laxus flashed thunder and lightning all over, and instantly came to Chimera's side. A fist covered with thunder and lightning had hit Chimera's flanks. Chimera was immediately knocked into the air, and there was a scorched wound on his flanks. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Punch. It is rumored that Thunder Dragon's lungs can emit lightning, scales can melt lightning, and claws can entangle electricity. Laxus is now using the magic of slaying dragons, he is actually the rumored Dragon Slayer. After hitting the flying chimera, Laxus' figure flashed and appeared above chimera again, his right foot shining thunder and lightning struck chimera's head down, and chimera was hit by the attack and plunged into the ground. Haha! Calvin! Is your summoned beast that weak? Laxus yelled frantically. Unsurprisingly, after he used the Dragon Slayer magic, Calvin's summoned beast was immediately no match for him. Dragon Slayer magic? It is hundreds of times more powerful than Naz. You bastard, you hide so deeply. Calvin frowned, and the defeated chimera turned into a card and flew back to his hand. At the same time, Laxus took the opportunity to find Gaia, the most powerful Dark Knight. Gaia faced Ragusa's, and the double guns in his hand pierced dozens of gun shadows like lightning. Grazus waved his right hand into the underground space, and a lightning bolt suddenly struck between him and Gaia, blocking him. All the thrusts of Asia. At the same time, his left hand was ready, and he struck Thunder Dragon's collapsed fist again. At this time, a few words of magic circle came from the ground to Laxus's hand, preventing him from punching. Laxus looked up, and it turned out that Calvin was behind it. The summoned beast confronts it head-on, while hiding behind and using various methods, it is still the cowardly tactics as always. Laxus said disdainfully. It's just a point of view and angle, but I think this is the most suitable way of fighting for a wizard. Calvin said with a light smile. The other hand suddenly raised towards Laxus, and another text magic circle encircled Laxus' body from the ground. Amaterasu 17 gauges, round the column. Laxus was bound by this magic circle, completely unable to move, and at this time, the cursed dragon and the Dark Knight Gaia had targeted it with the strongest attack. The flames of hell. Spiral shot. This kind of small means can defeat me? It's naive. Laxus roared loudly. At the last moment when the attack fell before him, a huge thunder and lightning broke out to protect himself, blocking the dragon and Gaia's attack, and broke free. Calvin's circle. The next moment, Laxus, which turned into a giant lightning ball, swung a circle underground. The lightning passed through the ground, passed through Gaia and the cursed dragon, and passed to Calvin. It's so strong magic power, just 11 gauges can't support it. Calvin's heart shuddered, his hands quickly passed the complicated magic circle, drawing a stronger defensive magic circle before coming. Amaterasu 22 gauge, round pattern shield. I saw a series of text magic circles forming a shield in front of Calvin, and the magic circles on the shield were like ripples, forming a round pattern. Awesome! Laxus exclaimed, not letting off the moment Calvin neglected to draw the magic circle. A 22 gauge magic circle, even if you want to use it, you have to infuse it. Laxus shouted, sending out a fast round lightning bullet from the palm of his hand, hitting the wings of the cursed dragon. The attack power of this thunderbolt is not strong, but it is better than fast enough. It can fire several bullets in one breath to attack, which is one of the methods commonly used by Laxus. Damn it, hold on to the moment when I relax my control. Calvin uttered a sigh, thinking dissatisfiedly. I said before that the summoned beasts summoned by the summoning card are soulless and can only be controlled by Calvin. But controlling the summoned beast is not an easy job. Calvin's current level can control 3 at the same time at most, regardless of strength. But Calvin's magic power is limited. If he summons the strongest 3 summoned beasts at the same time, I am afraid he can fight for 3 or 4 minutes at most. It is for this reason that Calvin has developed a magic card that can fuse the summoned beasts. Therefore, in every battle, the 2 summoned beasts he summoned must be able to fuse. The previously used fusion card appeared in his hand. It was activated before the cursed dragon fell, and a huge magic circle immediately appeared on Gaia's head. The momentum was much greater than the fusion of the Eudemon's King and Bayfeng just now. Want to fuse? I can't let you succeed easily. Laxus' eyes flashed, and lightning surrounded him, and he was about to stop. However, the next moment there was a black panther in the shape of a black panther, wearing simple armor, wearing a purple and black cloak, and holding a single pole in his hand. The pitch-black leopard warrior, a summoned beast with the strength of the cursed dragon. You actually summoned this kind of little girl, Calvin, are you looking down on me? Laxus could feel the strength of the leopard warrior from the wave of magic power. At this level, he could only be killed by a spike in front of him with full strength. Life. With a single blow of Thunder Dragon's fist, the leopard warrior was knocked into the air with a knife. There is no way, this is the strongest I can summon in an instant. Calvin smiled happily. Although the leopard soldier was injured soon, he had already gained enough time. The dragon rider has returned from the darkness. At the moment when Laxus was hindered by the leopard warrior, Calvin had successfully merged the cursed dragon and the dark knight to form a more powerful summoned beast, Dragon Knight Gaia. The strength of the Dragon Knight, even if compared with Calvin's strongest cards, is not much better. At this moment, Calvin has used all his strength. Is this kid saving mana? Obviously he can summon stronger summoned beasts more easily, but he needs to use the method of fusion. Although mana is consumed less, he should not lack this magic power. What is he thinking? Laxus once saw a summoned beast named Dragon Swordsman in the S-rank wizard examination, and his strength was almost the same as the current Dragon Knight. Laxus, the battle has only begun now. Calvin recalled the Dark Panther warrior, stretched out his hands, and a magical array of words floating on his palm. Hey! Laxus just said contemptuously without answering. With both hands using Amaterasu laws, it seems that he intends to concentrate on manipulating and coaching the Dragon Knight to fight with me. The corner of Laxus's mouth was raised in excitement, and his body made a sound of cracking. Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. Spiral shot. The collision of two huge energy bursts out a huge air current. An hour later, the entire wilderness was destroyed so that no one was intact. Whether it was Laxus or Calvin, it was panting at this moment. Laxus was covered with injuries, and Calvin even had clothes. There was no damage, but relatively speaking, Dragon Knight Gaia was in a state of disappearing, his armor had been shattered, and only one of the two spears remained. Physical strength is also seriously exhausted, but Calvin's general summoned beasts really can't help him. Laxus, you have fun playing. Calvin did not deny what Laxus said, but asked how the opponent felt. Why, do you want to beg for mercy? But if I don't defeat you completely, I won't stop. Well, it seems you are quite satisfied now, this is enough. Calvin said to himself, ignoring Laxus' words. You kid, don't you understand me? Laxus, who was ignored, suddenly exuded a powerful aura, his aura was astonishing, and it didn't look like he had experienced a fierce battle. Hey, at the end of the crossbow. What else to pretend? Calvin laughed, took out a card, and activated. Can I still be summoned? But, this. What is this? Laxus, who was already prepared, found that his body was completely immobile, and he couldn't help being shocked, only seeing him in front of him. Several swords formed by rays of light plunged upside down in midair. This card is called the Sword of Light. It can summon the Sword of Light that seals the opponent's actions. It will not disappear until the mana is exhausted. I have stored the mana for this card, and it can last 3 times. Young. Calvin said with a smile, how disgusting the smile looks. Do you think this thing can seal me? It's naive. Laxus smiled contemptuously, and tried to break away. Give up, with your current magic power, it is impossible to break free. This thing can also isolate the magic particles from entering, which means that you can't even restore the magic power during the period of ban. But don't worry, it also has a protective effect. You will be fine. Without stopping Laxus' attempts, Calvin just explained to the side. It turns out that your magic power has been restored after 3 hours, and I still look like this, so you think the victory is in your hands. Laxus said uncomfortably, although he didn't want to admit it, but this time he underestimated the enemy. Well, probably, but I don't have the patience to wait for you for 3 hours, I'm going back. Calvin smiled lightly, summoned the demon bat dragon, walked to his back, and whizzed away. I'm going back to the guild first, and then remember to return the light shield sword to me. Sitting on the demon bat dragon, Calvin waved to Laxus in the air. 3 hours later, the lightsaber disappeared, changed back to the card and dropped to the ground. Laxus picked it up and tore it off without hesitation. Chapter 7, Fairy Tale's Most Reassuring Wizard. Sat on the demon bat dragon, Calvin flew to Magnolia at a very fast speed. This demon bat dragon is a flying summoned beast created by Calvin by referring to the 3 creatures of dragon, demon and bat based on this, although the combat power is counted among many summoned beasts. Not at the top, but the flight speed is quite good. But even so, when Calvin flew back to Magnolia, the sky was already dark. Without going to the guild, Calvin landed in the suburbs and walked home alone. Opened the door, and there was a revealingly dressed woman sitting on the sofa in the living room. At this moment, she was drinking a bottle of wine. There were already several empty bottles on the coffee table in front of the sofa. "Kana, you took my wine without authorization." Calvin had no choice but to pick up the wine bottle. Unsurprisingly, it was the expensive wine he had recently bought at a high price. The person who appeared in Calvin's house was Karna, who had joined the monster tale with Calvin. After many years, Kana has grown up from the cute little girl to a mature beauty, especially the pair of jade rabbits on her chest. She is simply amazing. "Don't be so stingy, the wine is meant to be for the beauties." Kana directly took a sip from the bottle, and said drunkenly. "You really dare to say that you dress like grey all day?" Calvin glanced at the plump jade rabbit with only 2 thin pieces of fabric on it, shaking up and down with Kana's heroic drinking action. "Hee, were you peeking just now?" The keen Kana noticed Calvin's secret gaze, resting her chest with her hand, and teasing Calvin with her eyes blurred. "I can let you touch." "Oh." Calvin turned his head blankly, approached Kana, looked at her who was almost drunk and unconscious, and stretched out his hand. Boom! Calvin did not hesitate to reward Kana with a hand knife, and Kana, who was already drunk, immediately fell. Calvin sighed, took her to a room, settled her, closed the door and left. It was so cute and innocent at the beginning. What went wrong, or should I say that I have the blood of Kildas? Calvin came to the kitchen alone, cooking dinner, but he thought helplessly. The next day, when Calvin got up, he walked out of the living room, went to the kitchen and took out the milk, and went to sit on the sofa in the living room. "Ah, it's a wonderful morning," Calvin muttered to himself with emotion, then took a sip of milk. The next moment, Kana walked out of the bathroom with only a bath towel wrapped around her body. Puff! A sip of milk spouted from Calvin's mouth, showering Kana all over. "What are you doing? I just finished taking a shower," Kana said uncomfortably, and wiped the white viscous liquid on her face. "Kana, can't you be a little lady?" Calvin immediately turned his head, turned his back to Kana, and said tremblingly. For him, seeing this situation early in the morning was too exciting. "Hey! You haven't seen it before, pretending to be innocent," Kana said with disdain, walked slowly to the sofa and sat down, picked up Calvin's milk, and took a sip without any scruples. "This is how many years ago? Please stop telling it, it's embarrassing." Calvin stroked his head with one hand, sighed, and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. When she came out with her breakfast that day, Kana had already wiped her body and changed her clothes. It was still the same set she had yesterday, and she was drinking the wine she did not know where she found. "Drink early in the morning, can't you be more restrained?" Calvin felt that there must be countless black lines on his head. Although he is also a good drinker, he would never drink in the morning. I can only drink if I can't. By the way, what's the mission? With Laxus, you guys didn't do any damage, right? It's boring. I did one right after the task was completed. Calvin couldn't help having a headache thinking of the problem child. It's really fighting, so whoever of you won? Kana asked, gossiping with a wow. Calvin curled his lips and said, there is no winner or loser. I got on the demon bat dragon and escaped when the magic power was almost exhausted. Ha! Then Laxus must be mad. Kana exaggeratedly smiled. She knew that with Calvin's troublesome character, she would definitely not fight Laxus seriously. After breakfast, the two went out at the same time. Karna wants to go home to change a set of clothes, while Calvin walks directly to the guild. Before entering the door, Calvin has heard the noise inside. It was so noisy early in the morning. What exactly are these guys constructed? Calvin chuckled and pushed the door. Hello everyone, I'm back. Calvin greeted everyone enthusiastically, and everyone responded enthusiastically. Everyone in Fairy Tale has a good impression of this powerful and kind wizard. Calvin, you are back, the mission is okay. Even the chairman Makarov is very satisfied with this disciple. Calvin is not only strong, but also not causing trouble. This guild counts him as the most reassuring. It's easy. No compensation. Calvin replied simply and clearly. The sentence of no compensation comforted Makarov. His expression of sadness became calmer. Mila, the president seems to be in a bad mood, what happened? Calvin asked when he saw this and walked to a beautiful white-haired woman. The president is going to the council later, and it has just been heard that Naz destroyed half of the port of Harujian last night. The president also has a headache. The white-haired beauty said softly, her tone full of understanding of the president. Is it Naz again? This guy really doesn't stop. Although Calvin said in a helpless tone, the white-haired beauty could hear a hint of resentment in it. Calvin, since you're back, follow me to the council later, it's time for you to see the big scene. Suddenly, Makarov said to Calvin with an expression that I was good for you. Come to me as a shield again? And this excuse has been used many times, and I won't change it. Calvin sighed and nodded in agreement. Thanks for your hard work, Calvin. The white-haired beauty once again showed a gentle smile, and Calvin felt that his soul was healed in an instant. This white-haired beauty, who Calvin called Mila, is the signature beauty of Fairy Tale. In Calvin's eyes, Mila is the most beautiful woman in Fairy Tale. There is no one. In addition to the angel-like beauty, Mila also has a hot body. Reading www.youcanshu.com is wearing a black dress. She looks very temperamental. She feels both and virtuous. And Mila's somewhat dazed character makes men more protective. Little Mila. Here are 3 beers. At this time, a voice called Mila away, and Calvin looked at Mila's graceful back with a little obsession. Suddenly, a thick arm wrapped around Calvin's neck, and a thick voice came from above Calvin. Even if you are Calvin, you have to pass me to get a sister. Is a tall white-haired man with a scar on the corner of his right eye. He looks very masculine. The person here is Mila's younger brother, Elfman. Elfman. Let go, I can't breathe anymore. Calvin kept struggling, but Calvin, who was of average physical ability, couldn't break away from the sturdy Elfman. After a while, Elfman loosened Calvin's neck and said arrogantly, "Humph, Calvin, you are too weak. If you are a man, you have to punch, puff." While Elfman was chattering, Calvin had hit his abdomen with a fist blessing the magic circle. Calvin's fighting ability was good, but his body lacked exercise due to years of studying magic. A man must use his fist, I know. But Elfman, you are so courageous, you dare to attack me. Calvin said furiously, anyone who was seen ashamed in front of a woman who cared a little one scene will be very upset. After a meal, Calvin let go of his blue eyes and nose, Elfman, and went out with the president. Chapter 8, Yukai Rookie. When Makarov and Calvin returned from the council, one morning had passed. Makarov and Calvin, who had been scolded by the council just now, quietly returned to the second floor. Makarov, who was exhausted physically and mentally, didn't even have the strength to curse at this moment. Calvin, do you think our guild will be disbanded one day? With a sigh, Makarov said in a low voice, holding a stack of reports in his hand. He believed that his children would only stay destruction. I am afraid there will be no more mature day. Even if it is disbanded, Fairy Tale will still exist in the form of a dark guild. You don't have to worry at all. Calvin said with a smile, but the comfort effect was not good. After Makarov heard it, he appeared even more muffled. Suddenly, downstairs, I'm back, came out from the door, and the two looked down from the second floor. They saw a young man with cherry hair carrying a cat, and a blonde girl came in from the door. Naz is back, how long do you think it will take you to fight? Calvin smiled lightly. Fighting in the guild has always been the tradition of Demon Tail, and the cherry-haired young man Naz who has just entered is one of the best. Whether it is causing trouble or fighting. Oh, why is Elsa not here? Forget it, leave them alone, it's not the first time anyway. Makarov shook his head and continued to sigh. Sure enough, within a short while, the group of people downstairs began to fight, and it became more and more intense. In the end, everyone had the intention to use magic. Seeing Makarov still looking listless, Calvin reluctantly scratched his hair, then looked at the situation below, and said to Makarov, President, there seems to be a newcomer to join. It's a blonde. What about the beauty? Sexy blondie. The next moment, Makarov immediately became refreshed, and jumped downstairs with and suddenly became huge as he fell. Don't stop it yet, idiot! Makarov shouted loudly, magnificently. Makarov looked like a giant at the moment, and his head was about to reach the roof of the guild. His angry face seemed to be no different from evil spirits. This is the giant magic that the guild master of the monster tale is good at. The people who were doing the fight immediately stopped, and Calvin also took this opportunity to go down the stairs and quietly watch how the chairman will perform. Really, President, when did you come back? When everyone was quiet, only Myra asked Makarov. President. The blonde beauty who was brought back by Naz next door said in surprise. I am afraid she would never have thought of the guild she was looking forward to. There was such a terrible guild leader. Ah ha 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 ha. Everyone is scared to the thighs, right? This victory belongs to. Naz laughed arrogantly, and then the west one was squashed. Makarov turned his head to look at Myra, and at the same time he saw the blonde beauty, and then pretended to say, is it a newcomer? The blonde beauty nodded in cold sweat, her face full of fear. Makarov seemed to realize that he was terrified, and quickly shrank back to his original figure. The huge contrast made the newcomer completely froze. Afterwards, Makarov scolded everyone below, and after venting his anger, he said something to despise the council. Calvin heard helplessly below. Chairman, obviously you are the one who took the lead in teaching us badly. Calvin, was the president being scolded very badly? After Makarov's remarks, Mila walked to the bar with the newcomer and asked Calvin, who was sitting down at some unknown time. The scolding was terrible, I almost blasted it off when I left, but the president stopped me. Calvin took a sip of his beer, thinking of the scolding just now, there was a fire in his heart. Even the council dared to blast, should I say that I really deserve to be a fairy tale? The newcomer next to him heard Calvin's nonsense and was stunned again. Don't be impulsive, if we really blast off the branch of the council, we will really be disbanded. Mila dragged her chin and said to Calvin in distress. Scare, can it really be blown away? What kind of monsters are here? The blonde girl looked at Calvin a little sideways, as if she didn't think that thin body could be so powerful. Are you a newcomer? Hello, this is Calvin, may I ask my lady your name?
Hello, I'm Lucy, please give me some advice.
Lucy quickly introduced herself to Calvin, and by the way, let Myra next to her know her name.
Lucy?
Come here, I'll help you put the mark of the fairy tale. Myra took Lucy's hand, still a gentle smile on her face.
Myra,
give me a flame-set meal. At this moment, Naz ran over and ordered the meal to Myra. When Calvin saw Naz, he immediately turned his head and left.
Hey?
Why did Calvin leave as soon as he saw Naz? Lucy asked Myra quietly when he saw this. The relationship between the two of them is not very good, but I don't know the reason. Myra also answered Lucy softly, with a questioning look on her face. Calvin walked to Karna with the beer, and poured the whole bottle of wine without a sound. You should also let it go, what happened back then has nothing to do with Naz. Seeing Calvin's face full of irritation sitting on the barrel, Karna said softly. I know that Naz is very simple. I believe that the dragon who raised him will not be an evil guy, but every time I see Naz, the original picture will always appear. Calvin thought of his own village. Destroyed by the poisonous dragon, the hatred in my heart naturally poured out. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com is also due to this reason, he has always been at odds with Naz with good popularity. Forget it, I'll see if there are any good tasks. Calvin drank the wine, still feeling bored. After talking to Kana, he went to the second floor. After a round of selection, Calvin picked up one of the commissions, with a huge monster printed on it, and paid a full 10 million J. Is it a huge demon on Mount Manu? It's a little far away. Calvin doesn't like tedious work. Only the work of hitting the enemy is the best for him, and every time he hits the monster, Calvin can get it. Inspiration to create cards. Laxus is coming back soon, I'd better avoid it first. Thinking about this, Calvin immediately tore off the commission and walked downstairs.
Hey?
Is the newcomer missing? When they fell downstairs, Calvin found out that Naz and Lucy were missing. It seems to be following Naz on tasks. I'm so unhappy to be able to work with such a beautiful woman. A black-haired naked man answered Calvin, his face full of jealousy. I went to the task as soon as I joined. It's really hard work. Manu Mountain, located in the southern part of Fiori, is a mountain with many legends since ancient times. It took Calvin a whole day to fly here. Very strong dark magic power, it seems that this monster is not a simple character. Calvin has already confirmed with his feelings that the monster inside is more powerful than the monster slaughtered by Laxus 2 days ago. Birds have to exceed a lot. Well, let's start working. Chapter 9, Demon Appears. Calvin first landed in a town not far from Manu and found the client. Later, after learning some information about the monster from the guests, he walked up to Mount Manu. Stepping into the Manu mountain, Calvin walked very cautiously. Calvin did not dare to relax at all. In the S-level mission, there is a possibility of death at any time only if there is any accident, although he has completed many times. Types of tasks, but with the same caution every time. This mountain, every step you take has a very strong dark magic. This trip is worthwhile. Calvin smiled lightly. This will choose this task. Calvin has another purpose to test his new created cards. Refer to the cards created by demons. However, hiding in such a place, it is difficult to find where the monster is. Calvin walked on the mountain for a while, but still got nothing, frowned. Suddenly, Calvin looked up into the sky suddenly, his eyes full of inexplicable expressions. After staring at the sky for a long time, Calvin withdrew his sharp eyes. How can I feel peeped? However, Calvin did not notice that a huge cube was floating in the distant high above him, and several human creatures inside were peeping at him through the magic crystal. I was almost spotted by him, I feel very keen. Fairy tale. A coquettish and beautiful woman with firstborn and double horns said to herself in a mischievous tone. Should we help Pava? After all, he is also one of the demons in the Book of Jeff, asked another person with a jackal face. No, if you can't beat even a fairy, then it won't be eligible to be a member of the 9 ghosts, answered another woman with double horns, but her face was blindfolded. The Pava of Strength is also a relatively high-level demon in the Book of Jeff, and it is logically impossible to lose to an ordinary wizard. The gorgeous woman at the beginning said softly, her eyes full of playfulness. Look! Not long after Calvin felt under prying eyes, a huge burst of dark magic erupted on Mount Manu. Calvin's face was stunned, and he immediately summoned the silver wolf under the moon, using its high-speed mobility to quickly rush to the top of the mountain. After a while, Calvin rode the silver wolf to the top of the mountain. This summoned beast he originally created was the summoned beast most commonly used by Calvin to travel. Good combat effectiveness. When Calvin reached the top of the mountain, what came into view was a humanoid monster with a head of more than 3 meters high, strong limbs and huge fists. It has 3 horns on its head, a thin face, and a crocodile-like tail. It looks very fierce. Is this the monster on the commission? This time I am afraid it is not as easy as I thought. When Calvin saw the monster, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. This feeling can only be seen when facing a strong enemy. Appeared. Are you a human wizard? What can I do for you? After looking at Calvin for a while, the monster suddenly asked. I may be a little sorry for you, but I am here to attack you. Calvin recalled the silver wolf under the moon, holding another card in his hand, ready to attack at any time. Punch me? Why? I have been living on Mount Manu for these years. I just want to live a peaceful life. Why do you come to crusade me? Have I done anything? But, beyond Calvin's expectation, that the monster didn't mean to fight at all, but instead questioned Calvin. I have been living peacefully on this mountain, but you humans have come to disturb me one by one, and again, yes, although I am a monster, I am alive, right? I also have people living on this continent. Right. Why do you have to come to crusade me? Why? The monster became more excited as he spoke, and his tone was very wronged. Why are you fighting against you? I think you should go down and ask the residents over there. Calvin pointed behind him, it was a little broken town. Also, don't lie in front of me. What? I am a monster, you are obviously a devil. The devil of the Book of Jeff. Calvin's expression became very cold and dangerous. Ha ha ha. Has it been discovered? Sure enough, I shouldn't have told you anything at first, just kill you. The monster suddenly changed its tone and laughed wildly. Calvin rushed, clenched a fist with one hand, and waved hard at Calvin. Innocent! Calvin said contemptuously. With a single stroke of his left hand, a magic circle was blocked in front of him. At the same time, his right hand entered magic power into the summoning card to summon his own summoned beast. A broken magic circle, do you think it can block my Master Power's fist? The demon's fist hit Calvin's magic circle. The next moment, the magic circle shattered like glass, and then the fist hit Calvin's. The head made a loud noise and knocked Calvin away several tens of meters. My Pava is a demon of strength. No matter what kind of magic cannot hinder my fist. The demon named Pava took advantage of the victory. Jumped up, and smashed his hands towards Calvin. Boom! Pava's blow was so powerful that it collapsed a corner of the mountain, and Pava laughed wildly on the top of the mountain. I thought you were a great wizard, but that's it. Ha 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 ha. Standing in the dust, Pava looked at the place where it hit just now, and said with a triumphant smile. Don't be too impatient, the devil of the Book of Jeff. Suddenly, a voice that made people sweating cold came from behind Pava, and Pava quickly turned around and punched, but nothing was hit. Pawa who turned around, Yu reading www.uuganju.com saw Calvin standing chicly on the spot 10 meters in front of him, making Pava exclaimed, You? You were not injured in a punch by me. I never thought that you could break the 11-gauge defense with one punch, but I didn't go up the mountain without preparation. Calvin raised a card in his hand with a special pattern painted on it. Is this card blocking my fist? Pava's expression became a bit solemn, and he asked in a heavy voice. To be correct, this stand-in doll took the attack for me, but it couldn't block your fist. It broke it with just 2 punches. I will make it again when I go back. Carl Wen shook the card and said with a sigh, but the teasing in his tone couldn't be hidden. It seems that I underestimated you, let you see what kind of strength I have to fight with all my strength. Pava exploded, and a powerful aura erupted all over his body. Calvin also summoned immediately, and a magic circle appeared from the card in his hand. Then, a dark red summoned beast with devil wings and a devil-like shape appeared in front of Calvin. Dark Demon Clan Kilfa Demon. How is this possible? You can actually summon a demon. When Kilfa was summoned, Pava shouted in surprise and looked at Kilfa in disbelief. It could feel that it was a demon from him. Breath. Nothing to be surprised, it's not the first time I have encountered a demon, but I have studied it for a long time before I came up with a demon-like summoned beast. Calvin smiled gently. Today, he has 3 types of summoned beasts: monsters, warriors, and demons. Chapter 10, Kilfar's Hidden Power. Although Pava was extremely surprised when he saw Calvin's summoned demon, he was only surprised. After a while, Pava smiled contemptuously and said, "It's just an imitation. You think I can be an orthodox demon? Is it? What a joke! Orthodox demon? You are nothing more than an item made by Jeff, what is it?" Calvin also laughed without fear. The design of the dark demon Kilfa demon is entirely out of combat considerations. The hands have sharp claws, and 2 bone spurs protrude from the elbows. The body has a hard muscle, which is covered in some places. The red bone armor, the armor is full of bone spurs, and a pair of huge demon wings, all born for battle. Calvin stopped talking, and immediately controlled Kilfa to rush towards Pawa, and saw Kilfa's hands burst into dark red flames. It seemed that this was the demon of Tianyan. So, this kind of imitation can't beat my orthodox demon. Pavar had a bruise on his head, obviously very angry at Calvin's language, his fists clenched, and his eyes rose visibly. He rushed towards Kilfa and threw a punch. Before the fist arrives, the wind pressure comes first. Although Calvin was some distance away from Pava, he felt the impact of his fist and quickly controlled Kilfa to jump and attack from high altitude. From his observation, Pava is a typical melee demon, with no attack means against the air at all. It just so happens that the Kilfa demon is an almighty type that can be found at a distance. Balanced in the air with his wings, Kilfa threw the flames from his hands down, not fast enough, and was easily avoided by Pava. "I thought I was in mid-air, so I can't do anything about you." Pava suddenly smiled grinningly, and then stared at Calvin. "Don't bother with the summoned beasts at all, just knock you down as the caster. You can tell by looking at you that you are not too strong at all." Pava slammed, a big hole suddenly appeared under his feet, and his body quickly rushed towards Calvin. "I don't know how many times I have encountered this kind of attack." Calvin smiled lightly and revealed the magic circle that had already been displayed. It was a magic circle composed of words, exactly the round pattern of Amaterasu 22 gauge. Shield. Amaterasu's 22 gauges are extremely powerful, and even the demon of power cannot be broken with a single blow. But Pava fully attacked, revealing a flaw. How could Calvin let go of this gap? Both hands cast a magic circle at the same time. First, a magic circle hovered out from the ground, completely surrounding Pavar in a whirlpool shape, and then a triangular shuriken-like magic circle put Pavar in the middle. Amaterasu 17 gauge, round the column. Amaterasu 19 rules, 3 solid formations. With these 2 magic circles close to 20 gauges, even Pava couldn't break away instantly, and Kilfa's attack was about to arrive. I saw the bound PAWA, a fiery red magic circle suddenly appeared underground. Calvin hurriedly jumped away. The next moment, a huge pillar of fire surged out of the magic circle, and the flame rushed several tens of meters. But there was no trace of power leaked from the magic circle. This is Kilfa's trick, the dark magic circle. Hey? I don't know how much he can hurt. Calvin certainly didn't think that Pava could be hit with this trick alone, and the opponent was also the work of the famous black sorcerer Jeff. Sure enough, when the flame disappeared, Pava's undamaged body was exposed. Pava smiled violently at Calvin, his arm became thicker, and he smashed it hard at Calvin. Did Kilfa's attack not cause even a small injury? This guy's defense is really good. Calvin was not afraid of Pava's powerful fists, but was surprised by his terrible defense. It seems that this guy's skin is full of power. Before Pava's fist struck, Calvin summoned his second summoned beast. Clang! The huge sound rang all over the Manu mountain, only to see a shield blocking Pava's fist, and behind the shield, a black-haired man was holding the shield. This can actually block my uncle's fist. Pava was shocked. It was impossible for him to think that someone could block his full blow, and it was a positive block. And he couldn't understand why someone suddenly appeared here. But don't let it think too much, Kilfa's attacks are coming one after another. Since the flame attack just now was useless to Pava, Calvin tried to use a close attack this time. Kilfa's claws were very sharp, so it shouldn't be impossible to even catch Pava. This pseudo-demon is really annoying. Kilfair came and harassed 1 and 2 times. Pava was so angry that he was tempted by him. At the moment when Kilfar rushed down from the sky, he couldn't turn flexibly. The thick tail flicked hard and he hit Kilfar. The huge power completely threw Kilfa's figure out. Pawa laughed haha, took advantage of the situation, and pursued him, banging his hands towards Kilfa's shot. One strike. Pava blasted Kilfa's head off with just one blow. Afterwards, Pawa saw Kilfa turned into light and dissipated. Ha ha ha. I said that this imitation demon will never be our demon opponent in the book of Jeff. Pava raised his head and laughed wildly at Calvin, very proud. The next moment, its wild expression disappeared without a trace, and it was replaced by an incredible expression. My strength, how could it? How did my strength weaken? Ha ha ha, I said before. I have studied demons for a long time. The demons I have summoned are just like you. Calvin smiled sinisterly, and you read www.yuyugonshu.com Pava. Looking at him with incredulous and convincing eyes. What do you mean? It means literally. I learned from research that you demons don't know magic at all. What you use is a power that the magician doesn't know. Through imitation, I tried to put a curse in Kilfa. The effect is that anything that kills it will be cursed by the body's overall reduced attributes. In other words, your proud strength, defense, is no longer invincible. Calvin was explaining while summoning the third summoned beast, the pitch-black panther warrior. At the same time, Pava was bound with the magic circle again. This time Pava couldn't escape anyway. Come on, use your knife to split it in two, the black leopard warrior. Just after Calvin's voice, the leopard warrior's sword flashed past. Pawana's powerful body slowly separated from the middle. The same demon from the book of Jeff, you are too far from the level of Dalyo. Calvin looked at Pava's body and smiled disdainfully. Next, you guys who are peeping should have watched enough. Then, Calvin's face changed and became solemn again. His hands quickly drew the magic circle. This time he used him to draw for 10 seconds. Completed, and at the same time a huge three-dimensional unknown object in the sky was surrounded by a complex magic circle. Amaterasu 28 gauge. Boom. P.S. I was off for 2 days, sorry. Chapter 11, Fairy Tale Heroine. A huge cube in the sky, with a bang, exploded violently. However, after the explosion, it was unscathed. Sure enough, I was found. This kid is really amazing inside the cube, the gorgeous woman with double horns said with a smile. Would you like to go down and teach him? Quanghua. Another man with the face of a beast said to a woman who seemed to be the leader. It's not yet the time, this kid has gotten Pavas so easily. It will be very troublesome for us to fight, and the 9 ghost gates have not been formed yet, it is not the time for us to expose, let's go. The woman, after speaking softly, turned and walked away. Fairy tale, can any wizard defeat the demons of the Book of Jeff? This guild should not be underestimated. Calvin on the top of the mountain, after seeing a flash of light in the sky, he no longer reacted, withdrew his solemn eyes, and summoned the demon bat dragon. It's the Dark Guild, and I'm afraid it has a lot of background. Is it one of the Baram League? Calvin couldn't help worrying on the way back. These guys, the purpose is obviously that demon. 2 or 3 days later, Calvin wandered around several towns and bought a few bottles of good wine on the way before returning to Fairy Tale. Are you back? Calvin. As soon as he opened the door, Calvin welcomed Myra. Calvin nodded and smiled, then ordered a lunch, took it to the table and gobbled it up. It's very slow this time, don't you usually go back and forth on the same day? At this moment, sitting opposite Calvin, an upper body man asked with a smile. It's nothing, the task has been completed a long time ago, but I was a little irritable, so I went to relax. Calvin glanced at the shirtless man and answered briefly. Gray, I'm actually not used to eating, there is a man without clothes in front of me, and when did you take off your pants? Ignoring the panic after Gray, Calvin turned to Kana and asked, by the way, why didn't you see the newcomer Lucy, hasn't she returned yet? Kana heard the words, put down the wine barrel she was drinking, and said to Calvin displeasedly, she and Naz have gone on the second task. What's the matter, paying attention to Lucy so much, what are you doing? Hee, it's nothing, but I want to see Protoss magic, you know the nature of my magic. Calvin smiled embarrassedly when he saw Kana's strange expression. Humph. 2 days later, when Calvin came to Fairy Tale again, Lucy and Naz finally came back, and Lucy was searching on the commission board for any tasks that could be completed alone. Calvin saw this, and immediately came behind the person, put his hands on her shoulders, and said in a kind tone, Lucy, I heard that you are a wizard who uses Protoss magic, right? The sudden voice shocked Lucy. She turned her head and saw that it was Calvin, who had a relationship before. I said, this way of reaching out is too bad. Lucy said with a flushed face, patted carefully. Well, this is not a conversation, but my magic is a bit similar to Protoss magic, I want to see it. Calvin was helpless, he felt that the newcomer felt a little good about himself. Hey? Similar to Protoss magic? Well, that's right. I heard that you had an excellent performance in the last mission, and your strength should be pretty good. Calvin nodded and said with approval. It was all down by Naz. Lucy said with a bitter smile, dripping a drop of helpless sweat. Hey, is it Naz? Calvin smacked his lips when he heard the words. The relationship between these two people is really not good. However, when Lucy thought of it, the sound of a fight had already come from the side. Lucy turned her head and saw that it was Naz as expected, and the object of his fight was the naked Grey. By the way, there is another person who has a bad relationship with Naz. I believe that your strength will be recognized by us one day, and there is no need to belittle yourself. Come on, let's have an in-depth exchange. After Calvin expressed his discomfort with Naz, he replaced it with another one. The sub-face said to Lucy, but his tone didn't matter. Calvin, don't put me aside, such a beautiful girl, how can you be such a boring man to get involved? You are right, Lucy. Before Lucy answered, a gleaming Harold-Yang's handsome guy interrupted. Ignoring Calvin's astonishment, the shining handsome guy continued, you are really beautiful, even through the sunglasses, it still shocked me. If you look directly with the naked eye, you will definitely blind your eyes. Sweet words are constantly uttered from the handsome guy's mouth. Then be blind. Lucy looked at the handsome boy and sent out a perfect complaint without mercy. Rocky, she is the astral sorcerer. At this time, Calvin, who had been ignored, said. What? You are the astral sorcerer. Ah. This is really a prank of fate, sorry, let's end it everywhere. Rocky heard Calvin's words and seemed to hear something like a horrible thing, he left in a panic. When did you start? Calvin suddenly realized that Rocky had already captured the newcomer these days, no wonder the other party didn't seem to want to take care of himself. We haven't started. Love. It turns out that Lucy and Rocky have a leg's little hobby, who didn't know when he came back, snickered with her tongue rolled up. The last thing I want is to be heard by you, Hobby. Lucy glanced at Hobby listlessly, and then continued, by the way, what is Rocky? I heard that it seems to have been thrown away by a celestial wizard before. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is probably afraid of you because of this. Calvin touched his chin and guessed wantonly. I said, you are actually a very bad personality. Seeing Calvin talk about others' scars without hesitation, Lucy felt that she realized Calvin's essence for the first time. Suddenly, Rocky, who had just left, ran back with a more flustered reaction, and then brought a sentence to make Naz and Gray in the fight instantly stop moving. Elisa is back. I'm going home, Kana, I bought a few bottles of good wine, do you want to be together? Hearing the name, everyone present immediately broke into cold sweat, let alone the two problematic children of Naz and Gray. It softened in an instant, and even Calvin wanted to go home quickly. Calvin, it's late, Elisa has come in. Mila in the bar smiled at Calvin, her tone full of pity. Just after Myra's voice, a beautiful girl with huge horns, armor, and heroism, like a goddess of war, walked in. The whole scene was suppressed by her. She has a handful of beautiful, crimson hair, and no one dared to look at her as she looked past her, even Calvin was no exception, only Mila smiled and greeted her. Sure enough, I should be back one day later. Calvin thought with cold sweat. P.S. Sure enough, I still can't post pictures here. If you want to see it, just search for mine. Chapter 12, Calvin and the Queen. Elisa, the queen of the fairy tale, the strongest female wizard, one of only 6 S-rank wizards, her name, in the fairy tale, belongs to the existence that can scare anyone. And because of her meticulous personality, apart from a few S-level wizards, no one in the demon tale dared to disobey her, even the powerful Naz, Gray, and Kana. As soon as she entered the fairy tale, she immediately trained everyone. No one dared to resist. Naz and Gray even became hobbits, and they hugged affectionately, like buddies. Naz is so scared, this is the first time I saw it. Lucy looked at the exaggerated changes in Naz and Gray, very speechless, and didn't know how to complain. Naz and Gray are very scared of Elisa. Sia provokes Elsa before, and then gets beaten up and down. Gray was seen when she was there, and finally was beaten very miserably. Rocky was even more miserable at the beginning. Acting as Elisa, and then being beaten to half-death. Myra told Elisa all the glorious deeds of Eliza. Lucy, who has always recognized Naz, can't imagine Eliza's strength. Then she glanced at Calvin again, and found that the other party had disappeared, even the shadow. Well, at the moment, besides the president, the strength ranking of Demon Tale should be headed by Miss Elisa, then Naz, Gray, Calvin, and me, and then the others in Demon Tale. Lugn secretly made a ranking of the Demon Tale in her heart, and ranked herself in a good position, secretly cheering. Let's not talk about Lucy's ranking error, but logically speaking, Calvin of the S-class is unlikely to be afraid of Elisa, but why does he behave so badly? This will start from an incident a few years ago. That year, it was 1 year after Calvin became the S-rank sorcerer. Elisa, who was as old as him, participated in the S-rank sorcerer's test this year, and Calvin was one of the chief examiners. 1. It's really bad. The president asked me to choose the content of the test. Is he so confident in me? A week before the test, Makarov gave Calvin a task to ask him to help think about it. The content of the primaries. In Monster Tale, S-level exams have always been divided into primary and secondary elections, and the content of the primary election was formulated by one of the examiners, the S-level wizard. At that time, in Monster Tale, Calvin was included. There are only 3 people. Kildas, Laxus, and Calvin. These 3 were the strongest combat power of the Demon Tale at the time, but neither of these 2 were obedient masters, and they took Makarov's words into ears. So, the burden fell on Calvin. Then, Calvin specially formulated the content of the exam for the 3 people who took the exam. In addition to Elisa, there were 2 beauties, Myra and Kana, who took the exam. Although Calvin looks like fashion, in fact, he is by no means a fair and just person. In his mind, Kana and Myra account for a relatively large proportion, so when designing the content of the exam, he is a bit selfish. On the day of the exam, when the 3 followed Makarov to the Ghost Skull Cave west of the Fury Kingdom, Calvin was already ready. Listen, there are 3 caves here. Go in each of you. Whoever goes to Calvin the fastest, even if he passes. Now, the exam begins. Makarov did not say much, and immediately ordered. As soon as the voice was over, the 3 of them rushed inside. The 3 caves were completely insecure from the outside. Although Kana's magic can be used for divination, it's true that after she finishes the divination, I am afraid that Elisa and Myra will be early. He came to Calvin's side. In fact, the passages in these 3 caves are quite dangerous, and being able to pass through this passage is the minimum standard for being an S-rank wizard. It's just that Calvin put something in all 3 channels. A kind of bright red, soft, and exudes bursts of fragrance. This is. Elisa looked at the table in front of her, on which Calvin placed things, a strawberry cake that looked very delicious. Damn! I really want to eat. Elisa looked at the contents, her saliva couldn't help dripping. At this moment, she was not the famous fairy queen in the future. Although she was powerful, she was also absolutely greedy. A defensive circle was actually designed on it. Humph, do you want to test me? How can I be hindered by this thing? Elisa's eyes flashed inexplicably, and she immediately used the strongest magic. After a while, she finally got the hiding in the circle. Then, the exam also failed. When she came out of the passage, she realized that she was the last one, and Mila, who was very at odds with her, passed the preliminaries with the first result. Ho ho Elsa, you are actually the last one. The last one. Oh, after Elisa came out, the first sentence she heard was Mila's nasty ridicule. But in fact, she was really the last one. At this moment, she also wanted to understand that Calvin absolutely deliberately hid the cake in the tunnel, in order to lose herself in the preliminaries. The sharp gaze glared Calvin unnaturally, and he quickly avoided his gaze. Such an obvious guilty conscience is just to confess to Elisa, yes, I did it on purpose. In the end, only Myra passed the exam, and Elisa waited a year before she became an S-rank wizard. If it was just like this, it would be fine, but at the time Myra was very upset with Elisa and would find fault whenever she had the opportunity. The fact that Elisa was confused by the strawberry cake spread to everyone in the fairy tale in just 3 days. Such a humiliating matter immediately made Elisa angry. In this way, the liangzi of the 2 officially came to an end. As long as she is free, Elsa will find Calvin to learn from each other. Although Calvin's strength is not inferior to Elsa at all, it is even more than a lot, but Elisa was so stubborn, Calvin was bothered by her. These enemies, until now, are still the same. So Calvin tried his best to avoid Elisa, otherwise, a big battle would be inevitable. Naz, Gray, I actually have something to ask you. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com before doing the task. I heard some things I should have discussed with the president before making a decision, but in my judgment, the sooner this matter is resolved, the better. Suddenly, Elisa said to the two of you, I want to borrow the power of both of you, you can go with me. Although Elisa is talking in a discussing tone, the toughness in her tone is self-evident. Leave tomorrow, go and prepare. The details will be explained on the way. After Elisa finished speaking handsomely, she left directly, leaving everyone in surprise. Elisa would actually find someone to help. What a big deal is this? Elisa, Naz, and Gray, I haven't imagined it so far. But this should be the strongest team of fairy tale. Mila muttered to herself with excitement. When Chien heard it, she showed such a look. Calvin, when did you learn such a brilliant stealth technique? At this moment, Kana suddenly said to the side, but there was nothing here. The next moment, after a wave of ripples, Calvin's figure appeared. This is Amaterasu's 10-gauge magic, even Elisa was concealed by me, Calvin, who appeared in the figure, smiled triumphantly. However, Myra actually ignored the combination between me and Laxus a while ago, saying that Elisa and Naz are the strongest combination. Suddenly, his tone changed and he spoke to Kana a little low. You and Laxus can be considered a combination like this. Calvin, are you funny? Chapter 13, Stalker Calvin. The next day, when Calvin came to the guild, he saw Mila writing a magic letter, and saw that she was saying something to the magic letter paper, and then the letter paper folded automatically. Mila, who are you writing to? Calvin asked casually when he saw this. It's Elisa and the others. Didn't she form a team with Naz and Gray today? I think the president should be notified. Mila answered, took out the magic stamp and affixed it, then soon a mailing bird dedicated to mailing magic letters was abandoned. Hello, is this for President Makarov? The magic bird caught Myra's letter and asked cheerfully. Well, please, it's quite urgent. Myra responded with a smile, and then the mail bird flew away quickly. Myra, your letter shouldn't scare the president of anything. Looking at the bird mailing park, Calvin not only fantasized about the eloquence of the three Elisa. It's really hard to tell. Today is another leisurely day. Since the chairman Makarov went to a regular meeting, Calvin didn't have much heart to do the task, so he was in the demon tail and chatted with uncles like Makeu. Easy. However, at noon, one of Calvin's cards suddenly made a noise. Calvin took out the card with drunkenness and took a closer look. It turned out that it was the communication that could contact him urgently. Calvin remembered that the only ones who could directly contact this communication were Kana and Makalo. The other communication in my husband's hand can be contacted. Kana is drinking with him and Makeo at the moment, obviously it won't be her, in this case, only Makarov is left. Well, I really don't want to pick it up, what is the trouble 80%? Calvin murmured, reluctantly summoning the effect of communication. Calvin! Where are you now? At the next moment, Makarov uploaded over with an anxious voice. I'm in the guild, what can you do, President? Calvin replied casually. Are you in the guild? Then do you know about Elisa and the others teaming up? Makarov was taken aback when he heard Calvin in the guild, and then asked in a more anxious tone. I know. What's wrong? You go right now, follow them right away, if the four of them have plans to destroy the town, Calvin, you have to stop it right away. The cause of Makalov's anxiety came out, actually because he was afraid of Elsa. People will be afraid of destroying a town. Hey? 4. However, Calvin ignored Makarov's anxiety, and instead asked about his doubts in a hurry. It's Lucy, I'm afraid the three of them will fight in the middle, so I asked Lucy to be the coordinator, Myra interjected, her face full of triumphant expressions of come and compliment me. It's not that I poured cold water on you. If you think those people really quarrel, can Lucy alone be able to deal with it? Calvin said to Myra, suddenly saying such a sentence, which caused the latter's eyes to be confused immediately. Oh Calvin, are you crying, Myra? At this moment, Kana, who was sitting on the side, suddenly said. Although her voice is not loud, she has successfully attracted the attention of everyone in the guild. What? Calvin, you made Mila cry. What? Calvin, this dumped Mila. What? My sister dumped after being played hard by Calvin. For some reason, in just a few tens of seconds, Calvin became a dandy who was cheaper than Rocky. How idle are these guys? Seeing these guys who are overpowered and looking for a fight, Calvin shook his head helplessly, said to Makarov in the correspondence, and then left the guild. By the way, Calvin, do you know where Elisa and the others are? And just before he left, Karna asked suddenly. Don't worry, I put a tracking mark on Lucy yesterday, and I'll be near them soon. Calvin raised his thumb to Kana, laughed, and then left happily. How confident is he, so blatantly telling the fact that he is a stalker? Kana sighed, then muttered to herself in a tone of hatred for iron and steel, but the content made Macau couldn't help laughing. Calvin was inconvenient to summon his own demon bat dragon in Magnolia, but he quickly came to the outskirts of the forest, and then flew away at the fastest speed. Well, I'll stay with them from a distance. I don't want to meet them or anything. Calvin considered for a while on the dragon, and finally felt that it would be better not to contact Elisa. He didn't want to be well. But because of her own relationship, Elisa went crazy. The speed of the demon bat dragon is difficult and fast to imagine. It took a few tens of minutes before Calvin arrived. The place was a station in a town. Elsa and the others were about to get on the magic four-wheeler. It seems that these people haven't caused much trouble yet. But, why is there no one here? Maybe they have done something irreparable. Let's fix this, otherwise the council will definitely count it in our heads. Calvin said while turning his head to look at the huge tornado on the station, and said with a sigh. Leisurely took out a card with a fantasy lock drawn on it, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, and a key was inserted in it. Release the magic. Calvin pointed the card at the huge tornado outside the station and yelled softly. Then the card emitted a burst of light shining on the tornado, and the tornado was slowly eliminated. Hey? There is a lot of magic in this tornado? Who is their opponent? Calvin thought seriously, that he could use such a huge enchantment magic. Obviously the opponent is not a joke and a dog. It doesn't matter, let's follow Elisa and the others first. On the magic four-wheeled vehicle, Elisa desperately put magic power into the tube, and she kept racing. Elisa, are you okay? Need to change hands? Gray couldn't help but asked worriedly, looking at her obviously overexhausted look. I'm sorry, but I'm okay. Elisa pretended to be okay. Gray saw this, knowing that she could not convince this stubborn woman, so she could only sit back. Damn it! The mana is consumed too much. If Calvin is there, it will be fine. Gray said uncomfortably when he could only sit aside and watch Elisa exert her strength. Oh, I seem to hear someone calling me at this time, a frivolous voice came from Gray's head. Everyone in the car was taken aback, and someone else got on the car silently. Gray stretched out his head quickly and saw that a man in a black robe was sitting firmly on the roof of the magic four-wheeler. Calvin? When did you follow? Chapter 14, Shadowthorn Prison. Seeing Gray's fuss and ridiculous look, Calvin couldn't help but sneer slightly. Calm down, the president is afraid that you will really destroy a town, let me come and look at you. Calvin saw Gray's face darker and darker, and quickly explained the reason for his coming. Hey! The old man loves to worry about it. Gray said to Calvin uncomfortably, then turned his head and said to Elisa, Calvin is here, let him take over. Calvin, you are fast. Go ahead and see how Naz is. He is fighting Elago in the Iron Forest. I am very worried about him. Elisa had different opinions, although her face was very bad. But he said stubbornly. Oh. I'll go by myself or take you there, it's not the same. Calvin sighed and didn't argue with Elisa. The card in his hand gleamed, and a black flying dragon was summoned. It was the demon bat dragon. Sit firmly, it may be a little shake. Calvin jumped onto the head of the demon bat dragon and let it grasp the body of the magic four-wheeled vehicle. With the flap of the wings, it already took everyone to fly in the air. Up slash! This, what is this? Dragon! The newcomer Lucy was terrified when she saw this. She had never seen such a fierce creature in her entire life. Even the members of Iron Forest who were brought over by them looked terrified. This shouldn't be your new summon, when was it created? Gray muttered to himself as he looked at the heart-pounding summoned beast. Lucy, don't be afraid, this is Calvin's magic and won't hurt us. Elisa sitting in the front of the car turned her head to comfort Lucy, and then looked at the demon Batron who was holding onto the magic car. I don't know what was thinking on his face. I see, there is a flash of fire and a gust of wind in the distance. It seems to be Naz and Eligary. Calvin closed one eye, held his palm slightly in front of the other eye, and carefully looked at the imperceptible front. Firelight. It's shameful that Naz has been entangled with this kind of opponent for so long while still in battle. Gray heard the words, as if he was relieved, but he spoke harshly. This guy, you are obviously worried about Naz, can't you be frank? Several black lines were erected on Lucy's head. Although she wanted to say what was in her heart, she decided not to think of Gray's thin face. It's wonderful. That is, the boss of that kind of third-rate guild is not worthy of you guys at all. Calvin, who jumped into the carriage at some point, nodded and said yes. Damn it, are you underestimating our Iron Forest? However, Calvin's words angered the other person in the car. Shadow Mountain, who was brought into the car by Gray, said to Calvin fiercely, even though he was already dead. Seriously injured, even though he knew that he was not an opponent of anyone in the car at all, his guild was insulted, and Ying Shan couldn't help roaring loudly. I'm not underestimating you, I'm just telling the facts. The old Dalian Naz of the guild can't win. It's not an exaggeration to say that you are a third-rate guild. Calvin's eyes were sharp, and he said to Ying Shan. Gray, how do I feel? Calvin's words seem to be underestimating Naz. Isn't Naz very strong? Lucy asked Gray gently beside him. The flame strength is pretty good, but it's not enough to see in front of Calvin. Gray's face was not so good when he answered. As everyone knows, his strength is equal to Naz. If you admit that Naz is far inferior to Calvin, isn't it also saying that his strength is also far inferior to Calvin? Although this was true, Gray didn't want to say it very much. Is Calvin that strong? How do I think he looks like a fool all day? And he often drinks and smashes with the old men like Macau. Lucy continued to ask. Before in her mind, Calvin he seemed to be a little bit lower than Naz, but now he realized that he was a hidden guy, and his curiosity aroused. Although he looks like that uncle, there is no denying that he is indeed one of the top wizards in the Demon Tale. Gray also softly explained to Lucy. Humph! You really look down on us. But let me tell you, that kid playing with fire will probably be over soon. The fire sorcerer is absolutely impossible to defeat. Boss Elago. See you at Ying Shan. Calvin has always been disdainful, so he also put on a proud look and said to everyone frivolously. Sorry, it's not as you expected. Calvin couldn't help laughing when he saw the other person's appearance. At the same time, as soon as he spoke, everyone heard a bang. Catch up with them, the battle is not over yet. While everyone was chatting, the demon bat dragon had brought everyone to the battlefield of Naz and Eligary. Control the demon bat dragon to gently put the magic car down, and everyone slowly got out of the car. On the field, Naz was full of anger at the moment, while Eli Gore on the opposite side was surrounded by the storm. The two looked at the demon bat dragon in surprise. Even to escape from the demon wall. Is it a good thing you did, Ying Shan? You just came here, wait a while, I'm about to hit that bastard. Naz and Eli Gore were taken aback first, and the next second they immediately spoke to Calvin and them. It's not me, boss, those guys dig tunnels and escape, it's none of my business. Upon hearing Eli Gore's misunderstanding, Ying Shan quickly explained. You can beat Naz slowly, anyway, the mastermind is here. If you lose, we will wipe your ass, don't worry, just play as much as you want. Calvin was uncharacteristically speaking to Naz with a smile. What's the matter with your tone of defeat? Damn it! Hearing Calvin's almost mocking words, Naz became more angry, and at the same time the temperature of the flame increased. Fairy Queen Elisa, and the purple-black dragon, even if I defeat the guy playing with fire, I am afraid I won't have the magic power to get rid of these guys. After shouting at Ying Shan, after hearing Ying Shan's explanation, Avery Gore's face is extremely ugly, as black as charcoal. Anyone who falls short at this moment will probably be as angry as him. Damn it! What a difficult kid! Eli Gore reluctantly avoided Naz's fist. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com then waved a wind blade casually, and Naz started a round of motivational attack and defense. At this moment, he did not dare to concentrate his attention on Naz. He was guarding against the possibility of Calvin's sneak attack. He could have suppressed Naz, but he was immediately at a disadvantage after he was distracted. Damn it! Did we still fail in the end? Still nothing can be changed. Seeing the situation on the field, Ying Shan was very unwilling, clenching his hands, and shaking his whole body. No! I must let Boss Avery Gore play the flute. Even at the expense of my life. Kageyama made a determination while biting his lips tightly. Boss Avery Gore! You must kill those old men! Suddenly, Ying Shan roared. At the same time, black shadow thorns appeared on his body, quickly surrounding everyone. In less than a second, everyone including Naz was trapped by this shadow thorn. Ying Shan! I won't let you sacrifice in white. The only one who was not trapped, Eli Gore, was taken aback, then solemnly nodded at Ying Shan, and flew away with a scream. This kind of thing, you shouldn't be able to trap us. Calvin glanced at Eli Gore, who was going away, and said disdainfully, but there was a hint of anger in the words. Humph, of course it's impossible to trap you, but it is still possible to delay you for tens of minutes. After you get out of the trap, Eli Gore has already killed the old men. Haha! Haha! Shadow Mountain's body at this moment has shadow thorns, so hideous. Chapter 15, The True Body of the Mantra. It's so sad, do you really think that Eli Gore alone can kill the president and them? The guy who can't even beat Naz, I'm afraid that the president will not be able to take a single blow. Listen, Calvin couldn't help sighing and said disdainfully when he arrived at Shadow Mountain's desperate declaration. Haha! I admit that the boss's strength alone is indeed inferior to those old men, but if you use the boss's wind Rubik's Cube, you can still do such a small thing with the sound of the flute. Ying Shan ignored Calvin's disdain, but instead said in a more disdainful tone. Why do you talk so much nonsense? Look at me. This is, Naz, who has an impulsive personality, has already acted, and he saw his hands burst into flames and slowly closed. The flames of the fire dragon. The hot flame blasted on the Shadow Thorn prison, but the latter was unscathed. But at the same time, Calvin observed that Shadow Mountain's face became paler. Huang Yan is useless. After the blow, Naz unexpectedly cried out, looking at the shadow thorns without any damage. You guy! Get rid of it quickly, or I will kill you." Upon seeing Elisa, Silver Fang bit her, holding her sword to the main Shadow Mountain and shouted, "Ha ha ha ha! Then you kill me quickly, after I die, this Shadow Thorn prison will only become stronger." Ying Shan didn't care about Elisa's threat at all, and instead laughed wildly. "Is this an enchantment of the curse system? At this moment, your vitality has been losing, no wonder you said that you can last more than 10 minutes, and then your life will also end. For this boring thing, you are really willing." Calvin said blankly, then walked to the Shadow Thorn prison and stood still. "Although I can't forgive you for what you did, I appreciate your brave and sacrifice attitude. I don't want you to die, and slowly reform yourself in prison," Calvin said while talking. A summoning card was drawn and stood in front of him. The magic is lifted. The card emits a dazzling light, but the shadow thorns illuminated by the light slowly dissipates without a trace. As a magician, Kageyama yelled in disbelief, "How could it be possible? Magic has been eliminated. My vitality has stopped consuming. Let's go, let's catch up with Eli Gore." Calvin ignored Shadow Mountain's loss and asked everyone to sit on his demon bat dragon. "Hold tight." The demon bat dragon waved its wings vigorously, and everyone soared high together. "Awesome!" Looking down from a high place, Lucy couldn't help but scream with that spectacular look. "I'm also the first time to ride the demon bat dragon. It's really comfortable." Gray couldn't help sighing beside him. Being able to soar in the air is a dream that every human being desires. The speed of the demon bat dragon was so fast that it quickly caught up with Eli Gore. The latter had consumed too much in the battle with Naz just now, and it was not too slow to fly under the lack of magic power, but it also made him fly. Almost arriving at the venue. Are they catching up? Is there a master who breaks the barrier among them? Eli Gore knew he was not an opponent. Before Calvin arrived, he had placed the flute horizontally in front of him, ready to play. "I can't let you blow it like this." Seeing the opponent just now, Naz instantly ignited. With the help of Habai, the fist surrounded by Hong flames blasted on Eliguri. The latter fell from a height like a bird with a broken wing. "Is it the end of the crossbow?" Calvin said a little unexpectedly, and then raised his hand. A rune was emitted from him, shot at Eligal, and tied him tightly. The demon bat dragon descended, and everyone walked down from it, looking at the comatose Eliguri, and could not help but sigh. "The matter is over, let's go and report to the president and them." Elisa looked at the embarrassed Shadow Mountain and Eligal, exhaled heavily, and then said to Calvin, "No," Naz's voice was so loud just now, "the presidents have already come over." Sure enough, as soon as Calvin spoke, Makarov and the president appeared from the hiding place. Makarov was all smiling, he with a smile, and his expression extremely triumphant. "As expected of you to be an excellent wizard of fairy tale, you can solve the problem so easily. Makarov doesn't know how long it will take this time. I will be angry if I see him like this." Calvin didn't expect that the old men didn't care about Eliguri and the others. Pay more attention to it. "Where are they?" "They're still far behind," although Makarov said modestly among the people, but looking at his swift tail, how did the president think about it? At the end? Is everything we did just illusion? At the end, nothing has changed. Behind the crowd, Ying Shan fell to his knees, full of disappointment, muttering to himself. "Even if you succeed, everything will not change. On the contrary, I can be sure that your union will be hunted down by the guild personnel and annihilated in a short time. Then the guild will elect a new president." Continue. Calvin, who noticed the abnormal appearance of Shadow Mountain, walked to his next door and said softly. The latter was full of bitterness when he heard Calvin poke the facts mercilessly. "Kaka, you wizards are really unbearable, do you still want me to do it in the end?" Suddenly, a sound like a broken gong sounded, accompanied by a thick purple smoke. The denser the thicker the smoke, and a huge figure is dimly visible in the purple smoke. "I want to," swallow your souls. This is a monster made of wood. That disgusting magic power is obviously a demon. Lullaby's real body is actually so ugly, which is really disappointing. Seeing the other person's appearance, Calvin said disdainfully. Is it time to talk about this? It's Jeff's demon. The first time she saw such a sturdy monster, Lucy became quite confused. Hee, who should I start eating? When Lullaby's feet touched the ground, the unpleasant voice sounded again. I have decided, let's all eat together. From Lullaby's mouth, the unidentified singing voice seems to be the true face of the song. Sure enough, the sound of the flute that can kill is life. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is ugly. Calvin once again sarcastically. The next moment, several figures beside him have rushed out like the wind. It was Naz, Gray, and Elisa. The trio's rapid response prevented Lullaby's intentions, and the tacit attack made Lullaby fall into a disadvantage for a while. Aren't you helping? Lucy asked, looking at Calvin, who was standing by. 3 of them are enough. I have to watch. Stopping them when they cause any damage is my mission this time. That's it, it's really hard for you. Although Calvin said so, the demon bat dragon behind him had already entangled Lullaby, and it was quite restrictive. These 3 are worthy of being the masters in the monster tale. In a short time, Alice restrained Lullaby's movements. Gray blocked its attack. Naz gave it a fierce note, Lullaby. A big gap appeared. It's now. The attacks of the 3 of them were sent out at the same time, and they hit Lullaby's body at the same time. Even though Lullaby had a huge body, he still couldn't resist it and fell to the ground. Awesome! Is this the strongest group of monster tale? Seeing that the Naz trio easily hit the demon of the legendary Book of Jeff, the fierce-looking Lullaby, Lucy's face full of admiration. P.S. How should I say that a chapter with more than 2,000 characters of the same person can be written in 1 hour, but another digital soul beast master, a chapter of 3,000 words, cannot be written in 3 hours, so helpless. Chapter 16, Farce. The terrorist event created by Iron Forest targeting the president of the regular meeting was made into big news and became known throughout the country. In this event, the conspiracy of Iron Forest was discovered in time and defeated the entire Dark Guild. The fairy tale is famous. But Calvin, who was involved in this incident, did not change his life as a result. Today, as always, he came to the demon tale to mess around. Since there was no financial pressure, Calvin behaved more and more like it. Uncle. However, today he felt the demon tale for you, and he found the same. That day, the entire guild was filled with an unusual fighting spirit. This is, who is going to fight here? Calvin just had this question. He saw Naz glaring violently at Elisa, and slowly walked out of the guild, and Elisa, who was stared at, was too a serious expression followed Naz out of the guild. Hey, what's going on? Naz actually provokes Elisa, and Elisa didn't have an instant attack. Calvin looked at the backs of the 2 in disbelief. This development is too unusual. Has exceeded his understanding. Before at the station, Naz challenged Elsa, I have the courage, this is something I dare not do. Gray on the side answered Calvin's question, his expression full of expectation, expecting Naz to be beaten by the fat. I want to challenge Elisa, doesn't he know that even if she wins Elisa, she will still try her best to win back? The teacher said, in fact, these 2 people are basically the same in this respect. Calvin dripping sweat thought that he had won Elisa at the beginning, but the endless challenges that Elisa followed made him feel very tired, mentally exhausted. As the news spread, the others in the demon tale walked out of the guild street one after another, surrounded Naz and Elisa, and were noisy and enthusiastic on the street. No, are the 2 of them serious? Suddenly, Calvin turned his head and saw that it was the newcomer Lucy who participated in the Iron Forest incident. At this moment, the latter was surprised. Looked at the 2 of Naz. Of course it's serious. Whether it's Naz or Elsa, the two are definitely over-serious in fighting. Calvin replied softly, his expression full of helplessness. But, the two in the strongest team are facing each other, I still think. The strongest group? What is this? Lucy was interrupted by Gray before she could finish. Hey! You, Naz and Elisa, aren't you the top 3 in the monster tale? Hey? Boring, who on earth said it? Gray said disdainfully, what the top 3, he has not even reached the S rank, how can he be qualified as the top 3? Myra behind Gray, hearing Gray's disdainful tone, immediately started crying. She couldn't think of her kindness, and she was said to be boring. Although I admit that Naz and Gray are very masculine, I don't admit that they are the strongest. There are many very powerful people in Monster Tale, such as me. Elfman was a little angry. Said to Lucy, although he and Naz are still some distance away, in any case, he can be regarded as one of the masters of Monster Tale. Yes, I'm obviously better than Elisa, and I completely ignored me. Lucy, your heart is bad. Calvin on the side also said dissatisfiedly, as one of the strongest alternates in the demon tale he never admits that he is inferior to anyone. Calvin is better than Elisa? Isn't it? Lucy yelled when she heard it. In her mind, Calvin was at a level almost the same as Gray and Naz. But isn't Calvin also afraid of Elisa? There is a reason. I'm not very good at dealing with people who are too serious. When asked about this sensitive topic, Calvin felt that if he said that he was partial in the S-level exam, it would really damage his reputation and felt that it was overwhelming. This reaction, do these two people once had a leg? I have to say that Lucy, whose dream is to become a novelist, has a lot of talent in Lenovo. Not to mention how Lucy's mind is filled, Elisa and Naz on the court are already ready to go, with swords drawn. Oh boring battle, I'm going back. At this moment, Calvin sighed suddenly and turned back. Hey? Calvin, didn't you watch it? Lucy asked puzzledly. The level of Naz, I saw it very clearly last time. Although it is a little better than Eli Gore, it is still far inferior to Elisa. Nothing is more boring than a game where you already know the results. Calvin turned his back to the crowd, gently raised his right hand as a farewell, and went home to drink. In fact, Calvin was not really disinterested in the duel between the two, but he felt that a familiar magic power had returned to Magnolia, that magic power belonged to Laxus. With the opponent's aggressive personality, Calvin does not guarantee that the opponent will be affected by the atmosphere of the scene and suddenly ask him to fight. Although his strength is very strong, Calvin does not like meaningless fighting. Compared to this, he prefers to live leisurely. In essence, he is a person who hates violence. Likes lively, but hates violence. What is helpless is that without considerable strength, it is easy to be treated with violence in this world, just like when a village was attacked by a poisonous dragon. Back home, Calvin took out the ingredients from the refrigerator and cooked a beautiful meal expertly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com took out a bottle of good wine from the wine cellar, and enjoyed it freely. Lunch, and rare quietness. Personally speaking, Calvin doesn't really like the feeling of quietness, but it is noisy and always hopes to be quiet occasionally. After lunch, Calvin lay down in a chair and took a nap, and didn't wake up until Kana came to visit him in the evening. What's the matter, the face is so stinky, did you lose a lot at the opening? Calvin not only adjusted and laughed when he saw Kana's green face, but he remembered clearly that today Kana, Naz and Elisa played a duel. Bet. Don't you know yet? Okay. Elisa was captured by the council, saying that she was severely damaged in the Iron Forest incident. Kana said the matter seriously. It turned out that the duel was interrupted by the envoy from the council, and Elisa arrested. Oh. Don't worry, Elisa will be released soon. However, Calvin said indifferently when he heard what happened. That was just a ceremony. If this event really happened, there would be a lot of storms that detonated. Even if it did not succeed in the end, the council still received a lot of criticism. In order to divert the attention of the masses, the old men would find a scapegoat. The penalty is actually just a gesture, no need to worry at all. But, Naz probably has gone to the council to make a big fuss. Oh, this is a bit bad. I'm afraid it will be closed for a while. Chapter 17, Mist Gang. Kana watched Calvin and said anxiously. She thought he would find a way to save Elisa and Naz, but she didn't expect him to lie directly on the large sofa and fell asleep in a short while. Snapped. What are you doing? Calvin yelled at Kana angrily, clutching the big bag on his head. You dare to ask me? Do you care about Elisa and Naz? However, Kana yelled back to Calvin in an even more angry tone, and Calvin was suppressed in that instant. Kana, please calm down first, I don't care about them, but there is no need. Looking at Kana in anger, Calvin carefully explained to her. Even if Naz makes a big fuss, the council will not do anything. At most, it will punish two people a little. I am afraid they will return tomorrow, so there is no need to worry. Then how did you speak in that tone just now is misunderstanding. After hearing the explanation, Kana's anger decreased, but she still said in an unhappy tone. She knew very well that Calvin had a bad relationship with Elisa and Naz. Just now she thought Calvin would ignore it for this reason. Thinking about it, getting more and more angry, Kana skillfully took out a bottle of wine from nowhere. After a few grunts, a bottle of wine was empty. Every time I'm in a bad mood, I'll pour my wine madly, this guy. Calvin looked at Kana's heroic look silently, and couldn't help but lower his head and sigh. I don't know if Kildas knew his daughter would kill me after becoming a drunkard because of my wine. Kana didn't remember when she fell asleep, but seeing the familiar room, the pile of empty wine bottles on the floor, and Calvin curled up on the sofa, she knew that she might be drunk again. It's weird, obviously you won't go drunk or crazy elsewhere. Kana gently massaged her temples and said to herself helplessly. After getting up, Kana expertly walked into the bathroom, and her clothes and underwear were thrown out one by one. After a while, the sound of water sounded. When Calvin woke up from his sleep, he felt a certain amount of soreness all over his body. Kara, Kara. After twisting his body as much as possible and letting it make a few noises, Calvin felt a lot of comfort. Kana, this girl, every time I dominate my bed, one day I will sleep with you. Calvin opened his mouth and cursed and said to himself. However, the next moment, the bathroom door opened, one full of seductive limature and tender. She walked out wrapped in a bath towel. Dear Calvin, I seem to have heard you just now. Kana's mouth was raised slightly, and she cast a wink at Calvin with a blazing look, and said softly. No, I didn't speak. Calvin quickly denied, but his body bent forward unnaturally, so awkward. No way, as a healthy young man, it is normal to see such a scene and react to it after a long walk. Even though, Kana never covered his body in front of him since she was a child. No, I'm pretty sure you just spoke, you seem to be saying, what are you going to sleep? Kana twisted her round buttocks and walked slowly behind Calvin, gently leaning on his back, using extremely light the voice whispered in his ear. Play this hand every time, you are really enough. Calvin felt the softness coming from his back, and pretended to say calmly. Hey, it's so boring. Seeing Calvin seemingly unresponsive, Kana slapped her lips unhappily, picked up the clothes on the floor neatly, walked into the bathroom and put them on, leaving the house with a little anger. Ha, finally gone. By the way, did her grow up again? Walking on the streets of Magnolia, feeling the harmonious atmosphere, every morning is a special enjoyment for Calvin. Walking along, Calvin found a familiar figure. He is wearing a black cloak, covering his whole body, wearing a black turban and a strip of camouflage on his face, which is very mysterious. However, no one on the street seemed to see him, he was like a ghost, a crowd of people passing through. "Oh, Mr. Gang, long time no see." Calvin walked 2 quick steps to catch up with the black figure, greeted familiarly. "Long time no see." The man called Mist Gang also responded softly. "It's such a supernatural magic, don't you feel tired like this?" Calvin asked as he chatted as he walked side by side. "You know I can't show up in the crowd." Mr. Gang glanced at him, as if to confirm whether he was asking seriously, and then answered it for a while. "That's right, after all, the other one is very famous on the mainland." Calvin turned a blind eye to Miss Gang's strange gaze, and continued. "You are humble. If it wasn't because of the bad reviews of the Demon Tale, it would not be Jura who became the top 10 magician, but you." Mist Gang, who didn't want to continue talking about this topic, took the topic lightly. "Transfer over. This would be very strange, the strongest of the monster tale is Kilda's, and he should be him if he takes over the position of Saint Ten." Calvin smiled slightly and stared at Mist with a look of "I saw you through." Gun, even though Mr. Gun was covering his face, Calvin could still see that he was uncomfortable under his gaze. "Hee, his temperament, do you think it is possible?" "That's right. That guy is so confused that he doesn't even know he has a daughter." "Daughter? Sorry, it's a secret, don't you think you have heard it?" This secret thing, it's not something you can take lightly like this." Mr. Gong's heart beats wildly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He is really scared. Will Calvin accidentally say that one day his secret? The destination of the two seemed to be the same, and they both stopped in front of the Fairy Tales Guild. "It's noisy, are Naz and Elsa back?" Calvin guessed with a helpless expression when he heard the voice inside. "Mostly, if I use magic." As soon as Miss Gang's voice came, Calvin felt a strong pajamas hit, and Calvin, who was prepared, was working on magic power to get rid of sleepiness. "What a shy guy, aren't you masked? Why do you need to be hypnotized?" Calvin squinted his eyes and said dissatisfiedly, and the two slowly walked into the guild. "It's too messy inside. I'm afraid the cloth strips will be accidentally removed. It's better to be careful." "You really know us, you are a demon-tailed person." Calvin laughed and sat at Gray's table. Mr. Gang walked to the board where the mission was released, tore off one, reported to Makarov, and left. "He is like a ghost in the Demon Tale. Everyone knows that there is this character, but very few have seen him." After Mist Gang left, the hypnotic magic was also unlocked, and everyone woke up, disturbed. "Mist Gang again? When did you come, Calvin?" Gray woke up and found Calvin, who appeared at some point for the first time. "Is even Elisa asleep? It seems that she is still some distance away from me. If she challenges me, don't be afraid." Calvin ignored Gray and stared at Elisa, who had just woke up. "Talk to yourself. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to Read. Chapter 18, Monster Tales Strongest Candidate. Calvin, I'm afraid Elsa heard your words." Gray looked at the person sitting next to him silently, and said with a smile. "The top masters in this monster tale, who are not afraid of trouble, are afraid of trouble, and are afraid of their companions to trouble him." Hearing Gray's reminder, Calvin instantly raised his head as if he was frightened, and said, "I'm not, is it coming again?" Expression, and then realized that Elisa didn't care about him at all, but was dissatisfied with herself, dissatisfied that she was hypnotized so easily. "Gray, it will be troublesome to fight Elisa, but what you say? Do you want to be like the fire-breathing dragon over there?" Calvin, who found himself tricked, said to Gray in a trivial tone. "Ha ha, the weather seems a bit hot." Looking at the two of Lucy who were playing treasures, she sighed a little helplessly, How come the powerful people in our guild are so inconsistent? By the way, Grey, who is Mist Gang you just mentioned? Then Lucy asked again like a curious baby. Is one of the candidates for the strongest man in the demon tale. Loki, who has been playing cool, answered this question naturally, but when he found out that the questioner was Lucy, the astral sorceress he was not good at, he secretly stepping back a few steps, his face dripping with cold sweat couldn't tell that he was the handsome guy welcomed by the super female. For some reason, he didn't want anyone to see his face, and he would make everyone fall asleep like this when he came to choose a task. Grey accepted Loki's answer well. What? It's too strange. Lucy said that it was incomprehensible, and she took it for granted. It should be said that she is the magician of fairy tale. So no one but the chairman has seen his face. Grey agreed with Lucy's expression, nodded and continued. No. I have seen it too. X2. Two voices sounded at the same time. Among them, the voice from upstairs was cold and arrogant, and the other was very flat. Calvin. Laxus. You are here. It's so rare. Everyone in Monster Tale was very surprised at the arrogant voice, and shouted. He is the other strongest candidate. And Grey explained to Lucy who came. This guy is here. He didn't start a fight with me directly, he was calmer than I thought. When I heard Laxus' voice, Calvin was planning to run away immediately, but as it stands now, it seems that Laxus SI didn't care much about what happened last time. Thinking of this, Calvin raised his head up and smiled at Laxus. However, when seeing Calvin's smile, Laxus's expression instantly showed upset, and then immediately stared at Calvin fiercely. Oh, that guy seems to be furious. Calvin, who didn't want to fight with Laxus at all, immediately avoided Laxus's sight, letting Laxus speak out on the second floor. The Laxus just now seemed to have been staring at Calvin. Lucy, who was chatting with Myra, said suddenly. Not long ago, Calvin and Laxus fought a fight, but Calvin, who was afraid of trouble, ran away when the winner was about to be determined, so Laxus was so angry. I don't know when he sat next to them. Karna, holding a barrel of wine in her arms, said while drinking and burping. Calvin and Laxus duel? When did it happen? Hearing the content of a few beauties chatting, those fighting maniacs in Monster Tale couldn't help asking. It was the last time they teamed up to complete the task. Looking at the people around her, Kana was helpless, and briefly talked about the situation that day. In the end Calvin imprisoned Laxus for 3 hours and ran back first. So they still haven't decided the winner? I want to say that they can finally know who is better. After listening, Naz and Grey said in unison, and then found that they and the other party said the same tacitly. After the words, they immediately stared at each other. By the way, what kind of magic does Calvin use? I saw him controlling dragon-like creatures in the Iron Forest before, and I saw him easily unlock the opponent's enchantment. Suddenly, Lucy asked. Hey? Lucy, didn't you know? Myra, who had been chatting with Lucy, asked in surprise. I only noticed Calvin's cards, but card magic seems to have no such effect. Lucy tilted her head, thinking for a while before saying. His magic is the cards. It's not surprising that you haven't heard of it before. After all, he is the only one who knows his card of summoning in the entire continent. Kana replied casually, thinking she would choose card magic. In addition to trying to predict when the father who is busy with work will come back, a large part of the reason is also because of Calvin's influence. His summoning card, in addition to summoning all kinds of magic creatures, can also summon magic effects and magic equipment, and he himself is a guy who is good at all kinds of magic circles. He took a sip of wine. Kana continued, drunk. Summoning magic is a bit like my Protoss magic, but it's much more powerful than me. Lucy said with an admiring look, her eyes glowing with stars. I always feel that Calvin has never done his best. To a certain extent, the magic creatures he summons are equal to his combat power, but he seems to always have more powerful summoned beasts, and he always has a whole card. Gray touched his chin, as if talking to himself. The strongest I have seen so far is the Dragon Swordsman. At that time, Elisa challenged Calvin. Calvin used it to resist Elisa's knight. Myra also joined with interest. During the discussion, expressing his own opinions. In Calvin's own classification, the Dragon Swordsman belongs to a 7-star magic monster, and besides it, he has several 7-star cards, but the most powerful one should be the Dragon Swordsman. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Eliza, who played against Calvin the most times, also joined the discussion. In terms of strength, the Dragon Swordsman is undoubtedly the strongest. This is the first 7-star card he made, but the Dark Knight Gaia and the Black Sorcerer he made later are not weaker than the Swordsman. The Dragon Swordsman, although the combat power is not comparable, it can cooperate with Calvin's other magic effect cards and can deal with all kinds of enemies. If anyone is most familiar with Calvin, it is not Karna present. It is none other than that, every time Calvin makes a new card, the first thing he knows must be Karna. 3 7-star cards. The 7-star magic monster seems to have a fighting power comparable to that of S grade. I remember Calvin said that he can manipulate 3 magic monsters at the same time. Gray twitched his mouth, always feeling a little weird. The discussion about Calvin became more and more intense, and not far away, Naz, the most active dragon slayer, was lying on the table in a weakened spirit. Hobby, Calvin is really strong. Love. Calvin by Nazi 100 times worse now, Naz fighting only worth 6 stars in Calvin's card. Naz is a good partner, a kitten with blue wings, he said in a spanking tone. Hey! I won't be underestimated by them, Hobbit. Let's go to the S-level mission. Sure enough, Hobbit's words ignited Naz, and from his mouth, he said something that made Hobbit so depressed. However, the guild stipulated. Hobby, there is a lot of S-level rewards. At that time, you can buy any fish you want. Love. Let me go to the 2nd floor to get the task list. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 19, Clue of the New Card. While everyone in Monster Tale was discussing Calvin, others had already returned to their home, drawing something on the drawings made of precious materials. Sometimes, Calvin will be immersed in the study of magic. The card of summoning created by Pierce has unlimited possibilities. The deeper the understanding of magic, the more magical card can be created. Therefore, Calvin has not neglected. However, even if he is now an S-rank slayer of Monster Tale. It was the night, when Karna habitually came to Calvin's house to drink wine, only to find that she was studying Calvin. Looking at his appearance, it seems that there is some inspiration. I don't know what kind of card is going to be made this time. Karna, who is interested in this, took the wine and sat on the large sofa, watching with interest. With Calvin. Hey! After a while, Calvin, who felt a strange look, woke up from the study and saw Karna sitting on her sofa, drinking some wine. In this regard, Calvin was not surprised at all. After all, the other party had long regarded this as his wine cabinet. It seems that the new card is a bit annoying. Looking at the messy lines on the table, Karna keenly noticed that Calvin's creation was not smooth this time. I recently met 2 demons from the Book of Jeff, so I wanted to be a 7-star demon-summoned beast on a whim, but the 2 ends are not enough for reference. Calvin shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with it. What the do you owe? Karna asked. How do you say? Although the devil of the Jelf art is very powerful, it is an artificial creation after all, and what I lack is the magic wave of the real demon. Although I don't have it, it's okay, but if I want to reach the 7 stars, the wave is necessary. Well, it's complicated, I don't understand. Kana tried to understand what Calvin said, but in the end she was still confused. You should go back and rest early. Although we are familiar, you are a girl after all. Will you stay at my house for the night without fear of being gossiped? Calvin shook his head and laughed, and touched Kana's head dozingly. I want you to take care, I'm no longer a little girl. Kana slapped Calvin's hand with a bit of irritation, drank the wine in her hand with anger, and left with a slight anger. I haven't grown up yet. Calvin smiled as he looked at the back of Kana, who left without closing the door, and then went back to study. The next day, because it was too late to go to bed yesterday, when Calvin woke up, it was already very late. He came to the guild with a look of sleeplessness, and found that the atmosphere was a bit solemn. Hey? What's wrong? Did I go the wrong way? It's not the style of Demon Tale to be so quiet. In a joking tone, Calvin walked into the guild lazily and asked. Naz and Lucy took the S-level task without authorization. Gray has set out to bring Naz back. Chairman Makarov replied weakly. At this moment, he is really in a bad mood. Naz and the others broke the rules of the guild, and they were supposed to be expelled from the guild. On the other hand, they were worried that they would face life danger at any time when performing S-level tasks. President, why should I be called Gray? Although he is usually calm, if the opponent is Naz, he is very easy to lose control. Calvin sighed and said, his guild is all problematic children. There is no way, Laxus refuses to stop Naz, I have to ask Gray. But since Calvin, you think there is a problem, then. Makarov nodded in agreement, and then the tone of his speech changed. I don't want it. Now my new card is at a critical juncture, I don't have time to worry about the troubles. Calvin, who guessed what Makarov wanted to say, immediately interrupted him, and solemnly refused. Really? Since you don't want to, then it seems that you have to wait for Elsa to come back. Makarov seemed to have expected Calvin's reaction a long time ago, and was not surprised at this. In fact, he knows Calvin's personality very well. Although he usually seems easygoing, as long as he has something to do, he has absolutely no room to be distracted elsewhere. Seeing that Makarov seemed to give up letting him go, his mood improved somehow, and he sat next to Kana and ordered a glass of wine. Naz and the others are tasked with the cursed island of Garna. Just now I heard the president shouting Devil's Island, are you really not going? Kana whispered, Calvin, who is studying the devil, I should be interested in it. Devil's Island, it seems worth exploring. Leaving the demon tail, Calvin sat on the demon bat dragon and whizzed towards the sea, just to bring back Naz and Lucy, who had taken the task without authorization. While on the road, Calvin, who was very boring, naturally began to think about his calling card. The summoned beasts on the summoning card are all dueling cards in the comic game King he saw in his previous life. The monsters and magic cards with various effects are very good references. Do you really want to create a demon's summon? Although it was considered a very powerful card in the previous life, this kind of summoned beast with high attack power and no other effects, in fact, I am not lacking. Calvin thought about this in annoyance. Problem. Well, I don't have to do exactly what I used to do. With my current knowledge, it's really easy to add 1 or 2 effects, but it's no harm to me to see the real devil. It's been a while since the Black Sorcerer was created a year ago, plus this time it is also a 7-star monster, next time you should be able to challenge an 8-star. There is also the Dark Archmage with infinite attack power. Although I have worked out how to use 5 cards to combine and summon, the key is that I don't have enough magic power to sacrifice. There are also 3 illusion gods. I can only think about it all my life. Forget it, don't look too far, the Black Sorcerer and the Dark Knight Gaia still have room for improvement. The Black Sorcerer deck was also a very powerful tactic in the previous life. Just in Calvin's cranky thoughts, he finally arrived at the nearest port to Garna Island Haruhan. Is it night already? The president did not send any information, so I guessed it really, and Grey was also involved. Wandering over Harujan, Calvin used the Amaterasu law, the regulations specifically used to search for quiet perception, and the view finds 3 people and 1 cat from it. Can't find it, have you already gone? Calvin landed on the outskirts and walked into the port city quietly, wondering what actions these people might take. Well, most have already arrived on the island. I heard that Garna Island has mysterious powers that can turn people into demons. But they are also the magicians of the fairy tale, so they should not be affected immediately. I don't want to fly around at sea in the middle of the night, looking for that devil island. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 20, Daliolala the Frozen. I slept well. Calvin, who just woke up, stretched and yawned to his heart, then twisted his neck and stretched his body. I leisurely used breakfast in Haruhan, and by the way, I asked about the approximate location of Garna Island. Then, I walked slowly to the suburbs, summoned the demon bat dragon, and whizzed towards the location I just learned. The demon bat dragon is a mount specially used by Calvin for driving. It is really fast. In just a few minutes, a small island appears in front of him. Looking at the shape of the island, it is the island of Garna. It is indeed the island of the devil. The breath of the devil can be clearly felt. Calvin controlled the demon bat dragon to wander over the island, but did not land. What a strange island, why is there a transparent film floating in the air? The reason for not landing is because he found something unusual. In the upper air, the field of vision was very clear, and even though the membrane was transparent, Calvin found it. Calvin, as an S-rank sorcerer, intuitively felt that this film was definitely related to the mission, and he was not in a hurry to find Naz and the others, so he slowly dropped his mount very close to the film and jumped off. Strange material, a bit like sticky gas condensed together, but very hard. Calvin stepped the Durham motor, frowning and guessing. Afterwards, he touched the film, taking out a knife from time to time and scratching it lightly, and then penetrating his magic power into the film. After a long time, Calvin finally came to a conclusion. Although the amount is small and not pure at all, there is no doubt that there is the magic of the moon in it. This is what is condensed by the exhaust gas discharged after the magic of the moon is produced. The magic of the moon, Calvin once read in the literature, this is a very ancient magic. According to the record, this magic is not harmful, and the only function is to unlock the seal of magic, and the real power is that it can unlock the seal of any. In this way, it seems that someone is collecting moon drops on this island. Then, the only place to collect them is there. Calvin's gaze focused on a dilapidated ruin on the island. Half an hour later, Calvin, who had newly landed on the outskirts of the island, had already come to the ruins alone. Although he had already noticed that Naz and the others were on the island, he was always casual and cautious. Take them back immediately. Lucy doesn't care, but Naz and Grey are both rare masters below the S rank in the monster tale. Calvin is about to figure out the secrets of the island, and he hasn't discovered any danger yet, so he decided to go first. Slowly, let Naz and the others investigate and probe first. You must know that in addition to having enough strength to become an S rank, keen observation, delicate mind and profound knowledge are indispensable. The Najgray too are close to qualified in strength, but they are still lacking in other aspects. This task just allows them to exercise. Walking into the ruins, Calvin noticed a strong evil coming from the bottom of the ruins. This familiar feeling can't be wrong, it is the demon of the Book of Jeff. In an instant, Calvin's expression became solemn. No matter who it is, just aiming at unlocking the demon of the Book of Jeff is enough. Calvin took it seriously. Slowly walking towards the evil direction, Calvin went further and further down. Finally, he reached the ground, and what caught his eyes was a huge ice block with a huge demon inside. Daliola! Isn't this guy in the northern continent? How could he be moved here? Calvin has always studied the demons of the Book of Jeff, which was caused in the Isban area of the northern continent. Daliola, who was seriously damaged, happened to know him. This is the pairing of ice. It is rumored that if he is still alive, it must be an absolute seal used by Ulu, one of the 10 saints. However, even Ulu can only use a seal to stop Dalio. It seems that the level of this demon is far superior to the Pava and Lullaby I've hit before. Just as Calvin sighed, there was a sound of broken stones from the building. Without hesitation, Calvin used magic to hide it instantly. He took up his own figure, and also eliminated the smell from his body. A pile of rubble fell, and there were 3 people and a cat who came along with them. It was Naz and his party who had taken the S-class mission without authorization. It's an amazing way to play, but it just happened to let me observe them. Calvin didn't notice, hiding himself with a smile on his lips. When the time came at night, the collected moon drops were condensed into the magic of the moon, shining on Daliola and Grey, and the others rushed to the top of the ruins. Although they didn't know what the purple light was, they had wild intuition. Tell them not to let the purple light shine on Daliola. I really heard an amazing secret. Unexpectedly, Grey is actually that Ulu's disciple. However, it seems that he still can't let go of his master's death. Calvin had something to say when he looked at the people away. Talking to himself touchingly. But I don't have the right to talk about him. I am still angry with Naz. My mind is smaller than perhaps a woman, right? Calvin, who was talking to himself, suddenly said something strange. His tone, it sounds like you are talking to someone else. Haha, have you been discovered? You really deserve to be the king of monster tale trainers. At this moment www.ltnovel.com, a strange voice that could not distinguish between men and women came from a man with a mask. I didn't know where it came from. Can you tell me when I discovered it? The masked man asked. You were too slack when you broke the floor. The fluctuation of your magical power is obvious. Also, can you not call me the King of Beast Trainer? Honestly, I don't like that title very much. Calvin smiled, replied easily. You, who is famous for manipulating various summoned monsters, don't match the King of the Tamer. Although the masked man asked with a smile, the provocation was obvious. Why, do you want to try it yourself? I will treat you with the most luxurious lineup. Calvin was not angry, but provocatively said in a more contemptuous tone. The hateful smile on the corner of his mouth is easy. Can make people angry. Want to hear the details? The masked man still answered with a sinister smile, while several crystal appeared around him. Hey! Wouldn't you plan to use these crystal to fight me? There must be a limit to underestimate people. Calvin said in a bad tone when he saw the opponent's behavior. Don't pretend to be offended, I don't believe that a man like you can be so superficial. The masked man snickered, his tone full of disdain. You are very careful, but you didn't attack me at the first time. You made a mistake. Calvin said with a smile, and his triumphant smile was even more arrogant against the gleaming teeth. At the same time, a silver-white giant wolf and a giant lion with a one-horned head appeared behind the masked man. Come on, Silver Wolf under the moon, Gasser, King of Beasts. www.ltnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at www.ltnovel.com for mobile users. Please visit read. Chapter 21, Beauties of the Council. What? The masked person was shocked, but his body rolled to the ground without hesitation, and escaped the attack of the 2 beasts dangerously, but the posture was really embarrassing. The previous mysterious and strange temperament disappeared. When did you call it? The masked man put on a defensive posture in a panic, but he was shocked. Just now, he was proud for a moment because he broke through Calvin's acting skills. That moment of pride made him a little slack, and Calvin seized this opportunity and took the opportunity to sneak attack, almost succeeding. Looking at the comical appearance of the masked man, Calvin smiled happily. At the same time, Silver Wolf and Gasser were ready for the next blow, and huge wolf kisses and lion claws struck him indiscriminately. "Asshole, don't underestimate me." Hearing Calvin's harsh laughter, plus the two not very powerful but annoying summoned beasts behind him, the masked man can no longer keep the previous pair of everything in me. The expression in his grasp yelled slightly with anxious temper. At the same time, the floating crystal ball moved quickly and hit Gassel and Silver Wolf severely. "It's a fierce blow, but you got it too." Calvin praised him indifferently, and the next moment, a magical circle composed of a few words surrounded the masked man. Masked people only feel that a magical power restricts their actions. The power of the is so great that even magic is difficult to use. Amaterasu 17 rules, round the column change. The captured masked man struggled and revealed a very strong magical power. "I believe that as long as he is given a little time, the 17-gauge Amaterasu magic circle will definitely not be entangled, but Calvin will not give him that kind of time." As soon as he raised his hand, another magic circle enveloped the masked man. The magic circle of words formed the shape of two crosses, interspersed with the masked man's body before and after, making him immobile. Amaterasu 20 rules, double cross. It's amazing, but he missed the first opportunity, and the initiative has always been controlled by him, and every hand has a back. The masked man was originally a rather arrogant person, but at the moment he has to admit that he underestimated the enemy. However, he is not a person who concedes defeat easily. Even if Calvin used the 20-gauge magic circle, he did not intend to give up. A huge magic power emerged from his body, and the two bound magic circles were shaky. "You are not easy, this magic power is almost as good as La Casa's," Calvin exclaimed. His movements continued, his hands kept moving. This was drawing advanced magic array movements. Amaterasu magic array is the most orthodox magic among all kinds of magic. Through the composition of the magic array, various effects can be exerted. A superb magician, when using a skilled magic circle, can form a magic circle with magic power in an instant and launch an attack at the same time. However, most magicians must be assisted by their hands when using advanced magic circles. Speed up the formation of the magic circle. With Calvin's strength, a magic circle of less than 20 gauges can be completed with one hand, which means that when he uses both hands, the level of the magic circle will never be low. Amaterasu 34 rules, 18 pillars of God. As Calvin's voice fell, 18 pillars of the magic circle rushed out of the ground to surround the masked man in different shapes. At the same time, the masked people felt that the sense of restraint increased exponentially. It turns out to be a magic circle with more than 30 rules of the Amaterasu. It's terrible. In this situation, the masked man is really flustered. The momentary underestimation of the enemy makes him very likely to be caught alive. For him, this is definitely the humiliation that made him remember his life. "It seems that you have no chance to meet my more powerful summoned beast. It's a pity." Calvin smiled softly, making the masked person so angry. "Then, it's time for you to show your true face. Don't think I didn't know that appearance was disguised by magic." The masked man responded in silence. "Well, it seems that you won't pay attention to me anymore, so I'll leave it alone." Calvin's tone was a little disappointed, but the masked man didn't really think he was disappointed. In the brief encounter just now, the masked man has been told that Calvin's words are full of illusions. Sure enough, Calvin took out a summoning card to activate, and did not see the appearance of the summoned beast, but the masked person only felt that the whole body was seen through. "This guy's summoning magic is not as simple as I thought. Hey? It's weird, as a council member, why do you appear here in that costume?" Calvin's tone was full of surprise this time, and he was really frightened. Through the magic effect card True Eye, he could recognize the insidious guy in front of him, a beauty he had seen in the council before. For Calvin to see her true identity, the masked man was obviously mentally prepared. and she didn't panic much, and continued to respond in silence. Really calm, but also, as a member of the council, you are sure that I dare not act before there is no evidence to prove that you committed a crime. Ah! Suddenly, a sharp and terrified voice came from the sky above the ruins. Although the voice was very small when it passed to the end, Calvin could still hear it. Lucy's voice. What did Naz and Grey do? Calvin cursed secretly, too late to deal with the masked man, mounted the silver wolf, recalled Gasser, and hurried towards Lucy. Outside the ruins, Calvin saw a huge mouse flying in the sky, and Lucy hugged its paw. How stupid is it to fly to the sky with that kind of mouse? At this moment, Calvin had equated Lucy's brain with Naz's brain. However, what happened next began to make he shook the idea that Naz was the dumbest in the monster tale. Lucy made an itching attack on the huge teacher in mid-air, and as a result, she crashed with it. She has done missions with Naz several times. It shouldn't be that simple and die. Calvin rushed to the direction where they fell, even though Naz and Grey were fighting, and their opponents it looks stronger, but Calvin doesn't think these two fools will lose easily. The most worrying thing is still Lucy, the immature astral sorcerer. At the same time, the masked person who was restrained by Calvin finally broke free. She took off the mask and removed the disguise, revealing a peerless face and a slender and plump figure. Is just the opposite of her beautiful appearance. At this moment, her expression is full of regret and unwillingness. Fairy tale. Calvin, between us, we won't stop here. I, Arusha, must defeat you. Wash away the humiliation you brought me today. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 22, Observe Lucy. Although the situation of Lucy falling from the air can be seen by Calvin, the distance between the two is not as close as the naked eye can see. Calvin wants to get to the scene quickly, and accidents may occur if the speed is a little slower. Fortunately, he just summoned the silver wolf under the moon, the summoned beast that is best at running in the dark forest. Silver wolf under the moon, Calvin's first summoned beast, should have been eliminated. After all, I wandered alone back then. Even though I knew how to make summoning cards, I didn't have anyone's guidance. The only reference, Pierce's Legacy White Dragon card, was too esoteric. I can imagine that the Silver Wolf under the moon is a card. Roughness. In fact, after Calvin produced the Eudemon's King Gasser, the role of the Silver Wolf was reduced to the bottom. It is also a beast-shaped summoned beast. The Eudemon's King is stronger, faster, and stronger than the Silver Wolf. But perhaps because it was the first card, Calvin had an inexplicable affection for Silver Wolf, and he refused to give up. Later, after his level of card manufacturing improved, he carried out a transformation of Silver Wolf. Since the original level of Silver Wolf under the moon was too low, the transformation that Calvin could make was really limited. It's not that he can't turn the Silver Wolf under the moon into a powerful monster, but if the transformation is too much, the Silver Wolf under the moon will no longer be the Silver Wolf under the moon. In desperation, Calvin had to retire the Silver Wolf from the battlefield and transform it into a simple horse on the road. Calvin modified it in terms of speed, agility, and endurance, so it was fast and stable, and the Silver Wolf under the moon, which didn't have to expend too much magic, was born again. When Calvin arrived at the place where Lucy fell, Lucy just summoned the Protoss of Taurus to fight against the enemy. However, her opponent and her appearance were so bad that they used magic that could control anything except humans. Calvin had planned to rescue him, but Lucy's opponent gave an order to the Taurus Lingtaros under her control: take off Lucy's clothes. Lucy, as a celestial wizard who can summon the zodiac, must learn how to deal with crises. If she saves her at will, it may hinder her growth. Anyway, there is no life danger for the time being. Just look at Lu. How can West respond? Calvin muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, while keeping his eyes on Lucy for fear of accidents. Close the door of Taurus Palace. The panicked Lucy was about to close the door quickly, but there was no response. The door to Protoss magic requires mutual consent to close. Lucy is still too tender. She can't even control her own Protoss very well. Sure enough, it is necessary for her to suffer a little bit of suffering. Calvin is still observer starling, but his eyes began to become serious. After all, Talos' movements became more and more rough. Close the door to me. Finally, Lucy, who had been struggling for a long time, yelled in anger and dissatisfaction. The next moment, the Taurus spirit turned into a bubble and disappeared. Hey! Close the door forcibly. Calvin, who was observing from the side, was shocked by Lucy's performance. Forcibly closing the door of the Protoss is not something ordinary people can do. Although the current strength is still not good, Lucy's potential is good, and there is also the key to the zodiac. If you can practice well, you may not be able to become an S-rank wizard in the future. Looking at Lucy, Calvin who is out of trouble. An inexplicable smile appeared on his face. The latter is in a state of excitement at the moment, feeling her own growth. At this moment, Lucy, who is only wearing underwear and a mini-skirt, has unprecedented self-confidence. Lucy's battle came to the final stage. Just now, she summoned the Protoss of the Aquarius Palace, and succeeded in making the opponent and herself dizzy in the same way. Finally, with perseverance, she successfully fought with a wrestling move. To the other side. What a wonderful battle, body, I started to change my mind about you, Lucy. Calvin muttered to himself with satisfaction, while preparing the silver wolf next to him to attack. Lucy did hit the opponent, but the big mouse that fell from the air just now has recovered. With Lucy's state, there is absolutely no chance of victory. Ah! Who can help me? Lucy, who was exhausted, looked at the big mouse who was about to use Tarzan to topple the top of the mountain, hugged her head with her hands, and called for help. Woo-oh! Woo-oh! The pain in the imagination did not come. Lucy closed her eyes and heard two different roars. She opened her eyes slightly in surprise, and what came into her eyes was a huge silver wolf. Ah! Seeing the handsome silver wolf, Lucy did not relax her heart, but was even more frightened. In her heart, a wolf was more scary than the previous big mouse, even though the wolf had just saved herself fate. The silver wolf jumped hard and pounced on the big mouse. Its agility made it easy to avoid the big mouse's attack. After the silver wolf rushed to the opponent, the claws of its limbs hooked its body fiercely, and the wolf's teeth bit the meat of the big mouse, one by one, accompanied by flowers falling. This method is too cruel. Give it a go, elf swordsman. Lucy, who was frightened by the fighting style of the silver wolf, suddenly heard a familiar voice, turned her head to see, Calvin was chic. The figure was not far away, and beside him, there was a majestic and handsome young swordsman wearing green armor and pointed ears. Calvin! Seeing the powerful Calvin, Lucy was so moved that she cried instantly. She knew very well that Calvin appeared here mostly because of her and Naz's unauthorized access to the S-level mission. But she was also very lucky that it was the easygoing Calvin that came out to look for rather than the brutal Elsa. Just when Lucy was feeling lucky, the young swordsman beside Calvin quickly moved to the big mouse. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com cut out a sharp attack and killed the big mouse. Lucy, you should know what I'm here for. After killing the enemy, Calvin didn't have any expression, as if he was just completing a trivial thing, and then the cold words spit out, making Lucy feel a little bit bad. Speaking of it, I don't actually know Calvin very well. Although he is usually easygoing, I think this is probably just an illusion. Lucy's cold sweat couldn't stop dripping. She didn't answer Calvin right away, looking at him from time to time. Moving to the silver wolf, seeing the blood on the corners of its mouth, Lucy, who had been wearing little clothes, felt colder. Great! Lucy, are you okay? At this time, the belated Hobby saw the energetic Lucy and said happily. At the same moment, he saw Calvin's figure. The next second, he fled in a direction that exceeded his limit. It's Calvin. That Calvin who has a super trembling personality. Hobby cried out loudly in his heart. In his heart, it was Elisa that he would rather meet. Amaterasu 3 Rules, Magic Rope. Lucy was about to tell Calvin about the sadness of Garna Island, but saw that Hobbit was bound by strange magic and strange ways. From the expression on Hobby's expression, there must be considerable pain in it, so the words swallowed back into the stomach. Lucy, tell me in detail what you saw on the island of Garna. Let me judge how many mistakes you made. By the way, the President has given me the authority to dispose of you at will. Lucy always felt that Calvin's eyes exuded a dangerous atmosphere. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 23, Mission continues. After listening to Lucy's description of the mission on the island of Garna, and the tragic tragedy that happened to the residents of the island, Calvin remained silent, only carrying the Hobbit and Lucy, and came to the village. Excuse me, are you? As soon as I entered, the villagers in the village couldn't wait to ask questions. After all, the wizard I hired carried him like an item, so I must figure out what's going on. I'm Calvin Macaro, the S-rank sorcerer of Fairy Tale. Calvin answered the question patiently, and at the same time pulled down the collar to reveal the Fairy Tale logo printed on the collarbone. The mission you issued is an S-level mission, which should have been executed by an S-level wizard, but these guys violated the rules and I came to take them away. Calvin's politeness was not recognized by the villagers. When they learned that the sorcerer was going to give up the mission and go back, their anger was ignited. At some point, Calvin was surrounded by everyone. I just said that I want to take them back, and since I have accepted the task, Fairy Tale will never interrupt the task for no reason, but the person who executes it will be me. Calvin had no choice but to take care of the matter. In fact, this task is not difficult for him, but he doesn't like this feeling very much. However, he also understood that the villagers were innocent, and it was not them who violated the rules. Calvin understood the feeling of being taken away after getting hope. Well, it's great. It was just a substitution. S-rank sorcerer, then it should be able to destroy the moon. After learning that Demon Tail was not giving up the mission, the villagers' moods obviously improved and they discussed Calvin gently. Who is going back? Suddenly, there was a roar. It was Naz's voice. Soon, Naz pushed away from the crowd and came to Calvin, glaring at him. Those who violate the rules, you, Gray, Lucy, and Habby. Calvin replied coldly. If it wasn't for you to wipe your ass, I wouldn't stay here, so I'll just say it straight. With your current level, it's too far to perform S-level tasks. Don't underestimate us, we will definitely complete this mission. Hearing Calvin's contemptuous words, Naz resisted the urge to do something and said angrily, but his hand was already involuntarily pulling Calvin's collar. The relationship between Calvin and Naz is not good, it is a thing everyone knows about the Demon Tail, because Calvin has always been indifferent to him, Naz is definitely not a good impression of him. If you want to complete the S-level mission, wait until you become S-level. Moreover, Calvin pushed Naz's hand away, walked to a house, and gently pushed it away. Gray is already injured, and you, who are comparable to him, can defeat the person who defeated Gray. Behind the door is Gray, with a bandage tied to his body. Although he has been treated, he is still in a coma. But I still want to compliment you. Just now you protected this village from the enemy. It's just that the current situation is not within your grasp. It's better to let me take over. Calvin said with a smile to Naz. The provocation is obvious. Calvin, we did violate the rules this time, but this time, I must solve it by myself. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Calvin. It turned out that Gray woke up sometime and heard Carl when just couldn't help but say, "Wake up, I will say this, but unlike you, do you care about the rules?" Calvin was not surprised at Gray's waking up, and asked interestingly, "Let me choose to let it go, this is the path I chose." Gray said this, with unprecedented firmness in his eyes. He struggled to stand up and continued to say the unfinished words, "After the matter is over, how to punish it's up to you, but now I must hit Lion. Since you have shown me so bold, it would be too unkind to refuse you." Calvin shook his head and laughed, then lifted his hand, and the magic that tied Lucy and Hobby disappeared instantly. "I'll let you do it yourself, but first say yes, I won't do it, don't blame me if you die, since you want to challenge the S rank, you must have the courage to bear the consequences." After speaking, Calvin turned around. "So I left, planning to find a place to rest, and watch Gray and the others' next action. Let me say it again, it is impossible for you to complete this task." Before leaving, Calvin did not forget to shock everyone. As long as the film formed by the moon drop in the sky is not found for one day, even if everyone is defeated, it is impossible to restore the villagers to normal. Come and make fun of them in the end. But the beauty of the council makes me very concerned. Her current identity seems to be to assist the helper named Leon, but I always feel that she is playing Deliola's idea. But forget it, anyway, her purpose impossible to succeed. Damn it! Calvin actually feels that we look down upon us. Naz slammed his fist to the ground, shouting angrily. That's because he has such strength, but when he said that, I also want him to see my strength. This mission must not fail. I must stop Leon. Gray's eyes also appeared. The flame of battle. Even though he knew he was not Calvin's opponent, as a partner of the same period, he was so underestimated by him, and he couldn't accept it because of his pride. That's it, it's really humiliating to say that I am equivalent to this exhibitionist. Naz raised his hands and nodded. Want to fight? Flame bastard. The next moment, Gray stared at Naz with Bidliola's and fierce eyes. Anyone who is covered in injuries wants to fight? Don't just use your injury as an excuse after losing. Naz said arrogantly without backing down. Okay. You guys give me a stop. Now there are a lot of quarrels. Lucy, who has been around www.novel.com, really can't stand the incompatible relationship between the two people, and hastened to persuade them to fight. Tell me first, how you were fighting just now. I'll analyze and make plans for the next step. This time the enemy can defeat Gray and can no longer act at will like before. Lucy showed a seriousness that is rarely seen. Teaching the two people. I just won with thick eyebrows and a puppy face, but Gray lost to his senior. The man also said that tomorrow night the frozen demon can be resurrected. Naz was very rare and serious. Tell the story in a simple and logical way. In that case, the first thing we do is to interrupt their ceremony to resurrect Dahlia. I remember that purple moonlight penetrated the seal from the top of the ruins. That is to say, as long as we can tilt the channel of moonlight, the moonlight can't get in touch with the seal. Although Lucy is a little weaker, and ordinary people are a little dazed, but to be honest, her brain is really good, and she will come up with a feasible plan in a while. It's a coincidence, I'm the best at destroying something. Naz raised the corners of his mouth and smiled confidently. In that case, let's take a good rest now, and head to the ruined ruins tomorrow morning. Gray's eyes stunned, and he gave the command firmly. On a tree a little far from the village, Calvin looked up at the moon and muttered to himself, this film turns purple at night. It's amazing. But this color is pretty and calming. I'm most afraid of seeing this kind of scene in the same door fight. www.novel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.novel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 24, Arusha, the Arc of Time. Maybe it was because they were too tired the day before. Najgray and the others did not wake up until the afternoon. In a few hours, it will be dark, and if the matter cannot be resolved before dark, Daliola will be resurrected because the seal is unlocked. But destruction is indeed a simple and easy thing for the magician of Monster Tale. Naz and the others were easily immersed in the ruins and destroyed one of the pillars, causing the entire building to tilt. The shock caused by breaking the ring strut shocked Leon in the ruins. He hurried out to find out the reason, and coincidentally met the three of Grey. Grey! Do you know what you are doing? Lion exploded with bruises on his face, his expression hideous. Of course it's preventing you from doing stupid things, dumb brother. Grey was very calm, not at all the loss of control he met Leon yesterday. Instead, Leon, who was a senior, was obviously angry. Hee, the poor guy who was beaten by me yesterday, dare to say he wanted to stop me. Even if the three of you go together, I won't be my opponent, but I surpassed the magician of Ulu. Leon while speaking, an ice knife condensed in his hand, pointing at everyone in Grey. At the same time, Leon's minions gush out from nowhere and surround them. Leave these guys to me and Lucy, but on the contrary, you have to beat up this bastard. Naz surprisingly didn't rush to do it, but gave the most powerful person to Grey. Don't worry, I won't lose this time. Walking on the road in the forest, Calvin seemed unprepared, but when a crystal ball rushed out to attack him from nowhere, he was easily blocked by him. After monitoring me for so long, you finally couldn't help but take it. Miss of the Council, Calvin said with a ridiculous voice. At the same time, the person who attacked him stopped hiding and walked out openly. It's so vigilant, just like the small animals at the lower end of the food chain in nature. The visitor sneered, his voice was moving and cold. Calvin remembered this voice. He had heard it on the council several times. The masked man who fought Calvin yesterday. Aren't you dressing up this time? But I think your makeup is a bit too thick, and it should be more beautiful if you are a little more elegant. Calvin and the visitor seem to be a visitor, but in fact they are trying to irritate each other with words, causing the opponent to reveal weaknesses. Calvin was slightly better in the battle yesterday. He let the opponent relax for a moment through words and seized the first opportunity. Otherwise, it is not easy for the two to decide the winner. You don't need to play this little trick anymore. I was negligent yesterday. Today I won't pay attention to your words anymore. Fight upright. I want you to kneel in front of me. Remember, the one who defeated you is called Wurusha. Arusha's voice instantly became deserted, and at the same time the magic power worked, a crystal ball floated behind her, and she could attack at any time as long as she wanted to. The ruins are destroyed. Don't you need to fix it? Calvin asked jokingly. It's more than enough to do that kind of trivial matter after defeating you. Arusha laughed disdainfully, his eyes getting fierce. Facing the opponent's increasingly aggressive magic power, Calvin was not to be outdone. The two magical powers collided between the two, causing ripples in the nearby air. Come on, let me see how good you are. Calvin hooked his fingers at Arusha, looking arrogant, while the other hand had already held a summoning card. Drink! Ulu yelled, the crystal ball behind him was divided into dozens, and King Calvin attacked with a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. While Ulu was acting, Calvin also instantly inspired the card in his hand. It was not a card that Ulu imagined to summon monsters, but a magic card with a peculiar magical effect. I saw a bright protective shield covering Calvin's whole person, the crystal ball of all-round attack was blocked one by one, and then immediately returned along the original path of the attack, unexpectedly attacking Arusha in turn. Hey! Arusha didn't think of defeating Calvin with a single move, but her attack was bounced back and she was really upset. With one move with both hands, dozens of crystal merged into one, quietly stopped in front of her. This guy really guessed my magic. This defensive counterattack is obviously a test. Ulu's face was very bad, and Calvin's fighting wisdom was beyond her imagination. It is impossible to control objects at such a fast speed, and to copy and eliminate them. Normal magic is impossible. Obviously, you have mastered the crystal ball's time just now. No, it should be said that you have mastered its future. All possible trajectories, this is lost magic, the arc of time. Calvin's expression became serious. Any kind of ancient lost magic is no small thing. You must know that the reason why lost magic is called lost magic is not only partly because of the loss of records, but also because it is too difficult to learn and no one learns and disappears from the world. You know, there are actually not many documents that record lost magic. Usually there are methods for learning. Although it may only be possible for a person to learn it for decades, as long as it can learn, the power is always terrifying. As expected of you, I saw through my magic in just 2 fights. Urusha's eyes inadvertently revealed a hint of appreciation. I haven't had time to show it last time, let you see clearly this time. Of course, but the one who has the upper hand is still me. Calvin's fighting spirit ignited, and the 3 summoned beasts were instantly summoned, attacking Urusha from different directions. The 3 summoned beasts are all in human form, and they also hold sharp swords. One of them has a beard and looks majestic, the other is female, but charming, the last one is cold and righteous. Seeing these 3 together, it was like a king, queen, and their guards. King knights, queen knights, guard knights. The strength of these 3 summoned beasts alone is not very powerful, but they can cooperate with each other. If they really fight, these 3 knights can it rivals Gaia, the 7-star Dark Knight. Facing the cooperation that can be said to be flawless, Urusha did not feel nervous at all. When the swords of the 3 knights were about to cut her, they suddenly stopped. Just like you see through my magic in a short time, I dare to come and find you. Of course, I have thoroughly studied your magic. Although these summoned beasts look very realistic, I know that these are the effects of magic. Say, it's more like a magic item controlled by you. As long as there is no life, then my arc of time can easily control its time. In fact, most of the magic in this world can control its time, as if now, I have suspended them. Urusha said in a mocking tone, his expression looked very pleasant, while Calvin's face was not so good. However, just pause time, it consumes my energy. If you continue to summon, I can't stand it. It seems that I should let it go back to the future. But do these inanimate toys really have a future? In Urusha's sneer, the 3 knights melted into a bubble and disappeared without a trace. Haha, I guessed it right, these toys have no future at all. P.S. The previous works have changed to 404, which is a bit sad. The future of this book, I don't know what will happen, if I also understand the arc of time. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 25, 0-Year Dragon. The arc of time is really powerful, but can you send it to the future to eliminate it with this trick? Calvin sneered, and when he lifted his hand, the magic circle of Amaterasu 13 rules appeared out of thin air and exploded with a bang. This time Urusha did not use the arc of time to eliminate it. In this way, Calvin's guess is very accurate, and the arc of time cannot be eliminated by the magic circle. Thinking of this, Calvin is no longer soft-handed. All kinds of magic circles are formed in an instant, and the endless attacks make Urusha have no choice but to dodge. However, although the magic circle's attack power is great, it is really not flexible enough. Calvin usually does it was only used for support, without the restraint of his own summoned beast, the magic circle was difficult to hit. This was also the reason why Urusha was embarrassed, but was not injured. The Amaterasu laws are easy to use, but fortunately, this guy can't quickly use the high-profile magic circle. If that guy has half of that guy's attainments in the Amaterasu laws, I would be terrible. Eurydice seems to be at a disadvantage, but she is not panicked. Although Calvin's offensive is fierce, she seems to be very familiar with the Amaterasu magic array. Various tools can be avoided by centimeters, and even occasionally counterattack. I have been using this level of attack, I will see how long your magic power can last. Arusha sneered inwardly, and the high attack price of the Amaterasu magic array was that it needed a lot of magic power, Calvin's. The magic is very strong and good, but it can't stand him so profligately. At this moment, Arusha just avoided a magic circle. A giant lion with a one-horned firstborn jumped out of nowhere, fangs and claws went straight to Arusha. Arusha was shocked. Crystal the ball quickly advanced to the limit in an instant, and hit the lead before the giant lion attacked her. Insidious guy, first paralyze me with the magic circle and then summon a monster to sneak attack. Arusha was furious, the arc of time was used, and the giant lion instantly melted into a bubble and disappeared. The reaction is so fast, I have to be careful next, my offensive is going to go one step further. Calvin exclaimed, and there were dozens of cards in his hand. While using the Amaterasu magic array, the magic power was input into the cards. In the middle, while Ulu reveals the gap, summon the monster to flanking. Elven warriors, silver wolves, demon bay fanged, demon bat dragon, and other summoned beasts have been summoned one after another. Although they will be eliminated by Arusha in the arc of time after they exist for a while, they let Arusha even more embarrassed, and gradually hurt. Is that guy going to keep attacking until I fall down? It's a radical way of fighting. Arusha's silver teeth bite, and the more wounds on her body gradually made her insufficient. Couldn't bear it anymore, she took advantage of the gap, slapped her hands on the ground, huge magical power poured in, and the next moment, the time of the entire ground was controlled by her. Rocks dance. In Arusha's cry, the huge stones flew with elusive rules, and the target was Calvin. Arusha can no longer stand the situation of being beaten. She wants to fight back, attack and attack. That's right, when you are distracted by the attack, the defense will no longer have no gaps. Calvin smiled happily, the defense magic circle quickly protected himself, and the frequency of summoning monsters was unknowingly time is much faster. And Arusha gradually couldn't cope with the elimination of the summoned beast, and occasionally he would use the boulder to fight it for several rounds before eliminating it. Almost, this woman has already become a habit of subconsciously eliminating monsters. Calvin's eyes flashed, he knew that the time to defeat the opponent was ripe. BB Dragon, go and startle that woman. Calvin rubbed the card on his hand with his finger, no longer hesitating, the magic entered it and summoned. The next moment, a monster with the breath of a dragon appeared, but its body was too small and its strength was very limited. Dragon-type summoned beast, but it's too weak. Ulu was startled by its dragon-like appearance, but then he saw a huge boulder and knocked it flying, and he despised it, the arc of time. If you do this, you will eliminate the BB dragon. It's just that, after this elimination, Arusha only felt that the magic power was lost in an instant. When she felt something was wrong, she immediately interrupted the spell, and when she looked at the BB dragon, she realized that she was fooled again. I saw the short BB dragon just now. It has become huge, and its appearance has changed from its previous immature to majestic. The huge magic power shakes the entire island, and it has evolved from a young dragon to a powerful dragon. What's going on? How could that little dragon become a giant dragon? Arusha's expression became panicked and couldn't help exclaiming, the threat that the dragon gave her made her feel life. Safety. This giant dragon is called a 1,000-year dragon. If you want to summon it, it must consume a lot of magic power. So I made a small dragon card and added a magic circle to it. As long as it is summoned, it will follow time goes by and grows slowly. But wanting it to grow to this point www.novel.com it won't work for a few hundred years. That's why I have never used it. Calvin talked freely. Very easy, now he is already in control. So that's the case, so you use the arc of time to make it grow, right? Erudia's face is very ugly. Anyone who finds that the other party uses his magic power to grow to the point where he is difficult and defeated, is also difficult and keeps calm. I'll just say why he had been wasting mana to make useless attacks before. Was it always planning? The purpose is to let me see the summoned beasts and habitually use the arc of time to make them jump into the future. Urusha at the moment, regret is beyond description and cannot be used to describe her. The two fights made her discover that her awareness of combat was completely lost to the opponent. That guy's analytical ability is too powerful, even if he uses illusion, I am afraid he can't deceive him. Erudia is actually proficient in illusion. But based on her knowledge of Calvin, the effect of illusion on him is minimal. Well, do you want to try its power? Calvin asked with a gentle smile, but the voice had not yet fallen, and the breath of the 1,000-year dragon had arrived in front of Urusha. Boom! The explosion caused by the flames seemed to shake the entire island. Although Urusha had always been guarding against a 1,000-year-old dragon, Calvin's mouth skills eventually slowed her defense. A momentary negligence was the price of serious injury. I swear, next time I meet that bastard, I must tear his mouth. Hardly keeping his consciousness sober, Urusha panted against a tree, staring fiercely at Calvin and the 1,000-year dragon. www.novel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at www.novel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 26, What is absolute freezing? Why is the expression so ugly? Is it because the purpose of trying to contain me failed? Calvin walked slowly to Urusha and smiled slightly. I've noticed from the very beginning that your hostility towards me is to pretend that I can't stop Dalio's resurrection, but you too believe in that guy named Leon, Naz, and the power of Gray's teamwork is not low, and Lucy is there, the power of the Protoss should not be underestimated. However, Ulu turned a blind eye to Calvin's self-talk and just glared at him. Even at this point, that guy is still very vigilant. Urusha stared at Calvin for a long time, and finally gave up, dissipating the magic condensed in his fist. In fact, thinking back now, when that guy asked me not to repair the ruins, he actually knew that my magic was the arc of time. This guy basically worked out a strategy against me early in the morning, and this time I didn't lose. I can easily recognize the arc of time, I don't believe that he has not studied it. This guy definitely knows the effect of the arc of time on the summoned beast, and his surprised expression at first is also pretending. Urusha's her face was uncertain, recalling the fight just now, she realized that she had stepped into the trap that the other party had prepared for her from the beginning. Don't worry, I didn't intend to intervene, because your purpose was destined to not be realized from the beginning. Seeing Urusha didn't take care of himself, he didn't get angry, and continued. Really? It's a pity, it's dark now, and the ruins have been repaired by me. Urusha suddenly sneered at this moment, and Calvin immediately looked at the ruins and found that they had been repaired. I have set the ruins before I came, and let it return to yesterday's time before dark. This time you miscalculated. Urusha's voice gradually became mad, and as the voice fell, a small purple beam shone directly on the top of the ruins from the moon. After a while, a roar covering the whole island came out, which meant that Dalioala was resurrected. Why don't you understand? As I said, your goal will never be realized. Facing the evil magic power, Calvin's expression remained relaxed, as if he didn't put it in his eyes. You made a mistake from the beginning. Time to return to the previous ruins. At that time, Naz and Lucy had already hit all the miscellaneous soldiers, and the only enemy left was Gray's brother, Leon. Should I be said to be Ulu's big disciple? Leon's strength is very strong, at least Gray is invincible. No, now Gray is already covered in wounds and blood. He is about to be invincible. Suddenly, a burst of heart-pounding magic spread across the island, and everyone at Grirayan froze for an instant. What is that? Is there any secret on this island? Leon, who knew nothing, said to himself in disbelief. Is this Calvin's summoned beast? What exactly is he fighting? Gray was also surprised. He had known Calvin for so long, and he had never felt such a powerful summoned beast. Nats, what's the matter with you? At this time, Lucy realized that Naz was a little strange, and saw that his expression was full of weirdness, as if something unexpected happened. You can't go wrong, that's the breath of a dragon. Suddenly, Naz shouted excitedly, and then ran outside without saying a word, heading directly to Calvin's place. Lucy was shocked, thinking she had heard it wrong. Didn't Gray say this is Calvin's summoned beast? Why did he become a dragon again? Perplexed, she turned her head and asked Gray with her eyes. On this island, Calvin is the only one capable of releasing monsters of this level. As for why Naz would say that there is a dragon's breath, Calvin may have summoned a dragon. Gray was also puzzled. Calvin does have summons that are very similar to dragons, such as the cursed dragon and the demon bat dragon, but it will make Naz feel the breath of the dragon for the first time. But since Calvin took the shot, I'm afraid there are still enemies we haven't found. Gray murmured. Hearing Gray's words, Leon knew that Fairy Tale and the sorcerer had arrived on the island. He also vaguely guessed that the enemy Gray said was the mysterious guy who assisted him. He couldn't see through people. At this moment, the ruins that had been destroyed because of the pillars suddenly shook. In the eyes of everyone in surprise, the floor that had been damaged by the battle quickly returned to its original state, and the inclined ruins also returned to their original state. Just then, the moon also appeared. In a place where no one could see, a guy who looked like a dog quickly ran to the top of the ruins. At the same time, he laughed and said, "Haha, just hit it, I'm alone. Secretly collect moon drops." Inside the ruins, after Gray and Leon were shocked, they continued to fight again. It didn't take long for the ruins to vibrate again. Leon's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "What are you laughing at?" Seeing Leon's smile, Gray always felt like the other party succeeded. "This is the ritual of the moon drop, now Dahlia's ice should begin to melt." Leon smiled evilly, his eyes filled with excitement. "Really? Then I'm going to knock you down." Gray heard the words, gritted his teeth and said fiercely, while the attack became more fierce. However, it soon rang out with a loud noise. This voice Gray will never forget for a lifetime. It was Daliola who killed his relatives and master. "What the do you mean? What did we get wrong from the beginning?" Urusha can't stand Calvin's feeling that everything is under control. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Obviously the devil's resurrection is imminent, the other party should its right to panic. You really don't know enough about magic. Do you really think that Moondrop can break the absolute ice? Calvin said this, his eyes full of confidence, because the card of summoning is a magic that requires a lot of theoretical knowledge, so his knowledge seemed to be very profound. "I am afraid that only the President and the bookworm Libby in the Demon Tale can compare." Daliola's voice has it all. Urusha sneered. Although the moon drops are claimed to be able to unlock all magic, it has no effect on life like your Arc of Time. The ice that Ulu turns into from life is strictly speaking a form of life. Drip is not a life-damaging force, that is to say, the magic of the moon can't dissolve absolute ice at all. Ignoring Ulu's rebuttal, Calvin continued to talk to himself. What the is this guy talking about? Urusha found that he couldn't understand Calvin more and more. Whether it was the roar and the evil magic, it was obvious proof of Daliola's resurrection. If the ice is absolutely dissolved, the only possibility is that the thing she sealed doesn't exist anymore. Do you understand? Daliola is actually dead. At the same time, Daliola, who had finished the moon dripping ceremony, slowly began to smash, and the disgusting magic power slowly dissipated in the void. Look, let me just say it, Daliola has been killed by Ulu's absolute ice. UU Reading Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 27, Flurry of Demons. Lion, who was fighting Grey, suddenly felt that Daliola's magic power dissipated in an unusual way. He no longer paid attention to Grey, and ran to the bottom of the ruins angrily. Similarly, Grey was shocked, and he rushed to the bottom of the ruins no slower than Leon. No. This is the only way to prove that I surpass Ulu. Lion, who was running, had a hideous expression on his face. For his life, surpassing Ulu has become the only meaning. Absolute icy is ice formed by the caster's will, no matter what kind of magic can't dispel it. Grey's mind suddenly flashed what Makarov had said to him in the past, a kind of guessing stopped. Constantly appearing, and at the same time excited and relaxed on his face, all kinds of emotions are mixed. Lucy was a little bit at a loss. After thinking about it, she decided to go outside to find Naz. After all, she couldn't get in the grudge between Grey and Leon, and she didn't do anything to keep up. More importantly, she believed that Grey would never be defeated again. Both of them have injuries. Leon's is lighter. Relatively speaking, Grey is a lot heavier. However, Grey's body is quite strong during the years of fighting with Naz, and the speed of the two is almost the same. When you reach the bottom of the ruins, what you see in your eyes is the gradually fragmented Dalioala. His previous bad reputation is meaningless with his crushing. Ulu, thank you, the haze in my heart is indeed eliminated by you. Grey thought with tears streaming down his face, grateful. The moment he saw Daliola's death, the death of his parents and family, the hatred and fear of Daliola, and the guilt about Ulu's death, all disappeared. The only thing left was the endless to you are you. Grateful. Oh my god, Daliola actually, can't I ever surpass Ulu for the rest of my life? Leon was incredulous, his expression desperate. Leon, are you still awake? Grey walked to Leon and patted his shoulder lightly. I'm so annoying. You murderer. However, Leon didn't seem to appreciate him, leaving Grey with one hand, and at the same time the magic of ice modeling was instantly used, and a giant tiger made of ice appeared out of thin air. Ice prison. However, Grey was prepared for a long time, jumped, avoiding the attack, and trapped the ice tiger in his magic. Leon, I will wake you up instead of Ulu, and you must remember that one-handed modeling magic is not unstable. Just as Calvin explained the true power of absolute freeze to Arusha, Naz finally arrived. I saw him staring at Qianlong in his eyes, with a helpless expression of disappointment on his face. Although he had already clearly understood on the way here that the aura he felt was different from that of his father, and the gap in magic power was as wide as the sea, he still inevitably brought expectations. Calvin, this is... Where did this dragon come from? With the last hint of illusion, Naz asked Calvin how much he wanted Calvin to answer that he didn't know, and suddenly he flew in. He can ask it about Agunalu. This is my summoned beast. However, Calvin's cold voice broke his last illusion. As for why it makes you misunderstand that it is a real dragon, it's because of you. The aura it carries is made by me, referring to your use of Dragon Slayer magic. Hearing Calvin's explanation, even though he had been mentally prepared, Naz was still unable to suppress the depression in his heart. He was not good at hiding his emotions. He immediately put on an unhappy expression and walked back unhappily, completely ignoring the being. Urusha captured alive. What are you going to do with me? After the wind-like Naz left, Urusha asked Calvin. Although she had no resistance at this moment, she had recovered her calm and did not see any panic. You have taken the test of me. Although you tried to unlock Daliola's seal, it was already dead. Unraveling a useless thing is not a statutory crime at all, and you still have the status of a council member. Calvin said to himself. After thinking for a while, he unlocked the magic that had imprisoned her. I'll let you go. Urusha, who returned to freedom, had a little surprise on her face. Although she did have a way to get out, she never expected Calvin to let her go so simply. For the sake of you letting me go, I will help you to say a few words if you get into trouble next time by the demon. Arusha smiled brightly at the moment, not seeing the anger at Calvin just now. Then I will thank you first. I think it shouldn't be long before the favor I sold you will be used. Calvin also smiled. Arusha gave Calvin a fondly look, as if tenderness was infinite, and then left with a smile. Oh, the council will soon cease to exist, and so will your fairy tale. Calvin, I will definitely find you to return the 2 humiliations. However, Arusha's heart is thinking completely different things. The sort of mouth, honey, and belly, is nothing ordinary for her. Arusha, Ulu, trying to unravel the absolute ice, what is your relationship with Ulu? In a clearing in the village, Leon and his group were and sat on the ground. Leon, who was in a panic, was finally defeated by Grey. When Calvin came to them, Lucy's face was unbearable, and Naz had obviously recovered from the blow of the Millennium Dragon. When he saw Calvin, he immediately shouted, "Look! We are done! Level task! Now you should acknowledge our strength! Oh, you have completed the mission? The villagers in the village are still in the form of demons." Calvin laughed and continued, "What is the reason that makes you think that as long as they hit Lion, they are equivalent to completing the mission? But, are those villagers affected by Moondrop?" Lucy couldn't help retorting www.novel.com indeed. However, there are still them who are bathed in the Moondrops together. Calvin smiled and pointed to everyone in Lion on the ground, leaving Lucy speechless. Then what the is going on here? Grey, who was always calm, couldn't help asking. I said you are not qualified to become an S level, and have no analytical ability at all. Calvin sighed and said in a disdainful tone. Look at the moon in the sky. It is purple. Have you ever wondered why you can only see the purple moon on this island? Why did they not receive the influence of Moondrop here? Why is this island called the Devil's Island? Why can't the villagers approach that ruin? These are very obvious clues, but you did not pursue them, but simply I think they will be able to complete the task as long as they hit it. There is no analytical ability at all, so you won't be able to become an S level in your life. Calvin asked 3 why in one breath, and they were embarrassed. Look, the truth about this island. And the truth about the villagers. Calvin turned around handsomely and looked up at the sky. Everyone saw it and looked at the sky together. Only then did I discover that a huge figure slowly approached the moon in the air. Upon closer inspection, the figure looked like a dragon. Then, everyone saw an unforgettable scene where the dragon smashed the moon. No. It should be said that the membrane covering the island was smashed, and the figures flew to the sky, and the demons danced wildly. So, are these villagers originally demons? Grey muttered to himself incredulously after seeing this. www.novel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all here. www.novel.com for mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 28, The Fuse Lit by the Ghost. I don't know if it's a dragon-like bat or a bat-like dragon. Landing in a field on the edge of Magnolia, a few young people and a cat walked down from this strange creature and looked at the seals on their bodies. Obviously a member of Fairy Tale, the magic guild in town. Sure enough, Calvin, you are definitely the best on the mainland in terms of driving. One of the men with black hair and wearing a summer shirt said imposingly. Don't say that. If it wasn't for my personal reasons that I had to stay on the island for a few days, we could actually come back earlier. The man called Calvin replied. By the way, Calvin, what are you doing these past 2 days? God hides in the house mysteriously all day, I almost thought you ran away. Another blonde-haired, slender woman suddenly asked. Well, what to say, I didn't plan to come to that island, but later I learned that there seems to be a legend of demons on this island, so I came here to take a look. You should be thankful that Elisa set out on me. I will be back the next day. If it weren't for me to come first, Elisa should be the one holding you back now. Everyone walked towards Fairy Tale while chatting, and soon stepped into the city, and the flow of people increased. These people are obviously Nash Gray's team who completed the task on Garna Island before. After Calvin destroyed the moon membrane that day, the residents of the island restored their previous memories and recalled their true identity. Although they are demons, the Monster Tail people didn't mean to be afraid. They spent the whole night on the island with the villagers. In the end, Calvin asked to stay a few days, so that he could study the demons and complete new cards. In the past few days, in addition to allowing him to complete his strongest demon summoning card, there are unexpected gains. On that day, Arusha used the Arc of Time to evolve the BB dragon into a 1,000-year-old dragon. Calvin recorded the situation at that time. Although he could not use the Arc of Time immediately, if he only used the summoned beast to jump into the future. The effect, he was still able to use it reluctantly, although the power was not as powerful as Arusha's personal display, but it was also considerable. In other words, Calvin's trip to the house allowed him to successfully create 2 cards, one is the Devil's Call in his plan, and the other is the Time Magician who can evolve the BB dragon into a 1,000-year dragon. Ha, then we don't have to thank you, Lucy said helplessly. In this mission, her only upset was that the man in front of her had seen the truth about the island at first, and then watched like a play. Several of them worked so hard to hit irrelevant enemies, and in the end they had to rely on him to complete the task. No, Lucy, Calvin made sense. If Elisa came, we would definitely be taken back from the beginning, and there would be no chance for us to try. However, no Elsa very simple Gray, answering Lucy in a cold sweat, using only imagination, he can already know how bad the situation would be if the person was Elisa. Hey, do you think that people on the street have been talking about us all the time? At this time, Naz, who had not spoken and seemed a little unhappy, said that when he was quiet, he was very sensitive to the outside senses. I have a bad premonition. At the same time, Calvin also noticed this situation. For some reason, he had an unknown premonition in his heart. Everyone nodded to each other, speeding up immediately, but when they ran to the guild, they found that the guild had been destroyed and dilapidated. What the is going on? Seeing this terrifying picture, Naz couldn't help yelling angrily. Calm down, everyone else in the guild is in the underground liquor store, no one is injured. Calvin said as he was about to run away. Calvin! The guild is destroyed like this, how can I bear it? Naz was about to attack on the spot, roaring at Calvin, but found that the man who was holding him seemed calm, but his eyes looked calm. It was unprecedentedly cold. Calvin, let's go first to see the situation. Gray took a few steps forward and patted Calvin's shoulder to comfort him. He could see that Calvin was actually the most angry one. Just feel the magic and know that. Being in a state of extreme turbulence, like a volcano about to erupt forcibly endure. You know, among all people, Calvin has been with Monster Tail for the longest time, and I believe that the relationship is also the deepest. You go in, and help me tell the president that the affairs of Garna Island have been solved perfectly, and I have something to go to another place. Being scared by Gray, Calvin's magic power was reduced. After giving a command, he didn't know. Where did it go? Calvin is okay. Lucy couldn't help but ask when she saw this. At this moment, even the joy of getting the new zodiac key disappeared, only the worry about the demon tail was left. Nothing will happen, Calvin has always been the calmest and most sensible wizard, and the strength is so powerful that it is difficult to imagine. At this time, Hobby said to Lucy seriously, although he was small one, for him, Calvin is a more terrifying person than Elisa. Hobby's confidence in him far exceeds Naz and Elisa. At this moment, the tattered door of the demon tail rushed out a small figure. The owner of the figure was a drunk old man, not who Makarov was. Naz. Where's Calvin? He was there just now. When Makarov saw the Naz and the others, Makarov didn't even have time to punish them for taking over the task, so he immediately asked Calvin. He said he had something to do, and he just left. Naz was a little surprised and asked inexplicably. It's awful. Makarov was shocked and paced in place in annoyance. President, what happened? The next moment, Elisa also came out of the guild. It seemed that Makarov suddenly rushed outside just now and was worried. Habi, you take Elsa to find Calvin, no matter what he wants to do, stop him. Makarov almost shouted this. Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com. He knew Calvin very well. Although it is usually casual, once he touches his inverse scales, how terrible the anger he bursts out. At this moment, a shadow passed by instantly, everyone looked up, and the dragon that was thinking of bats quickly flew away. President, it seems it's too late. Elisa smiled lightly. In fact, he was more inclined to take revenge than to remain calm. Be sure to show the other party some color. Calvin. Although I don't know who the enemy is. Gray, who is also very upset, also shouted. Calvin, you must not smash the ghost city. Otherwise, our monster tale will really become a dark guild. Makarov had no choice but to close his eyes and pray. Understand, knowing that he can definitely analyze who the murderer is. After all, the only people who are hostile to the monster tale and dare to do such things are the Spectre Masters who have always opposed the monster tale. You have to be careful, Xiao Zi is not easy to deal with. Calvin rides on the demon bat dragon, and his magic cannot stop overflowing. At this moment, his goal is the city named Waku, which has a guild of wizards, named the Ghost Ruler, which is known as one of the strongest in Fiori's position. Let me see what courage you have in the end, dare to attack our monster tale. Calvin muttered to himself in the direction of the ghost. He is not the kind of person who loses his mind because of impulse. This time he rushes to the ghost so suddenly, in addition to trying to retaliate, he also intends to discover the real purpose of the ghost. P.S. Ghost chapter is finally here, and the plot will get excited soon. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in You Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 29, Lonely Ghost. Although Vocali Magnolia is some distance away, with the speed of the demon bat dragon, Calvin quickly rushed to the Spectres Guild. He did not attack immediately, but hid on the roof, eavesdropping. The conversation inside. What is a fairy tale? We ghosts are the strongest. Immediately, Calvin heard a wild voice ranting loudly. That breath is the dragon slayer. Is that voice the Iron Dragon Gojiru? He is probably the one who destroyed the guild. Calvin on the roof, paying attention to everything inside the ghost, made a detailed analysis. At the same time desperately suppressing his anger. The fire has been removed, what a gorgeous attack, Gagaru. At this time, another voice sounded, accompanied by the huge magic power that was difficult and hidden. It's amazing. Although it's hidden, I can feel that magic power is no different from the president. He is definitely Xiao Zi, and the president is one of the top 10 wizards. His complexion instantly turned pale, he wanted to destroy the opponent's guild to avenge him, but if Xiao Zi was there, the chances would be slim. It's just a matter of effort, the boss. If it's just an attack of that level, those wastes won't fight back, so I have prepared another gift. Gojiru said to Xiao Zi with a smile, his tone full of disdain. Oh, but, if you accidentally kill those guys, it won't work. Xiao Zi smiled sinisterly when he heard the words. In his tone, he didn't seem to put the demon tail in his eyes at all. Sorry to disturb you, can't you please tell me what big gift you have prepared for us? Calvin's voice suddenly came, and at the same time, the Ghosts Guild was surrounded by a huge magic circle live, the magical turmoil is about to explode. Amaterasu Magic Array. When is it? Xiao Zi was the first person to discover. He felt the magic power contained in the magic array. He immediately roared angrily, and at the same time, the magic power on his body was running, instantly displaying a powerful defense magic is all over the guild. Boom! The magic circle exploded between the two magical collisions, and the sound may spread throughout the city. However, as one of the top 10 holy wizards, Xiao Zi is really not a vain name, and effectively protected in a short time. The guild, although there are still some damages, it is insignificant compared to a large-scale building. The magic circle has been expanded too much and the power is dispersed. Xiao Zi is really powerful. I would have used the 28th style if I knew it. Calvin was very dissatisfied with himself when he looked at the building without major damage. I was a little surprised by the excellence. Amateur magic circle can be used so secretly, are you Calvin Macaro? Looking at Calvin's unhidden figure, Xiao Zi felt that he was underestimated. Although he was asking questions, the certainty is beyond doubt. Yes, you know me, too. Calvin replied lightly. Looking at his expression, he didn't seem to worry at all, he didn't have the consciousness of being in the enemy's camp. Elisa, Kildas, Laxus, Mist Gang, and Calvin, the 5S rank wizards with the famous fairy tale, how could they not know, but I don't know how it compares to me and the 4 elements. Which side is more powerful? Gojira haha on the side laughed, exuding a provocative aura, and Calvin's desire to fight has been completely aroused by Calvin. Gojiru, you can go and teach, but don't kill him. Xiao Zi looked at Gojiru, then glanced at Calvin, and then ordered Gojiru to watch him. Meaning, it seems that Goguru can easily win. It's just right, let me avenge the damaged guild. I heard that you have a thick skin, so you shouldn't be crippled so easily. Calvin grinned furiously, staring at Goguru, stretching out his fingers and hooking. Arrogant. Very good. Iron Dragon Sword. Goguru is not a person who can stand the provocations of others. Seeing Calvin's movements, he immediately counterattacked with an attack. The most commonly used and most convenient tricks were released. Iron Knight, Kia Fried. Calvin was also on guard. Just when Goguru attacked, the card in his hand summoned the monster in an instant. A human-shaped summoned beast in steel armor blocked it with one hand. Gojilu's Iron Dragon Sword. While Kia was blocking the Iron Dragon Sword, his other hand was not idle. Its hands had 2 weapons like axes and knives, which looked very conducive to cutting, and it was very powerful and heavy. Single-handedly smashed Gojiru, the power is amazing. It's just that Gojiru is not that simple, easily let go of the Iron Dragon Sword confronting Kia, and then easily avoid Kia's attack, a turn, his legs quickly kicked out, at the same time both legs became Iron Dragon sticks, hit Kia hard. It's just that Kia's body is full of steel armor, although this makes it not fast, but its defensive power is absolutely amazing. Although Gojiru's Iron Dragon stick completely hits, it has no effect. Gojiru continued to attack in rapid succession. However, facing the astonishing attack of the Iron Dragon, Kia completely ignored it, attacking against each other, and beating one man and one beast at once. The power is good, but I can't beat my Iron Knight like that, Iron Dragon Gojiru. Calvin didn't intervene on the side, just mocked. Damn it! Seeing Calvin's calm look, Goguru was so depressed to an indescribable point. He knew very well that the guy in front of him was amazing at all. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com was just because he had the armor of steel allows it to withstand a large number of attacks. In fact, Kia's attack is not very effective for Goguru. In fact, I don't need to be obsessed with smashing that piece of rotten iron at all, I just need to knock down the Calvin people. Suddenly, Gojiru was no longer affected by Calvin's language, and went straight to Calvin. Attack! The roar of the Iron Dragon. I saw Gojiru's mouth, a burst of magical power gathered in his mouth, and as his roar sounded, a huge shock wave attacked Calvin. The roar of the dragon, I have seen it many times. Calvin smiled and waited. The second card was summoned instantly. A man holding a huge shield appeared in front of Calvin, blocking the roar. Is blocked? Very fast summoning speed. Gagaru was slightly surprised, he thought Calvin could only summon a summoned beast. Are you surprised? How can you presume that the opponent you met for the first time is capable? Calvin chuckled and waved his hands together. At the same time as the shield warrior disappeared, the guard knight appeared with a sword in his hand, and instantly fought Gagaru. Together. Gojairu, let me see how much better you are than our fire dragon. Calvin glared at Gojairu with a ferocious expression. After the battle, he faced the dragon slayer in his heart. The anger of the scholar gradually became uncontrollable. P.S. Steel Knight Kia Fried, Attack Power 1800, Defense 1600, cards commonly used by Yu-Gi-Oh! Are within the city, Guard Knight, Attack Power 1900, Defense 1000. The above data is purely for reference, please do not believe it. Yu reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in Yu reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 30, Confrontation with Josie. Gojairu can suppress the Steel Knight Kia, but with the addition of the Guard Knight who is not weak, Gojairu can no longer underestimate it. He was originally a wizard who was good at close combat, but whether it was Kia or a Guard Knight, the strongest was also close combat. The summoning card. It's really powerful magic. It can be evenly matched with Gojairu on both ends. I don't know how these two knights rank among all his summoned beasts, but I think it should be a few more powerful. Xiao Zi, who was watching the battle, was surprised to see Calvin's combat power. However, as the strongest wizard of the Spectre, Gagaru is not an opponent that Calvin can easily defeat. Although he can't compare with the two knights in terms of tactics, his terrifying defensive power alone has allowed him to stand up in an invincible place. I saw that he forcibly endured a blow from the Iron Knight, grabbed the sword of the Guard Knight, and the corner of his mouth was proud, and the roar from his mouth burst out again. After the storm mixed with iron pieces, the Guard Knight had lost it. The power of war, Calvin had to recall it. Haha! A few more such wastes are not my uncle's opponent. Seeing Calvin recall the Guard Knight, Gagaru laughed wildly. In his opinion, the opponent's summoned beast was beaten to the point where it couldn't fight. Has taken the first step to victory. Dare to say, wait until you really beat me. Calvin said disdainfully. The next moment, the dark demons Kilfa demons were summoned. Kilfa's strength is much stronger than that of Kia and the Guard Knights. When it joined the battle group, Gagaru's situation became more subtle again. Although his body is made of steel, the strongest thing about Kilfa demon is not hand-to-hand combat, but various magical attacks. Compared with physical damage, Gagaru's resistance to magic is obviously a bit better than not on. Dark Demon Flame Array. Along with the vibration of magical power, a secret magic circle appeared under Gojairu's feet, and a raging fire was instantly engulfed in Gojairu. Can this little flame beat me down? The furious Gagaru rushed out of the flames in his own roar and went straight to Calvin. And Kilfa blocked Gojairu's way for the first time, and a second attack was already condensed in his hands. Don't stand in the way. Iron Dragon Spear Ghost Pay. However, the power of Dragon Fury can be blocked by many Kilfas. In front of the angry Gojairu, Kilfa was easily hit. Take it to death. Calvin. Looking at Calvin who was close at hand, Gagaru could no longer control his pride, and shouted. Amaterasu 17 Rules Circumnavigation Array. However, after Calvin spit out these two words lightly, Gojairu found that he had been restrained, and his whole body was surrounded by magic arrays, unable to move. You look down on me too much, don't you think I am weak? Calvin smiled lightly, while Gagaru, who was only a step away from him, was shocked and incredulous. How come? I was actually trapped by this kind of thing. Gojira tried to struggle, but found that his magic power seemed a bit strange, and even his power was weakened a lot. How is this going? Kilfa demon is not a simple combatant. I will summon it. I want you to destroy it so that its curse can fall on you. Calvin laughed, then looked at Zhou. There is no doubt about the provocative meaning of Ze. And Xiao Zi's eyes were full of icy coldness. Calvin didn't suffer any damage, so he cleaned up his proudest ace, so that he was not jealous, how desperately he wanted to destroy Calvin at this moment, and he was about to do it. The magic power in his body had been mobilized, and the thunder strike was about to be sent out. Calvin! Where are you looking? Suddenly, Calvin felt a chill and believed his senses so much. Calvin immediately dodged aside, and the iron dragon sword ran across his clothes with a slight difference. Don't underestimate me, I haven't lost yet. Calvin, who turned around, looked surprised when he heard Gojiru's unrestrained groan. Gojira was panting and sweating profusely. Just now, he exploded all the magic power on his body one at a time, and escaped the magic circle at one time, but the price was not cheap. Now he has almost no magic power. Do you want to beat me just because of your appearance? Although Calvin was a little startled, he immediately showed contempt when he saw Gojiru's embarrassed look, and the Steel Knight Kia's attack had already arrived. Behind Gojiru. Let me see if you have no magic power, your body is still not so hard. It's good. Gagaru smiled lightly, showing a triumphant smile, facing Kia's axe, he actually stretched his head over and bit it. The harsh sound could not be heard. In a short while, Gagaru ate Kia's weapon, and he still seemed to be hungry. Regardless of Calvin, he threw Kia on and bit off with his teeth. All the steel armor on its body was eaten up. Ha ha ha! It's really delicious, it's worthy of the armor of the summoned beast, and it's full of magic power. Feeling the abundant magic power on his body, Gojiru understood a little bit why Kia's defense power is comparable to his own. Why, don't you call any more? The guy without the armor can't do anything at all. The situation reversed in a short period of time. Facing the eye-catching Gagaru, Calvin believed that if he had any action, he must not hesitate to greet yourself with the fiercest attack. However, Calvin smiled. Gojiru, I only have 2 questions. First, for what reason do you think I will not disturb your eating at all? Second, you think Kia fried is great when wearing armor. Is it better after taking it off? The first question Calvin asked was that Gagaru knew he was going to suffer. Sure enough, he only felt that the magic power in his body solidified instantly and could not be mobilized at all. It was more than the curse of Kilfa. There are quite a few, and what's more important is that he can't mobilize the magic in his body at all to break free. www.novel.com. In his incredible eyes, Kia, whose armor was eaten up by him, stood up, even though it was shirtless. But the momentum is several times stronger than before. This is what Kia fried looks like. The armor he usually wears is just his restraint. President Zhou Zi, what do you think of my summoned beast this time? Calvin really looked at him. On Xiao Zi, an indescribable sense of frustration surged in his heart for Gagaru, who had been ignored. Very good, Calvin Macaro, you are better than I thought. You can summon the most powerful summoned beast while defeating Gojiru. It's amazing. Xiao Zi really moved. The other party showed not only strength, but also his calmness and mind. Xiao Zi once heard that Calvin takes a certain amount of time to summon a powerful summoned beast, so every time he encounters a powerful enemy, it is always the first choice to seek time to find a gap. But he never thought that Calvin would actually challenge Gagaru as a preparation, ready to confront himself. What a man worth killing! Looking at Calvin with inexplicable eyes, Xiao Zi looked terrible and evil. The question is, can you kill it? Facing the palpitating magic power, Calvin said fiercely without backing down. The 2 magic powers are far apart, but they can't help but clash. The other members of Spectre felt their skin tingling irritably. At that level, the weaker ones were not even qualified to watch the battle. _____PS, Juggernaut Shirtless Kia Fried, Attack Power 2600, Defense Power 2200, The Appearance of Steel Knight Kia Fried taking off his armor. www.novel.com. Welcome friends to visit and read, the latest, the fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.novel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 31, Temporarily Evacuate the Ghost. I'm curious, what do you intend to attack our empty guild for no reason? Calvin asked softly. However, Xiao Zi did not answer, just silently watched him with a sinister smile. It's amazing. You have such magical power at such a young age. It's so exciting to destroy you. Xiao Zi, who looked at Calvin at a distance, said suddenly with a dark smile, as if threatening Calvin, as if he talking to himself. It's really amazing, so young has such magical powers, it is too young to put it on the right way. Calvin was not afraid, imitating his own president's tone, mocking Xiao Zi. Xiao Zi didn't get angry when he heard the words, just as Calvin's last words before his death, it was okay to make him proud. There was a period of silence between the two, and the battle suddenly broke out in the silence. It was Calvin who took the lead, and saw the shirtless Kia suddenly rush out, with an extremely fast speed. The wind pressure of the fist wind alone was already extremely fierce, and he was worthy of the name of the Sword Master. Good come! Xiao Zi yelled, exuding a chilling magical power. He didn't see any movement. Suddenly a purple light came out from his hand, and a magical form of lightning was emitted from it. If you look closely, it seems that the magic is there are ghosts hidden. The magical power contained in that magic is extremely powerful, completely blocking Kia's castration. Even Kia, who has 7-star strength, was helplessly slightly injured in the face of this attack. This guy can be as famous as the guild leader. It's not a vain name. Ordinary attacks can suppress Kia. In terms of combat power, Kia without a sword in his hand is only slightly weaker than the Dragon Slayer swordsman, and is already Calvin's best. One of the powerful summoned beasts. It seems that there is going to be a gang fight. Calvin's eyes were sharp, and he first arranged a defensive magic circle for himself, and then immediately summoned. Xiao Zi did not stop after seeing it, and watched Calvin summon with interest. Really confident? Calvin sneered. As the magical power oscillated, a huge figure appeared out of thin air. It had double horns and a hideous face. It was wrapped in bone-like armor. The armor was not real armor, but the exposed bones, deep purple muscles and muscles between the cracks, are extremely terrifying, and there is a pair of bat wings behind it, giving its huge body a flexible movement ability. Devil's Call is a card that allows Calvin to summon his strongest demon-type summoned beast. First, the dark demon Kilfa demon, and then another powerful demon. I don't know if you are a believer in Jeff. Xiao Zi didn't feel surprised and panicked when he saw this, but he laughed. The evil is not magic, but the user. Calvin was mentally prepared for being misunderstood. From the day he decided to create a demon card, he had considered that someone would attack him with this in the future, but he didn't expect to attack him first. Yes, it was Xiao Zi. Do you mean I am evil? The speaker was unintentional, the listener intentionally, and never thought that he was a good person. Xiao Zi immediately misunderstood Calvin's meaning, and at the same time, he continued to use magic, one by one. Calvin and his summoned beasts. No matter how you look at it, you don't think it has anything to do with justice. Calvin did not think that Xiao Zi was a good person. Facing Xiao Zi's aggressiveness, Calvin also opened his mouth to fight back, and at the same time used heaven. According to the magic circle, defending against the opponent's attack, Kia and Demon Summon also used their own unique skills to resist Xiao Zi's magic. Justice will win. After all, only the winner is justice. This world is the weak and the strong. This is the only truth that exists in the world. If the council does not have super magic power, do you think it will have this status? Calvin's words were too direct and too ironic. Xiao Zi, who was stimulated by him, screamed frantically at his view of the world, thinking that big fists were the truth. The council exists only because this continent needs it, and it has nothing to do with whether it has super magic wizard power. This world needs order, and chaos will only cause destruction. Calvin was also angered by Xiao Zi's rants. Retorted loudly. It's really ironic to say this from your demon tail. Xiao Zi laughed wildly as if he had heard something funny. As the fighting between the two of them became sharper, the battle between them became more fierce, but Calvin, who was originally incomparable to Xiao Zi, slowly began to be suppressed. Although Kia and the demon's summons cooperated perfectly, and even though Calvin's auxiliary Amaterasu magic circle appeared just right, it was easily dismantled under Xiao Zi's overwhelming magic power. Calvin is young after all. After the battle with the Iron Dragon, although his magic power is still sufficient, he can't keep up with his energy a little. Moreover, he has to manipulate 2 summoned beasts, and he is also using magic. With 3 uses, he began to feel that the sensitivity of his senses had declined and flaws gradually emerged. And Xiao Zi seized this flaw very well, and took advantage of that moment of negligence, and used his powerful trick, Death Storm. Several ghost-like magics flashed in front of Calvin in an instant, and the trajectory it traversed became tattered in an instant. The power of this magic can be imagined. Hey! Stand in doll! Calvin was not flustered. At the moment before the attack, a card that did not know when he fell under his feet glowed, and a slimy monster stood in front of Calvin. He took the attack. Ambushing the double puppet in advance is indeed the right choice. The 2 7-star summoned beasts consume too much energy. Calvin claimed to be able to manipulate 3 summoned beasts at the same time. Actually, it is not a lie. It's just that you cannot control 3 7-star summoned beasts at the same time. However, the manipulation of the 7-star summoned beast is much more delicate than other summoned beasts, and the consumption of magic power and energy is not comparable to that of the 6-star. I can't beat him in a short time, and I'm also worried about the guild. Calvin has never been a stubborn person. The biggest difference between him and the other members of the monster tail is that he never succeeds. In fact, the biggest goal this time has been achieved. He humiliated Tai Long severely, and roughly inquired about Xiao Zi's strength. Although Spectre's purpose was still doubtful for the time being, he also roughly reasoned it out. Thinking of this, Calvin no longer hesitated, controlling Kia and the demon's summons to sacrifice his life, and successfully contained Xiao Zi for a while, gaining time for his next move. Seeing that he poured most of the remaining magic power into a card, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com immediately launched it in the next moment, and saw several huge lightsabers towering over the Ghosts Guild. Everyone immediately felt he was imprisoned by a strange force, including Xiao Zi. It should be possible to trap them for a few minutes. In the next moment, Calvin immediately summoned the demon bat dragon and took the wind away, leaving only the stunned ghosts. Calvin Macaro, why such a good person is not a member of our ghost? Calvin flying in midair only has a little magic power left on his body. Fortunately, the flight of the demon bat dragon does not require much magic power, so that he can recover while on the road. And at this time, his mind is not resting, but is constantly analyzing Xiao Zi's plan. Gojilu said that there is still a big gift to give us, the demon tail. I am afraid that after attacking the guild, he will attack our members. Obviously his purpose is to provoke us and let us out. After fighting for so long, none of the 4 elements actually appeared. It was definitely Xiao Zi who had assigned them a task. If my guess is correct, at least 2 of the 4 elements are in Magnolia. In fact, Calvin's guess is very accurate. Some members of the fairy tale were indeed attacked. The Shadow Gear team was nailed to the tree by the Iron Dragon. Makarov has led the fairy tale to where the spectre is. P.S. many people participated in the discussion of the heroine, but I still want to tell you that I haven't made up my mind yet who will be the heroine, and I will not refer to it. Your comments, thank you for reading. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 32, The Lurker Beside Lucy. A group of violent people walked on the streets of Waku, and everyone couldn't help but look sideways. Guessing from the direction they are moving forward, this group of people will not go to the famous wizard guild in the kingdom of Fiery Spectre Trouble. Not long after, the Spectres Guild is already in front of you. From the outside, it seems a bit shabby, but as long as you look closely, it is not difficult to know that these damaged places have been put up recently. President Calvin seems to have had a big fight. Amid the crowd, a beautiful red-haired girl in armor whispered to the short old man in front of him, and following her words, there was a cheer in the crowd. Sounded. In that case, let us have another trouble, Naz. The short old man didn't care, and indifferently ordered with an angry voice. Understood. A young man with cherry-colored hair replied, and then immediately rushed to the ghost's door. His hand was ablaze, and his fist was entangled, and he slammed the door with one punch. A few hours before the monster tail reaches the spectre, Magnolia. Calvin stood in front of his dilapidated guild, felt it carefully, and immediately found that there was no one inside. No one? Did they all set off to Waku? It seems that Gagaru really attacked the guild personnel. Then, the injured should be in the hospital. After thinking about it in place, Calvin immediately changed his purpose. He quickly ran to the hospital in Magnolia. The fact that the monster tail was attacked is known to almost everyone in the town, and Calvin is also a famous person. He had just entered the hospital, and immediately a nurse told him the wounded ward. Opened the ward, there were 3 people lying in it. It was the Shadow Gear group. The central character of this group is the knowledgeable Libby, who is also a lovely girl. The 2 members of the same group like her very much and take good care of her. Calvin and Libby are also very familiar. Because they also read frequently, Libby often recommends good books to Calvin, and Calvin will also give instructions on Libby's magic from time to time. Calvin! Are you back? The president and they have gone to Spectre's side. There is also Lucy in the room. It seems that she is the one who stayed to take care of Libby, or it may be because she has been in the fairy tale for a short time. Everyone also hopes to let her participate in the battle. I know. I just came back from the ghost side. How about Reb and the others, are they seriously injured? Calvin answered briefly and asked about the injury immediately. It's not life-threatening, but the doctor said that he will lie down for a while. Lucy replied immediately, with a worried look on her face. Calvin nodded and checked the injuries of Libby's trio again. He found that although the injuries of the 3 of them were not fatal injuries, they definitely could not be called pediatrics. I am afraid they had been tortured for a long time. I knew I had beaten him to the point where he couldn't take care of himself. Looking at Libby, who was still frowning in a coma, Calvin felt that his anger, which had already improved a bit, was burning again, but he knew he couldn't be impulsive, and the purpose of the spectre in Magnolia was not yet clear. The ghosts are too much, I absolutely can't forgive those guys. Perhaps Calvin's existence gave Lucy a sense of security. Lucy, who had been holding back tears before, saw the tragic situation of her friend lay by, couldn't help it anymore, sobbing softly. It's really weird. Although the like ghosts have a bad relationship with us, they won't provoke us for no reason. Why do they start a war suddenly? In Calvin's impression, Lucy is usually silly. Stupid, but it does have a certain analytical ability, and for this reason, she and Naz's team will be so close together. They are half-minded Lucy and Fauvist Naz, they complement each other, so Calvin should putting her doubts into Lucy's face, see if Lucy has any thoughts. Couldn't they have any purpose? Is there anything we demon tales are worthy of their coveting? Hearing Calvin's words, Lucy tilted her head, doubting her own guess. If they have, they won't wait until now to do it. Has our demon tail got anything good lately? Hearing Lucy's guess, Calvin nodded and replied casually. To talk about the recent change, that is, Lucy has joined the fairy tale. Wait a minute. Maybe, their purpose is Lucy. Thinking that Lucy might be the target, Calvin couldn't help being serious. Looked at Lucy with an expression. What's wrong? His expression is so serious. Lucy was frightened by Calvin's sudden behavior, and asked a little afraid. Although Lucy is a rare astral sorcerer, it is impossible to be targeted by the ghost. Calvin gave Lucy a deep look, guessing that the other party's possible background would be targeted by the ghost. Background? It's nothing, it's just that I was a bit nervous after fighting with Xiaozi. After thinking about it, Calvin decided not to let Lucy know that he was being targeted for the time being. The girl seemed weak. But she was really strong inside. For a while, I think about whether or not to meet and plan to solve the problem by myself. Then Calvin took out a card and handed it to Lucy. The purpose of the spectre is obviously to lure us to its lair. All those who stay in Magnolia are likely to be targets. You hold this card, it will save your life in a crisis. www.novel.com. After receiving Calvin's card, Lucy is obviously very happy. After all, it is the item of an S-rank wizard. Since guessing that the ghost might have another purpose, she has always been a little worried about whether she will be an excellent and beautiful one. Being attacked like Libby, now she has a talisman, how can she be worried? Go back by yourself. Be careful. Libby and the others will let me take care of it. Calvin waved her hand and was about to drive Lucy away. He could see that she had been worried about the three for a long time, and her face was obviously with a tired look. Then I'll go back and sleep for a while, right, Calvin? Don't you plan to meet the chairman and them? Lucy got up and stretched, yawned, and asked innocently. Don't worry, Xiaozi's strength is at best tied with the guild leader, and their iron dragon is equal to Naz. We will not lose. Calvin smiled and confidently told Lucy. Promised. I'm relieved if you say that, then I'll go back first. Lucy exhaled and said goodbye to Calvin with a smile. After Lucy left the hospital, Calvin, who was sitting in the ward, disappeared out of thin air very strangely. At the same time, a faint wave of magic came from the card Lucy had just obtained. Sorry, Lucy, I may be wronging you. The members of Spectre may attack you, but don't worry, I won't hurt you. P.S. Let me see if I can add a more extra chapter tonight. It is about the story of Calvin and Karna performing tasks when they were young. I wonder if anyone would like to read it. In fact, I really want to write the previous stories of Calvin and the main female characters. www.novel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at www.novel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 33, Zero Kim Lucy. Calvin's guess is not wrong. On Lucy's way home, it suddenly rained on a clear day. Although it is tiny, there is indeed magic in the rain, which is not ordinary rain. Hiss, yes, Zhu Bian is a rain girl. In the heavy rain, a figure gradually approached, and a gloomy female voice came slowly. When the figure was near, Lucy realized that the man was a beautiful blue-haired beauty with a little thick lips. Who are you? Lucy, who was instinctively aware of the danger, held the key on her waist and asked seriously, and in her heart, she was wondering if the other party would be a member of Spectre. I am Zhu Bian, the rain girl who is one of the four elements of the ghost. Zhu Bian still said blankly, and while she revealed her identity, Lucy also acted. You made Libby like that. Damn ghost. Seeing she pulled out the key, she was about to open the door and summon the Protoss to fight. I am one of the four elements of the Sun Gentleman. Suddenly, a disgusting voice came from behind Lucy, and grabbed the opponent's wrists. And oh, the people who destroyed the guild and attacked Miss Libby are all masterpieces of Mr. Gojiru. Our task is to bring you back to the ghost. Take me back to the ghost? What do you mean? Lucy struggled, but this posture was really difficult to move, and even the key was removed. But Calvin's words flashed through her heart. You hold this card, it can save your life in a crisis. That's right. Calvin's card. Lucy looked at the waste bag, which was lying with the card given by Calvin. However, the next moment a water polo surrounded her, and suddenly the whole person was soaked in the water, making Lucy instantly panicked, struggling desperately, and even forgot to take out the card. It's useless, Zhu Baiyan's current restrictions are not something you can break through. With the lack of oxygen, Lucy gradually passed out. It seems that they won't hurt Lucy. What are they trying to do when they take Lucy? The four elements moved quickly with Lucy. The gentleman's son seemed to be a wizard of the Earth system. I saw him taking Zhu Baiyan and Lucy through the mud at a fast speed, and the direction was Waku. But their destination is not the Ghost Guild in Waku, but on a hill not far from Waku, where there is a rather magnificent building that is the home of the dominator of the ghost. When Lucy woke up, she found herself in a dirty room with her wrists tied from behind. This room was empty, obviously a cell. What's going on? Where is this? Lucy did it, looking around, thinking about where she might be. Are you awake? Miss Lucy Hardfilia. Suddenly, a sinister voice came from behind the cell door, which surprised Lucy. Underneath is the leader of the Spectres ruler, Jose Paula. The prison door opened and a sinister-looking mustache stepped in. Although his appearance is really not good, his magic is so amazing. Lucy, it's me, Calvin, don't say anything. Suddenly, there was a voice in Lucy's ear. It was Calvin who had subconsciously wanted to ask him for help. Lucy forcibly resisted shouting, but stared at Xiao Ziyi with a stubborn look. Talk to him and ask why I want to catch you, then I'll save you right away. Calvin's voice calmed Lucy quickly. In a short time, Lucy was like a noble lady, even though she is now imprisoned. It's really rude to have such an unclean prison, but you are still a prisoner now, so I have to wrong you. At this time, Xiao Ziyi's voice sounded again, and he looked helpless, with a contemptuous tone. Said to Lucy, don't talk too much nonsense, what are you arresting me for? I don't know what I am worthy of your coveting. You attacked the guild, the purpose is also for me. Lucy changed her weak image and faced the 10 great sages of saints, without flinching, asked hard. Haha. That's pretty smart, the daughter of the Hadfield Consortium. However, when Josie uttered the term Hadfield Consortium, both Lucy and Calvin understood the real purpose of the spectre. How did you know it? Even the people in the guild don't know something. Lucy's face was incredibly hard to believe. Hehe, of course someone told me, but your father entrusted me, let me take you back. Xiao Ziyi still said in the tone of Sheng Wan, he was very satisfied with Lucy's expression, that how is it possible the expression? Lucy, do you want to go home? Calvin learned at this time that Lucy was a runaway daughter. If she really wanted to go home, she had no position to stop her. I will never go back. I won't go back to that kind of home. However, Lucy suddenly yelled hysterically with a firm attitude. Ha ha ha. It's not your turn to choose, do you think anyone can save you after being caught by me? Or do you think you can escape? Xiao Ziyi laughed frantically, looks very arrogant, seeing Lucy really angry, but helpless. Okay, I get it. I'll save you and leave. Calvin's reassuring voice sounded again, and the next moment, there was a ray of light on Lucy's waist. Hey! This breath is Calvin. Xiao Ziyi reacted instantly, Yu reading www.yuuganju.com immediately grabbed Lucy. However, his wrist was held by the other hand, and the person who stopped him was Calvin Macaro, who made him kill quickly. Oh. We meet again, Jose Paula. Calvin. Calvin's appearance made Lucy tears in an instant. This kind of appearance like Prince Charming completely captured Lucy's heart at this moment. It's you again. Do you think you can escape this time? Xiao Zi smiled back and threatened with a ferocious expression. It won't bother you. During the time Lucy was in a coma, I had already made this cell full of traps. Calvin smiled softly, snapped his other hand, and the next second, the walls, floors, and ceilings are full of surgical styles. The imprisonment technique? Do you think this kind of thing can trap me? Xiao Zi smiled disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. It seems that you are also proficient in the art. But the key in this art is hidden by me. It is not a matter of a moment to find it. Calvin let go of Xiao Zi and hugged him in the way of a princess. Lucy. I'm going to run now, if you can catch me, come on, Jose Paula. Calvin's expression at the moment, confident, made Joe's anger up, but he was helpless now. Inside the cell the technique is completely aimed at him, even though he is confident to unlock it. As Calvin said, it is definitely not something that can be done in a short time. In Xiao Zi's angry eyes, Calvin leaped down from the prison door holding Lucy, and then a dragon screamed, and a purple-black dragon-shaped creature carried the two quickly away. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 34, Prepare for War. Calvin, you can put me down. Lucy, lying in Calvin's arms, said to him blushing. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Calvin asked with an embarrassed look after hearing this, and quickly put down Lucy. It's okay, thanks to you rushing to save me. Hey, no, you just said that I was placed in a cell when I was in a coma. Wouldn't it? You planned to get me arrested from the beginning. The grateful Lucy gradually became clear after she was safe, and the more she thought about it, the more things were wrong. Her eyes became sharp, and she looked at Calvin. Haha, I just want to know exactly the purpose of the ghost. Calvin slapped haha and tried to fool around, but Lucy was silent, tears dripping from her eyes. That. I'm really sorry about that, I promise there will be no next time. When Calvin saw tears, he immediately panicked and quickly made various guarantees. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Lucy sobbed, shaking, very helpless. But even so, I still have to be in the guild. I really like fairy tale. Calvin touched Lucy's head and said nonchalantly, it's not your fault, how could we drive you away? That Joser actually made the beautiful girl cry, and I will never spare him. After speaking, Calvin's expression became angry. Lucy still couldn't stop her tears. There were emotions such as joy and guilt in the tears. Seeing Lucy like this, Calvin looked even more pity. At this moment, a familiar magic power quickly approached. Calvin shook first, then immediately laughed again. Princess Lucy, don't cry, look, I'm not the only one who saves you. Calvin controlled the demon bat dragon to slow down slowly, only to see a blue cat in front of him holding a cherry-haired boy flying towards the ghost headquarters. Nats, it's Calvin's bat dragon. Unlike Naz, who only has the main part in his eyes, as a user of wing magic, Hobby can hear all directions and see all directions when flying, but he is the first time I found Calvin. Hey? Isn't he a guild? How could he be here? Naz was a little puzzled. He had learned from the ghost population just now that Calvin had gone back after the riot. Just ask if you can. Hobby screamed love and flew to the demon bat dragon, and they immediately discovered the purpose of their trip. Lucy who was captured. Love. It turns out that Calvin has rescued Lucy. We are a step slower. When Hobby saw Lucy, he immediately showed her a sense of existence. Hobby, you came to save me too, thank you. Lucy, who was so moved, hugged Hobby gently and said softly. However, Hobby had a horrified expression. "What's your face?" Calvin asked helplessly when he saw this. "Lucy is so gentle, is she sick?" Hobby asked innocently. "It seems that it is really worried about Lucy." "You blue cat, return my touch." The next moment, Lucy immediately went mad, holding Hobby's neck and shaking violently, while Hobby was shaking, whispering, "Ah, Lucy has changed back." "Hey, hello!" Lucy cried, "Did Calvin do something to you?" On the other side, Naz suddenly pulled Calvin over and asked quietly. "It seems that you are the one who makes Lucy the most often," Calvin replied. "No, Hobby and I are the kind of pranks and crying too much, different from this kind of thing," Naz said. "You really know yourself. Naz, you won't forget that the back of the demon bat dragon is painted with magic on the back of the demon bat dragon, so that it has a smooth land like magic on its back." Sorry, when I didn't ask, please don't let me faint the transportation." Before Calvin's threats were over, Naz knelt down and begged for forgiveness. After Naz's arrival, everyone swept away their grief and flew to Magnolia with endless laughter. "No, the guild leader was actually knocked down? Is Xiao Zi so strong?" Calvin yelled in disbelief, completely devoid of his previous style. Just now, he learned about his beloved guild leader. Was knocked down. Not long ago, Calvin sitting on the demon bat dragon spotted the retreating group of demon tails, and quickly used cards with giant magic effects to cast on the demon bat dragon, carrying all the people home. It was only then that he found out. As the president of the top 10 holy wizards, there is no magic power at the moment, not as good as the average old man. He was attacked by a man of 4 elements, and all his magic power was taken away. Elisa answered Calvin's question worriedly. She didn't blame Calvin for not participating in the war, but felt guilty for not following the president. The stronger the magic power, the greater the pain that accompanies the depletion. Calvin, who has some medical knowledge, immediately understood the pain of the chairman at this moment. Thinking of this, Calvin hurriedly speeded up the demon bat dragon, and couldn't wait to send the president to the advisory pharmacist of the monster tail lady Perusica. After arriving in Magnolia, the demon tail people immediately handed Makarov to Perusica, and after Perusica settled Makarov, they immediately drove away everyone, using her words in other words, "She hates humans." After returning to the guild, Calvin asked everyone to gather, and he had something to say. "Listen to me, the purpose of the ghost is Lucy." You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I'm sure they will definitely shoot again, we must be ready to fight at any time. I am afraid the next time the ghost will come out. Long fell, and the most popular person at the moment was Calvin, the strongest and most reassuring. At that time, Josie asked me to deal with it. Elisa, you lead Naz, Grey, Elfman and Kana to deal with Iron Dragon and the 4 elements. As long as these 6 people fall, the others should not be afraid. Calvin's voice always has a reassuring feeling. Under his assignment, the already noisy guild slowly quieted down. "Calvin, are you really Josie's opponent?" Elisa asked with a little worry. She knew Calvin was very strong, but after all, the opponent was a wizard comparable to Makarov. "There is a chance. Even though it is very weak." Calvin responded with a wry smile. He didn't know that he might not be the opponent, but in this situation, no matter if he doesn't make a move. "Calvin, you are very familiar with Mist Gang, can you call him back?" At this time, Karna, who had just tried to fortune the position of Mist Gang, asked Calvin after failure. "I have contacted him. He is collecting the magic power scattered by the president. His mission is more important than participating in the battle." Calvin replied. "Then I will contact Laxus." Myra said to Calvin, and Calvin nodded. Why did the ghost guy hit Lucy's idea? Is Lucy the daughter of some consortium? At this time, Naz asked depressedly, and gave a guess that he didn't believe him. "Yes, that's why. Hey, you reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 35, The Strongest Defensive Magic Card. Lucy, the newcomer to fairy tale, has a good body. The cow, the Protoss, and Naz and Grey are in a love triangle, writing novels. The members of fairy tale have many opinions on Lucy, but among them, there has never been a choice of Miss Jian-jin. When Calvin told the truth, everyone present was silent. Lucy looked around in a panic, not knowing why. Sure enough, it shouldn't be exposed. Lucy couldn't help but feel sad. She should have understood that Miss Jian-jin is not suitable for entering the Sorcerer's Guild. No, it's causing trouble for everyone now. Wow! Lucy is actually the eldest lady. The Lucy who laughed with us in the dirty tavern. Then, the first person who said that she couldn't imagine was Kana. She was holding the bottle and hugging it. Lucy, as if to study her from the beginning, carefully examine her. Yes, Karna, you have to get close to Lucy. Learn the manners of the eldest lady. Grey sneered and complained, but at the same time stared at Lucy with an incredible gaze, which is enough to make every girl hate. You put on your clothes first. Let's talk about it. With this outfit and this look, I'm about to ask the council to take you away, exhibitionist. Kana gave Grey an uncomfortable look, and then suddenly held Lu's chest was blushing and smiling. Kana. Good job. All the men present in the monster tale, all the thanks to Kana appeared in their minds. Mila hurriedly stopped, and gave Calvin a white glance, who had just looked away from Lucy, with an unnatural ruddy face. Elisa, you go and scold those men too. Myra took Lucy, walked to Elisa, and said softly. Miss Daughter, the weather is really good today. However, Elisa was still intoxicated by the fright of Lucy's life, so don't want her to be normal for the time being. Looking at everyone's still unchanged faces and the still noisy guild, Lucy cried, laughing and crying. Mila clearly saw Lucy's smile on the side, a firm smile appeared on her face, and then turned and walked towards the communication magic crystal for communication in the guild. I don't know what she is playing, but soon, Laxus's arrogant face appeared in the magic crystal. It's Myra, what's the matter? The guild is facing a crisis, and the ghost is about to go to war with us, but the guild leader is seriously injured now, please come back. Myra begged Laxus in a low tone, facing 5S rank wizards and the ghost of one of the 10ths. At the moment there are only 2 high-end monster tales, Elsa and Calvin, obviously not enough to contend with the ghost. Ha 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 ha. That smelly old man will have this fate too. But it has nothing to do with me, it is the consequence of his arbitrarily. However, La Casas did not accept Myra's love, and clamored forever. But Mila, forget it. Just when Mila wanted to continue begging, a gentle voice stopped him. I saw Calvin standing behind her at some point, gently hugging her shoulders. La Casas was not in my combat power budget. Talking to such people is just a waste of saliva. Calvin glanced at La Casas and said unceremoniously. Oh Calvin, you are very confident. Why don't I remember that you are so strong? Laxus was not angry, and said to Calvin with a weird smile. No matter how weak I am better than you as a coward. Look at it, as long as I lead the monster tale to victory in this battle, the throne of the 4th generation will definitely belong to me. I am sure to kick you out of the guild as soon as possible. Calvin looked at Laxus disdainfully with a cold and angry look. Hey! Then don't blame me for killing you. Before La Casas finished speaking, Calvin had cut off the communication and walked out without a word. Let's go, Myra, this kind of person, let's treat him as if he doesn't exist. Calvin, in this case, why don't I join the war too? Mila, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly raised her head and said aggressively. If your magic power is restored, I have no objection. Calvin stopped, then turned to look at Myra's eyes, and said sternly, but now if you act arbitrarily, the consequences may be greater than that of the day. Elfman's is more serious. Mila, who had never been said so harshly by Calvin, coupled with the guild's crisis and other uneasiness, she couldn't help it anymore, tears streaming down her eyes. When Calvin saw this, his heart was really hard, and he gently hugged Myra in his arms, and said softly, "Don't worry, even if I lose this life, I will protect the guild. If it is really compelling, only the red-eyed black dragon can be used. Xiaozi, I believe you don't want to see the power that can kill the dragon." At the same time, Calvin's gaze showed a cold light, and he was now the queen of poisonous dragon. For the first time a real killing intent. Rumbling. Suddenly, there was a huge shaking and sound. Calvin, who instinctively felt something wrong, immediately released Myra and rushed out. I saw that, not far away, a huge building just retracted 6 legs that shouldn't belong to it. I moved the entire guild here, maid. I miscalculated this time. Before Calvin could calm down, www.novel.com Spectre's 6-legged walker stretched out a cannon pole in the front. It contains the magic power that can destroy the monster tail in one hit. No, it should be said that it is powerful enough to destroy the town. Magic retractor. Quick! All members get down. The first person who reacted was Elisa. She put on the most defensive diamond armor of all armors in the first time, standing in the forefront of everyone. Her decisiveness was correct, and just after she changed her outfit, Jupiter, the magic constrictor, had already fired. The strongest Calvin is not good at defense. He is the only one who can never lose power. At the moment of the crisis, Elisa quickly calculated in her mind. At present, it is only possible to block this attack. And Calvin, but I am weaker than Calvin. Of course, I should bear this attack. She believes that with Calvin's head, this simple truth definitely makes sense. It is true that Calvin knows the truth about abandoning the car to protect the handsome, but sometimes reason can't beat sensibility. Just when Elisa was about to be attacked by Jupiter, one hand pulled her away, and at the same time a voice that was always so reassuring came. "Get out, Elisa. Magic card, neutralization of the attack, start." As Calvin's voice fell, a strange black hole appeared on Jupiter's trajectory, and Jupiter was silent as if he had hit a different dimensional space. Inserted silently into the black hole. It was terribly calm. P.S. Just after it was finished, it was discovered that the demon tail was updated, and then the so-called Desert King managed to get Jupiter in one palm? The Prime Minister said that the protagonist I wrote is really weak. www.novel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at www.novel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 36, Go to War. Fairy Tale to Spectre. The aftermath of Jupiter blew a hurricane. One can imagine how terrifying its power is. However, all the members of Fairy Tale discovered that apart from themselves, the guild had not suffered any damage, thanks to the 2 people standing in the forefront of the guild, Calvin and Elisa. Calvin. Looking at the not majestic figure in front of her, Elisa felt so touched for some reason, she couldn't help whispering the other party's name softly. "Isn't it actually blocking that Jupiter?" Gray opened his mouth wide and looked incredulous. Although he knew that Calvin was very good, he had never thought that the opponent could block that war-level weapon by himself. However, among the people present, only Kana rushed towards Calvin for the first time, as if she had a clear heart. When Kana reached his back, Calvin fell back without warning. This incident scared everyone immediately, and Elisa quickly stepped forward to check. On the surface, Calvin didn't have any injuries, but he was sweating profusely, panting, and looked very hard. "Kana, this is..." Myra, who also walked over, couldn't help asking. The magic used by Calvin just now, the neutralization of the attack, is not a defensive magic, but a sacrificial magic. It is the true face of that magic by paying the same magic power to offset the attack. Kana answered quickly while checking Calvin's status. Although he was not injured, his magic power is severely overdrawn and he can no longer fight anymore. After a while, Kana put Calvin on his feet, stood up, and said sadly, "No way, such a powerful Calvin actually, one blow." Naz clenched his fist, gritted his teeth and trembled. "That's the magic constrictor, it's incredible enough to be able to block it. It's really a man." Elfman stood behind Mila, defending Calvin. Just as everyone in Monster Tale was intoxicated by Calvin's loss of combat power, the Ghosts Guild spoke. It should be said that Jiao Zi spoke through a loudspeaker. "After Makarov, even Calvin, who can fight me, can't fight anymore, you can't win. Call out Lucy Hardophilia right now. Right now." Jiao Zi's disgusting voice immediately aroused everyone's anger. Everyone yelled at him, which moved Lucy and was very moved. Guilt and helpless. Jiao Zi is right. Even Calvin has fallen. How could we have defeated? I still. Lucy trembled hesitantly, and the various thoughts in her mind violently clash and panic. However, at this moment, Ai Lusa spoke. "If you betray your companions, you might as well die." The huge sound spread from afar. Elisa roared at the ghost angrily, venting her strong desire to protect her companions. Oh! Elisa's roar aroused everyone's morale, and Fairy Tale was fearless at this moment. At this moment, Lucy was crying. "Very good. In that case, I will let you eat the extra-large Jupiter. You can enjoy the horror within 15 minutes of filling." Struggle. Cannot get a satisfactory answer. Originally Qiao Zi, who was stimulated by Calvin several times, immediately screamed. "Give you two choices, be killed by my soldiers, or die under Jupiter." As Qiao Zi's hideous voice came, a bunch of black soldiers who couldn't see their faces seemed not afraid of death. Charged towards the monster tail. "No way! Is that guy planning to let his companion die under Jupiter? No, that's Jiao Zi's magic secluded soldier, not a human being." Kana, who often comes into contact with summoned creatures, can see the true colors of those soldiers at a glance. "One more shot. Only let me." Elisa heard this, her face immediately turned blue, and she was ready to be the next victim after Calvin. 15 minutes is enough. At this moment, the person who should have fallen spoke. "Calvin. Just find someone to destroy it, I need some time to rest, don't worry, I can continue fighting right away." Calvin, who was lying on the floor, sat up at some point, dripping cold sweat and reluctantly said, "Okay. Just let me come. Hobbit, let's go." Naz recommended himself at the first time, and he flew to the Ghost Guild with Hobbit before everyone reacted. "Elfman. Let's go too." Grey, who was unwilling to lag behind, immediately greeted Elfman with him, but they didn't have the wings of Hobbit and their speed was much slower. "Are you really okay, Calvin?" Eliza knelt down and asked Calvin seriously. "Who do you think I am? I am the king of Monster Tale trainers." Calvin smiled confidently, showing white teeth. "Just blow it, depending on your current situation." Elisa smiled, stood up, emitting light. After the light dissipated, a set of pure white armor that looked like a of war, was beautiful and noble. "Armor of heaven. Until you recover, I will protect the guild." Elisa wearing armor, majestic, just standing there, has made everyone feel at ease. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Yes, let them see the strength of the fairy queen, not worse than the king of the trainer. Calvin smiled lightly and watched Elisa fly to the ghost. "Okay. Elisa has gone straight into the enemy line, and I can't lose." After Elisa left, Calvin rested for dozens of seconds, feeling that his condition seemed to improve, and he was struggling. "Stand up. Calvin, don't be aggressive, I know you don't even have any magic power left on you. Let us leave those secluded soldiers." However, Kana blocked his actions and pushed him into the guild to rest. Between. Calvin, who was lying on the bed, suddenly got up. Although he just showed nothing wrong, in fact, he was really in pain. "You know, the source of life of the wizard is magic power." Calvin, who instantly emptied the magic power, is not as painful as Makarov, but it is almost the same. If he had not been better than young, he would have been like Makarov. Passed in a coma. "Hurry up, recover my magic power, only that card I don't want to use." Calvin smiled helplessly, but thought of his magic card that could instantly restore himself to his best condition. But he also knew that he was really going to fight it out this time. He had a small chance of winning against Xiao Ziyi, not to mention his current situation. No way. Although it will reduce the lifespan, it is better than watching the companion die in front of you. After thinking about it for a long time, and hearing that the battle outside became more and more fierce, Calvin made up his mind to use that card. A card that members know. Archangel's Breath. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 37, Calvin standing up again. The two most powerful guilds in the Fury Kingdom, the battle between Monster Tail and Spectre, is proceeding like fire. But helpless, the ghost of Xiao Ziyi is too strong. Not only is the number of ghost soldiers he summoned is huge, but each one has a not weak combat power. Although the Demon Tail's combat power is indeed very powerful, it is just a little bit powerless to face the seemingly endless Yu soldiers. Moreover, they are also facing the threat of Jupiter, who said that the fire dragon Naz of the Demon Tail has gone to destroy, and he is also very good at destroying, but no one can guarantee that he can complete the task within the limited time. An important weapon like Jupiter will certainly have considerable protection. And the protector is the S-rank wizard of Spectre, one of the four elements of the fire bunny Maru. Calvin was inside the Demon Tail, looking at the card in his hand, struggling whether to use it. Although I think I have the heart to sacrifice everything for the guild, I still hesitate when it comes to an important juncture. And this is not the red-eyed black dragon that must sacrifice life. Grandpa, I really am immature. I really embarrass you. I'm sorry, I've said something in front of your grave before, so don't you hear it. I must be crazy once. Calvin smiled nostalgically. He still remembered that he was in his grave when Pierce died. I vowed to cherish my life in this life and live well. The breath of the Archangel, I am willing to give my life in the future, let me bloom at this moment. Elisa looked at the blindfolded man in front of her, her inner anger could not stop rising. It was this guy who attacked her beloved president and caused him to suffer from the loss of magic. You are Elsa the Fairy Queen, I have heard of your name. The blindfolded man stood in front of Elsa, his tone of voice was weak, but confident. Don't worry, I will never forgive you. The fact that you will take action against us alone is more than enough for me to kill you hundreds of times. Elisa stared at him coldly, Tianlun armor immediately go out. At this moment, the Ghosts Guild shook hugely, and an explosion sounded. Elisa immediately smiled, this is obviously the phenomenon of Jupiter being destroyed, Naz succeeded. Does the destruction of Jupiter make you so happy? Tell you, it doesn't make any sense. Although the blindfolded man was blindfolded, he seemed to be able to see Elisa's every move and mocked. Yes, it's really meaningless, because our demon tail will completely defeat you ghosts. A Jupiter launch pad is nothing at all. Elisa replied blankly, and at the same time, she didn't dare, the sword behind her it danced like a fish and waved at the masked man. Damn bastard! In the uppermost room of the guild, Xiao Ziyi clearly saw that Jupiter was indeed destroyed. Angry, he immediately issued an order, start the super magic giant, I want to start the purgatory wave. But, it's forbidden at this time. A member in charge of manipulating the guild's actions said, slightly worried. I'm the president. Do what I say. Do you want to be slaughtered by my soldiers first? Xiao Zi suddenly turned his head and said to the person who had just spoken, his tone savage, and at the same time, there was something around him. A secluded soldier. The man hurriedly lowered his head and continued his work, completely afraid of any negligence. Xiao Zi nodded in satisfaction this time, but his face was still green. Soon, the ghost guild began to move again, only to see that it showed its limbs stretched out, followed by its head, and finally the whole guild stood up. Haha! Fairy tale, let you see our spectre's strongest weapon, super magic giant spectre MKII. Xiao Zi laughed impossibly, and in his laughter, Spectre MKII's arms began to move. I don't know what I'm painting. However, it only drew a few strokes before someone recognized it. It was one of the forbidden magic circles, the terrifyingly powerful Purgatory Broken Wave. And because of the huge body of Spectre MKII, this Purgatory Wave breaking magic circle is also amazing. With its scale, it is not difficult to destroy the entire Magnolia. How to stop this kind of thing? Kana stared at the giant in a daze, with a desperate expression. You continue to defend against Loki, let me stop that thing. At this moment, a big hand touched Kana's head. Kana listened to the familiar voice and turned around and saw that she should be resting. Calvin! I didn't tell you to take a break. Kana was shocked and immediately yelled at him angrily, but only halfway through, Calvin had reached out and pressed her lips. Don't worry, I've recovered. By the way, where's Lucy? His expression didn't show any tension, and the magician who was so reassuring at all times had returned. Mila told her to follow Radasso to the invisible house. Making a fool. You have known Naz for so long, how can you forget how powerful the Dragon Slayer's nose is? Calvin frowned when he heard the words, but immediately stretched out. But it doesn't matter, as long as you hit Xiao Zi, everything is easy to say. Listening to Calvin's confident words, Kana was a bit silly for a while, and she saw Calvin staring at the top of the magic giant, as if she could look at the Xiao Zi inside. Intersect in general. Xiao Zi, I absolutely do not forgive you. A soaring magic power soared from Calvin and spread throughout the battlefield. Therefore, the members of the monster tail who felt this magic power showed incredible expressions. Then, the attack is more fierce and sharper. Because their trump card has been resurrected. This magic. Calvin. It's a lie? It's actually recovered. Ilusa, who was fighting with the blindfolded man www.novel.com, suddenly stopped, feeling the familiarity. The magic. Such a big flaw in the battle. It's not your style. Elisa. The blindfolded man grasped the floor revealed by Elisa, and whizzed away with a strong attack. However, Elisa waved her hand and the attack split into two. What? I actually split the invisible airspace. The blindfolded man exclaimed in shock. Arya, it's over. Elisa's expression is no longer as cold as before, and there is a touch of joy. The resurrection of her companion has made her heart full of haze more light, and her magic power, but also further promoted, the momentum is shocking. Yes, it's over. It seems that I can't keep my hand to deal with you. Arya tore the cloth strip in front of her, and at the same time her magic power increased greatly, and she was on par with Elsa. The airspace of death is 0. Hehe, this airspace will consume all lives. Arya used her strongest magic and smiled fiercely at Elisa. Will the magic that swallow life? Unforgivable. Who cares about your preferences, taking lives is one of my pleasures. Arya dismissed Elisa's anger and said with a smile. Tianlun dazzling sword. With a bitter blow, Elisa avoided Arya's attack, split the airspace of death, and finally cut down Arya. A crisp and sharp blow, a perfect sword, made Arya defeated here. The president can't be overthrown by your miscellaneous things. Now erase your so-called heroic deeds for me. www.ltnovel.com. Welcome to read the latest, fastest, and hottest one. The serialized works are all at www.ltnovel.com. For mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 38, Melee. The breath of the Archangel, regardless of the state, as long as you still have a breath, it can resurrect you in place and restore your peak state. Even in all Calvin's cards, it is a unique existence, and there is no magic card that can beat it in effect. However, such a powerful magic has serious consequences. The magic to heal injuries is very rare in this world. The only thing Calvin has heard of is the sky magic of the Sky Witch, and he obviously doesn't, but in order to face the situation that one day has to work hard, he still researched one. A card that can be restored instantly is the Breath of the Archangel. Strictly speaking, the Breath of the Archangel is not healing magic, but a cost exchange ritual. By sacrificing one's own life in the future, in exchange for the short-term strength at this moment, in fact, Calvin felt that this card was very uneconomical. This card does not require magic power. It can be used by just reading the secret language set by Calvin. It is the only card that can be used by people other than him. This is also why he didn't want others to know the existence of this card, because he knew very well that his guild's fool was able to save everything in order to protect his family, including his own future. Rode the Silver Wolf through the group of ghost soldiers and came to the Ghosts' Guild. Calvin walked forward step by step, not fast, but very firm. Now, he is going to challenge the president of the Spectre, one of the top 10 holy wizards, Jose Pola. This is not the same as the previous two temptations, but a real life and death battle. He has not changed much from just now, the only difference is that there is a strand of white hair on his hair, which is very conspicuous. This is the side effect of the Archangel's breathing. Was walking, and suddenly there was a loud noise. I saw a fiery flame and a blue kitten rushing out from nowhere. It was Naz and Hobby. Yo! Naz! Calvin took the initiative to greet Naz rarely. It was clear that it was the life and death of the demon tail at this moment, but he was so relaxed and content that Naz, who was already nervous, relaxed a little inadvertently. Calvin! Are you all right? Naz asked in surprise. Calvin is resurrected. We are saved this time. Hobby exaggerated and yelled from the side, tears overflowing, and he hugged Calvin's thighs with lightning speed. What's the matter? Calvin couldn't help but smile when he saw Hubby's silly look. Naz said he was going to bring down Josie. Wow! Wow! Hobby cried and said after Naz's decision, and immediately started crying again. How afraid he was to wait to die with Naz, and he would pay it back. Never had a relationship with a female cat. Naz, as a master, it shouldn't be enough to make Hobby scared like this. Calvin suppressed his smile and pretended to say to Naz seriously. Hobby! You traitor! Do you have so much confidence in me? Naz was so angry at Hobby's appearance. As his closest partner, how could Hobby not believe him? Naz, you must be self-aware. Calvin picked up Hobby, put it back on Naz's head, and continued, Jose, let me deal with it. Your opponent should be someone else. Listening to Calvin's meaningful words, Naz's expression gradually calmed down, his eyes sharp. He thought of a person, a wizard with the same identity as him. I can't perceive the breath of Iron Dragon now, can you find him? Calvin asked softly. I'll knock him down. Naz moved his nose and said seriously. I played against him. To be honest, he is a bit better than you. And I'm worried that he will catch Lucy who is hiding. The Dragon Slayer's nose is very powerful. Calvin said with a pun, gently use the radical method. Calvin, I will defeat him, I swear. Naz issued a downfall declaration again, and Hobby also tacitly caught Naz and flew out like the wind. Naz, don't let me down. Calvin stared at the place where Naz had left in a daze for a long time before turning around and continuing to walk towards Xiaozi. Since Calvin released that powerful magic power outside, the level of the yubbing who fought with the other people in the demon tail has dropped significantly. Obviously, in order to defeat Calvin, Xiaozi also had to save magic. Before he knew it, Zhou Zi had already put Calvin on the same level as him. Not long after Naz left, a red-haired woman in armor also ran over. It was Elisa who had just defeated Arya. "Elisa, do you go along?" Calvin asked in a relaxed tone without any surprise. What he meant was to ask her if she had the courage to challenge Xiaozi with him. "You don't want me to interfere with you?" Elisa smiled and said softly. "Hehe, this seems to be the first time I teamed up with you." Elisa responded simply, but she didn't seem to have the joy of meeting Calvin just now for some reason. Instead she seemed to be worried about something. She is not an idiot like Naz. In addition to being surprised at Calvin's resurrection, she is also thinking about why he can be resurrected. She is very smart and would easily think that this is not something that can be done by normal means. And regardless of Calvin's suddenly mature temperament and a strand of white hair on his head, it was obvious to her that it was absolutely unusual. "Don't worry, I'm fine." As if seeing through Elisa's concern, Calvin touched Elisa's head and said softly. Elisa patted Calvin's big hand with embarrassment. She was not used to being touched like this, but Calvin likes to touch girls' hair is not a secret thing. She didn't say that she minded very much. "Is there any strategy?" Elisa replied to the fairy queen's demeanor. Since Calvin deliberately skipped the topic, Eliza did not pursue the matter anymore. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is now the most important thing to survive this crisis. Calvin did not answer, but 3 magic circles lit up behind him. After the light dissipated, 3 knights wearing armor and holding long swords slowly followed him. The 3 knights, the king, the queen, and the guards, you don't plan to use them to fight against? Elisa frowned when she saw the summoned creature, obviously disagreeing. Although the 3 knights said that the combined attack technique was extraordinary, they could only stop them. How could they reach Xiaozi? Calvin laughed and said nothing. Then, they found a figure appeared in front of them, and the surrounding atmosphere was immediately filled with evil magic power. You don't need to look at it to know that Xiaozi took the shot himself. On the other hand, Naz, who owns the wings of the Hobbit, also successfully found the Iron Dragon Gojiru, who happened to defeat Radasso and was about to capture Lucy. Naz didn't say a word, attacked from the air, and an iron fist hit Gojiru's face, knocking him tens of meters away. "Asshole! What do you want to do to Lucy?" Naz's face was covered with blue veins, and in the same way, Gojiru, who had just stood up, was so angry that he was so angry. Fire Dragon. In the Ghost Guild, Grey and Elfman were divided into 2 groups, trying to figure out how to prevent the magical giant from portraying the breaking waves of purgatory. However, coincidentally, there were enemies in front of them blocking their way. Rain Girl Zhu Bian, Gentleman of the Sun. P.S. Click on the sad Prime Minister and enter the personal center inside. The man with the profile picture is Calvin Macaro. Yu reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in Yu reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 39, Joser vs Calvin, Elisa. Hehe, I really didn't expect that even if Makarov became like that, you demon tail can resist to this point. The shadow covered Xiaozi's face, his expression was not clear, his tone was cold. Listen. No emotions. However, Calvin and Elisa didn't dare to care at all, even if it was a random blow from each other, they both concentrated on resisting Western medicine. You should be fortunate that neither the strongest man in the demon tail nor the other 2 S-rank wizards participated in the battle, otherwise the ghost would have been defeated when the battle started. Calvin said with disdain. His words are not groundless. Apart from the unfathomable strength of Kana's father Kildas, Calvin knows that Laxus uses the magic power of Dragon Slayer, compared to Naz and Iron Dragon. The difference is that Miss Gang's accomplishments in the magic circle are not inferior to him, and all kinds of undefeatable means can definitely compete with Xiao Zi. Really, Calvin, to what extent do you provoke me? Xiao Zi was very angry, waving his hands together, and two vast magics rushed towards them. Calvin and Elisa are not at all messy, they are prepared. I saw the three knights behind Calvin jumped out instantly, and the three long swords were placed in front of him in a peculiar way, forming a unique defensive posture, while Elsa was instantly replaced with a black feather armor, speed suddenly, easily dodge the attack. The next moment, a larger wave of magic came, Xiao Zi closed her hands, and the unique magic gushed out again, and the speed was so fast, the range even covered all of Elisa's range of action, making her unavoidable. Xiao Zi's plan was to hit the relatively weak Elisa first, and then concentrate on dealing with Calvin who made him jealous. Elisa subconsciously put the sword horizontally, intending to hold it through. However, at this moment she heard Calvin's voice. I will cover you and attack. Elisa did not hesitate, the speed of the black feather armor was immediately activated by her to the fastest speed, and she rushed straight towards Xiao Zi's magic. When she was about to reach it, several spiral magic circles suddenly appeared out of thin air, surrounding Ai Lusha, defend her. Amaterasu 37 rules spiral wall. Calvin was already preparing this defensive magic circle at the beginning of Zhou's first attack. This is also the reason why he let the three knights defend himself. Elisa's quick attack is very important for this battle. Calvin's spiral wall magic circle came into contact with Zhou's magic following Elisa's impact. At the moment of contact, there was a harsh sound. The magic circle on the spiral wall is not static. There is a layer of rotating magic power on the surface of the magic circle, and the spiral magic circle can bounce all magic. Elsa's speed is extremely fast, coupled with Calvin's cover, passed through Zhou Zi's magic unharmed, and came to him. And the sword in her hand has also been swung down at an extremely fast speed. However, Elisa and Calvin still underestimated Zhou Zi. He is not the kind of wizard who has no melee combat ability. He didn't see what magic he used, but just moved lightly and easily avoided Elisa's sword attack. Raising his right hand lightly, he used magic to grab Elisa while Elisa showed her flaws, and the magic bound Elisa firmly like a living rope. Calvin certainly wouldn't let Elsa be caught easily. The three knights attacked at the same time, encircling Xiao Zi, only to see Xiao Zi taking Elsa to avoid him, but he was never hit. You don't think that kind of summon can defeat me, Calvin, are you underestimating me? Xiao Zi ridiculed the three knights while talking and laughing. Of course not, but you shouldn't ignore that I am not the only summoned beast, right? Calvin smiled and pointed his hands at Xiao Zi. Just now, he had already used the time that the three knights had bought. A magical array above 30 gauges. 18 magic columns rushed out from the ground, surrounding Xiao Zi in different shapes, and Xiao Zi also felt the binding power from the magic circle at the same moment, but how could he ignore Calvin's magic circle? What about his accomplishments? He was already on guard. I saw him explode with a strong magical power, suppressing the 18-pillar god who was going to surround him, and in this short gap, he had already jumped out of the range of the magic circle. But Calvin's arrangement is not finished yet. After Zhou Zi's landing sign, the king and queen knights have already carried two swords to him, and Zhou Zi can't avoid it in the air. Xiao Zi was not surprised, his hands wrapped in magic power, blocking the three knights from one side to the other. In fact, he never paid attention to the three knights. Although his sword skills were exquisite, his attack power was too low. He was casual. Then you can defend. Indeed, the strength of the three knights is not high, the king and queen only have 4 stars, and the strongest guard knights are only 5 stars. However, Calvin never thought that the three knights could defeat Zhou's. When the king knight and the queen knight contained him, the guard knight had already cut off the magic that bound Elisa. From beginning to end, he just wanted to save him. Elisa only. Thanks, Calvin. Elisa finally escaped, quickly throwing a word of thanks. You are the main attacker, and the 3 knights contain it. Calvin said shortly without talking nonsense. In fact, he couldn't spare more time to talk. Xiao Ziyi's spell casting was so powerful that he could use it every time he raised his hand. The speed was so fast that he could barely defend and evade. Elisa is not nonsense, and the power of the black feather armor is once again used to the limit by her, appearing in front of Xiao Ziyi like a ghost, using one-handed long sword endlessly. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Elsa is not weak. Although Xiao Ziyi caught her just now, it doesn't mean that he can underestimate Elisa. In this way, under the attack of the 3 knights and Elisa, plus Calvin's side harassment, the 3 of them were in a stalemate in the dazzling magic. It's too powerful, 2 people can actually contain me, Makarov's guild really makes me envy. Dodging Elisa's sword, Xiao Ziyi's face became inexplicable, and said in admiration. I said, if it weren't for the 3 S-rank wizards in Monster Tale who hadn't participated in the battle, you would have been defeated. Calvin shouted, trying to disturb Xiao Ziyi's mind. Don't be humble. In fact, the magic of the 2 of you is very powerful, especially Calvin. After defending Jupiter's blow, you can still maintain such a state. The title of the King of Beastmasters is truly famous. Go back. Xiao Ziyi was not angry, or was he already angry to the extreme? Why, do you want to admit defeat? Calvin asked with a smile. Even if we want to surrender, we won't forgive you. Elisa said fiercely while dancing. No, I decided to take advantage of this to completely annihilate your demon tail. Xiao Ziyi's expression instantly became fierce, and at the same time, his magic power exploded. Outside, the yubbing who fought with the monster tail suddenly became weak. It could have suppressed everyone in the monster tail, but now it has been severely suppressed. P.S. I've stopped changing for a few days, I'm sorry. The Prime Minister is a person who is easy to fall into. He has been chasing a novel crazily these days. I finished reading it today, so I resumed updating it. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in You Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 40, The Strongest Knight. Xiao Ziyi took back part of the magic power of yubbing outside, and the balance between the 3 was immediately broken. The 3 knights are still too weak. Calvin thought to himself that just now, he was slightly injured by Zhou Ziyi's magic and his negligence. The 3 knights are definitely not the strongest among Calvin's summoned beasts, but this is indeed the most balanced method within the limit of only controlling 3 heads at the same time. Elisa's face is very ugly, in fact, she knows she is dragging Calvin back. In the battle with Xiao Ziyi, in order to be able to attack with all his strength, he exposed a lot of flaws. If it weren't for Calvin's various defensive magics to cover her, she would have been scarred, although she had also suffered a lot of minor injuries. But in fact, Calvin does need Elisa's attack power when using the 3 knights. Despite the balance of the 3 knights, the lack of strong attack power is really a fatal weakness. Cuckoo, very good understanding. Calvin, I have once again learned the strength of the King of Beastmasters. Such weak 3 things can last so long in your hands. I am really curious. How did it happen? Zhou Ziyi, who was in the upper hand, said suddenly, showing an expression of interest in Calvin. Calvin didn't answer, he really couldn't respond in this intense battle. This magic is called the card of summoning. I have never seen this type of summoning magic before. Obviously you possess the element, but you can master other magic. Is there any secret in this? To Calvin, Xiao Ziyi didn't mind the silence, and continued to talk to himself. However, your weakness is also obvious. Whether it is the summoning card or the Amaterasu magic array, you are telling others that you are very bad at close hand-to-hand combat. At the same time as saying this, Calvin behind him, there appeared a soldier covering his body. It was no different in appearance from the secluded soldier outside, but in terms of magic power, it was at a completely different level. Obviously, this is the quiet soldier who has gathered a lot of magic power from Jiaozi. Summoning magic is not exclusive to Calvin. Joser is telling Calvin about this. Calvin's various calculations have been done all the time, not that Jiaozi is too stupid, but that he is not familiar with Calvin. In fact, he is also a powerful wizard who is already known for his wisdom, and he can learn from his successful calculation of Makarov. The moment Yu Bing appeared, it rushed towards Calvin, and the magic power of the long sword in his hand rolled, obviously not an attack that could be taken lightly. I want to come to Jiaozi. Although Calvin is good at various defensive arrays, he can use it very fast. But facing the deadly attack of Yubing Jian, it was obviously too slow. The magic power he used on this secluded soldier absolutely surpassed any of the three knights. If it is classified according to Calvin's level, it has already entered the 7-star level. Jiaozi showed a smile, he felt that he was already in control. Then, Elisa smiled. Jiaozi, you made a mistake on your own. Elisa smiled lightly, and the magic burst suddenly. Jiaozi used a lot of magic power on Yubing, which was a perfect time to leave scars on him. What do you mean? Jiaozi was bewildered by Elisa's smile, his eyes turned from Calvin to Elisa, facing Elsa's outburst, he didn't care, but to her smile, he thought about it. Unexplainable. Just when he looked at Elisa, he heard the sound of weapons intersecting in his ears. It came from Calvin's direction. And when he turned his gaze back to Calvin again, what caught him was the sight of his own soldier, his head cut off. The person who chopped off the head of the soldier is Calvin. At this moment, Jiaozi understood why Elisa laughed. It turned out that Calvin's weakness was not close combat. From before, the only person who can accompany me to practice the sword is Calvin. Elisa's words answered Jiaozi's question. He was careless, since he was not afraid of close combat, how could he think that Calvin only knew about long-range attacks? I understand, it's a deep calculation. This guy has appeared in front of me time and time again, but he has never revealed his melee ability. The purpose is to plant a seed in my heart that he will not fight melee. Even if this seed might not have a chance to germinate. Jiaozi was shocked, as Elisa thought, he did use too much magic power on that secluded soldier. At this moment, Calvin suddenly removed the three knights, holding the sword on top of him, and flanking with Elsa, and at the same time threw a card to the three knights. Touching Calvin's sword, Jiaozi suddenly developed a sense of familiarity. He could feel that Calvin's sword skills were very messy and changeable, and there were some moves he had just learned from the three knights. Are you aware of it? In fact, all my summoned beasts are not conscious. They are all controlled by me. Their fighting methods are my moves. Calvin said softly while attacking. Unexpectedly? 3 summoned beasts, plus yourself, with 1 heart and 4 uses. This is no longer as simple as manipulation. You are empowering consciousness. You have learned this soul separation method. Jiaozi was surprised, a little bit lost his calm and shouted loudly. The method of dividing souls. Looking at Calvin suspiciously, this is a ranking she has never heard of. I know how much magic, there is too much. Calvin said with a smile, and suddenly pulled Elisa out of the battle group. Just when Elisa was more confused, a figure swung a sword at Zhou Ziyi. The power of this sword far surpassed any previous attack by the 3 of them. Xiao Ziyi was shocked and dodged in a panic, but his shoulder was still cut. This was the first time he was injured since the battle began. This is... Elisa looked at the figure who had chopped Xiao Ziyi in surprise. She really did not expect Calvin to hide such a whole card. This is the fusion of 3 knights, Heavenly Knights. Calvin laughed. His current strongest card is the 7-star Dragon Slayer Swordsman, but the strongest summoned beast is the majestic sky in front of him. Knight. He has not yet had the ability to make a card that surpasses 8 stars, but he cleverly uses the fusion card to summon a Heavenly Knight with a strength of 9 stars. The Celestial Knight is a summoned beast that can use my whole body of magic. Josie, let's have a fight. Calvin's face is a bit fierce. This is his final card. If he still can't beat it, he can only do it. Enter Elisa, who is still in good condition. Very well, not only learned the taboo method of dividing souls, but also possessed such a powerful summoned beast. Xiao Zi gritted his teeth and said fiercely, with a very unwilling expression. In terms of strength, he is obviously not as good as himself www.novel.com, but Calvin always uses all kinds of calculations to counter himself. The fusion of the Celestial Knights obviously takes a lot of time. If it is not for wasting magic power on the ghost soldiers, it will not be affected by Elisa's explosion, and Calvin people containment was successful. After all, the Calvins were a bit worse than the 3 knights flanking attack. Don't think that you can beat me like this. I am Jose Paula of the Saint 10 Magic Guides. Do you think I would be afraid of this name? I am the Wizard of Fairy Tale. Accompanied by the shouts of the two, the slashing attack of the Celestial Knight and the magic of Xiao Zi suddenly erupted, and the breath spread throughout Magnolia. Everyone in the monster tail fighting outside couldn't help but stop, including Hui, Elfman and Naz. In a forest outside Magnolia, Makarov felt the magic and nodded very pleasedly. Unexpectedly, this kid Calvin hides so deeply, maybe I have been surpassed by him. Makarov, who has always called everyone the Demon Tail children, is not jealous of Calvin's progress. I am really proud of myself. The king of the trainer uses his real strength. It is already very difficult for the ghost to win. You can know from feelings that he is more terrifying than the Battle of the Storm Maze. Beside Makarov, the tightly wrapped person said that it was Mistgang who went to collect the magic power that Makarov had been emptied. As a father, how can you hide behind and watch your children fight? I'm going to end this battle. Makarov nodded, and the next second, his proud expression became extremely serious. The giant of the monster tail is dispatched. www.novel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at www.novel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 41, Giant's Fury. In an open place in Magnolia, Naz, who was full of flames, and Gagaru, who was covered with iron blue scales, stopped their hands at the same time. Although their expressions were different, they also expressed shock. In addition to Makarov, there are people who can actually compete with the leader? Who is that guy? In Gojiru's cognition, he has never seen a wizard who is more powerful than his own president, although Makarlov does not have the same status, but the opponent is still calculated to the point of no magic. Calvin, it's really amazing. I will beat you one day. Unlike Gojiru's shock, Naz's expression is full of surprises. Although he knows Calvin is very strong, he never expected that he was actually strong. To the same level as the old man. Even the people of the monster tail who were fighting the weakened Yubbing's morale rose instantly. Under Kana's leadership, the remaining Yubbing was annihilated step by step, and victory was about to be seen. Gray glanced at Zhu Bian. The opponent had been frozen by him. He seemed to have no fighting spirit, and his cheeks were red for some reason, making his heart beat. It's amazing, your fairy tale. Zhu Bian really didn't think he would lose. Suddenly, Zhu Bian lying in the icicle said softly, his expression showing an inexplicable emotion. Our demon tail is really powerful, and we don't care about magic power, but the bond between our partners. Gray pointed to Zhu Bian, pointed to the demon tail seal on his chest, and smiled brilliantly. Listening to you, your demon tail seems to be very warm. Zhu Bian shed tears without warning, not knowing whether it was the sadness after the failure or the symbol of envy. Then she couldn't hold it anymore and passed out. Ghost? It seems to be an innocent guild. It's great that I came to fairy tale. Gray looked at Zhu Bian's beautiful face, quietly thankful. On an outer wall of the magical giant, it suddenly shattered, and a huge figure jumped out of the dust and fell to the ground severely. The dust dissipated, and there was a beast with double horns and steel muscles all over, pinching a man with torn clothes, and pressing it the ground, while the other hand of the beast was still holding a beautiful white-hair female. Dare to move my sister's hair again, I will never spare your life. The beast roared angrily. The man under his control was already in a coma under the severe injuries and the beast-like aura. Well, Elfman, you have won. The white-haired woman held by the beast gently stroked the beast's face, showing a gentle and proud smile, and gently persuaded. After the white-haired woman finished speaking, the beast seemed to be decomposed, and a layer of foam emerged. Its wild appearance was washed away like clothes, revealing its true face, but it was Elfman, the beast arm of the monster tail. Sister, I'm sorry, you don't want to see me like this. Although Elfman defeated one of the four elements, he did not see joy and his expression was sad. No, you have grown up, my sister is very happy. Lysina will not blame you. Mila lightly leaned on Elfman's broad chest, closed her eyes, and quietly felt her brother's heartbeat. She really very happy, my brother finally took this step. However, I don't know when she will get out of the shadows. After Elfman and Grey hit the remaining four elements one after another, the purgatory wave magic circle depicted by the sorcerer giant finally stopped, and the sorcerer giant, who had no magic power supplement, suddenly exploded, which was so towering. Body, but can't stand up anymore. However, the sound of the explosion still did not stop. At the highest point of the sorcerer giant, there are still two superb sorcerers in the battle. Their aftermath is enough to completely destroy the Ghost Guild. A huge sword light flashed, and the broken body of the magic giant suddenly slid from the top of the head to the waist, and it was hit in two pieces. Now, the people outside could finally see the content inside. Only the leader of the ghost, Xiao Zi, was fighting with a warrior in armor, while Elisa was supporting Calvin on the side. What is that? Calvin actually has a summoned beast I have never seen before. Kana gasped and thought, at the moment her condition is not good, she consumes a lot of magic power, she is already struggling just to stand. Fortunately, Yubing has been annihilated, she only needs to wait until the result of Calvin's battle. Calvin used the fusion of the three knights to get the Heavenly Knight. The attack was really monotonous in Zhou. The Celestial Knight holds a sword in one hand and a shield in the back of the other hand. He uses a shield to block and attacks with a sword. But this simple mode allows himself to go all out without taking advantage. In other words, he and Calvin are deadlocked. It is really hateful. No matter how powerful magic he uses, he is defended under that shield, but the simple slashing attack by the other party is the most powerful attack. As long as he takes one, he may suffer a lot. There was a cold sweat on his head. At this moment, he didn't know whether to be grateful or complain. The attack of the Celestial Knight is monotonous, there is no powerful nirvana, but it makes every move and every style so difficult to do. What surprised him even more is that when Calvin alone controls a summoned beast, the battle was so sharp that it didn't let him breathe. Damn, even if I defeat him, there is a not too weak Elisa next to me, am I really going to fail here? Proud like him, www.novel.com can't help but start worrying in my heart, worrying about the victories that I thought I could get easily. At this moment, a magical power that was not inferior to Calvin and Horse was inserted forcibly, and that warm magical power made everyone know in an instant that Makarov had woke up. Who missed gang, I love you to death. Calvin screamed, and finally relaxed and lay on the ground. Elisa did not force him to support him, but sat on the ground with him. The arrival of Maklov cut off Xiao Zi's last chance. Makarov. Xiao Zi naturally narrowed his eyes and stared at a certain direction with a dangerous gaze. From where, a small shadow gradually came out. You leave it to me here. Makarov, who was exposed, ignored Xiao Zi, but first said to Calvin and Elisa in a kind voice. Calvin smiled lightly and did not speak, but the next second, the celestial knight lifted him and Elisa away quickly. At this point, he no longer believed that there would be a result other than the failure of the spectre. It's sad, Makarov, I didn't expect you to be at risk. Xiao Zi was in a mess. He knew that he could never win against Makarov based on his current situation, so he was born to run. This is not a competition. For the harm you did to my child, I just want to beat you hard to calm my anger. Remember what I told you when I met you last time. If you dare to attack the monster's child, don't dream of thinking that you can be protected under the laws of the world. Makarov became extremely huge and said angrily. Xiao Zi, drop a drop of cold sweat. www.novel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.novel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 42, Sudden Heartbeat. How the battle ended, I actually don't know. I only remember that after Naz defeated the Iron Dragon at the cost of serious injuries, a ray of light shone across Magnolia, and the battle was over. According to Myra, this is the super magic of the President, the Law of Fairies. It's a pity that I was not there at the time, and I couldn't see that picture. One thing surprised me. The dragon that raised Naz and the dragon that raised Gojira disappeared on the same day, 7 years ago. July 7, 777. What was the secret of that day? Until today, it has been a week since the fight with the spectre ended, and we finally recovered our peace, but Calvin has not yet awakened from a coma. According to Elsa's guess, he may have used it after taking Jupiter. What radical method was used to force herself to continue fighting? After the war, Peruska checked him, but her face was very ugly, but she didn't say anything, just that there was no danger to her life. It's just that the grey hair on Calvin's head always makes me feel very upset. After that day, the council's army left and surrounded us. We were taken to the barracks to take confessions, and we were investigated every day. Until today, a week later, we were finally calm. The punishment of the monster tail will be decided in the future. But don't worry, Mom, I don't think the punishment should be too serious. After all, the evidence on the scene and the confessions of witnesses prove that the ghost attacked first. Lucy took a sip of black tea, and then finished the last few sentences on the letter paper. She turned around and saw the bird feeding her parents and children outside the window, and she couldn't help but sigh. Lucy looked out the window blankly, not knowing what she was thinking about. After a long time, she made a decision. Calvin made a slight noise and struggled to sit up from the bed. He held his head gently so that his head swollen from lying for too long was relieved, and he felt more comfortable when he took the handed water and drank it in one gulp. Hey? Who will give me water? After drinking the water, Calvin felt something wrong, and quickly turned his head, only to find that it was a beautiful woman sitting by the bed, looking at him with gentle eyes. Myra? Why are you at my house? Calvin asked in a little surprise. He just woke up, his head was still a little confused, thinking it was just an ordinary morning. Calm down first, have you forgotten about the president's victory over Josie? Milla touched Calvin's forehead a little worried, her tone was a bit hasty, and she was very close. It seems like the council is coming to the army, and then I fainted. Calvin avoided a little shyly, rubbed his temples, and said uncertainly. Ah! How long have I been in a coma? Suddenly, Calvin confirmed the fact that he had fainted and asked quickly. It's been a week, do you know how worried people are? Myra found that Calvin seemed to be okay, and the heart he had been holding was finally let go. The tear glands also began to relax, and there was a tear in his eyes. Fall. Mila, I'm really okay, don't worry about me. Hey! Don't cry. Calvin saw Mila's expression, and he was a little confused. He was fearless throughout his life, most afraid of lorries acting like a baby and tears of beautiful women. It's okay, I'm just a little excited. Mila wiped her tears, sniffed her nose, and said in a pitiful voice. Then there was an embarrassing silence. Neither of them dared to look at each other, but their faces were all red. After a while, Calvin was a little bit ready to move, a sneaky hand slowly approaching Mila's shoulder, secretly and publicly. Mila's face turned redder, and she obviously found Calvin's hand that was trying to behave, but she did not resist. To be precise, she was unresponsive and could not do anything. At this moment, his head is about to start smoking. No matter how far away, there will be a day to go. I don't know how long it took, Calvin's strange hand finally touched Myra's shoulder. At that moment, Calvin felt completely unable to control his mood. Since Mila's temperament changed drastically, Calvin has not concealed his love and pity for her. His mood seems to have responded at this moment. Calvin, who was a little out of control, slammed Mila's shoulders and pulled her into his arms. Because he was lying on the bed, Mila could only hold Calvin with both hands. Half fell on him. Myra! Calvin exclaimed softly, but Mila didn't dare to look at him at all, just blushing constantly. Calvin felt his heart beating faster and faster, looking at Myra's almost perfect beautiful face, he could no longer control it, and slowly approached Hanjian in it. Thump thump thump. Calvin heard a loud voice, his mind was blank, the only information he could receive was the woman in front of him and his own heartbeat. Whhhhhhhh. Myra's breathing suddenly became short, her fists were clenched subconsciously, and her hands gently pushed outwards on Calvin's chest, but the force was so small that she could barely notice. Mila's red lips, finally. Calvin yelled excitedly, his eyes filled with passion as if they were on fire. Boom! With a loud noise, the door of Calvin's room was roughly kicked open, and several figures appeared behind the door. Calvin! Something happened. Hurry up and wake me up. No one was seen. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com had already listened to it, and Naz's rough voice blew away the pink atmosphere of the house. The people outside the door are Naz, Gray, Habi, Karna, and Elisa. Time seemed to have stopped. Calvin stared wide-eyed, looked at several people with a look more terrifying than the end of the world, cold sweat dripping from his head. Although Myra is facing the door, she can tell from her trembling body that she is not calm at all. From Calvin's perspective, it was an expression of shame to death. The few people outside the door also looked like hell. Puff! It was Habi's a little annoying laugh that broke the silence. This sound was like a switch, and the people outside immediately closed the door and left quickly. However, Elisa subconsciously added, "Sorry, we didn't see anything." Idiot! Who would say such things on this occasion? We should leave silently and maturely. Hee hee! Have a leg! In the room, Kana and Habi can still be heard joking mercilessly, and the laughter gradually diminishes. It's just that he doesn't know how to deal with it anymore. Although he is an S-rank slayer of Monster Tail, he really doesn't know how to deal with this situation. Myra! Wow ah ah ah! Calvin tried to call her, and then Myra seemed crazy, yelling and fleeing the scene under her face. Calvin was stunned for a while, and then he clutched his heart in pain, sweating profusely. I almost had a heart attack. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 43, Ideas of Spiritual Practice. A black robe is tattooed with a red sideline. Calvin's footsteps are a bit weak, but more helplessly decadent. No matter who it is, if he has experienced Calvin just now, I am afraid he will be crazy. I finally woke up, Calvin, he doesn't look very good. Calvin was still half dead before the Guild of Monster Tail. Makarov saw that he thought his sequelae were still there. It's nothing, it's just a little tired. Calvin didn't want to say any more, and said lightly. Then he looked at the guild that was being built in front of him again, with surprise in his eyes. The previous battle damaged the guild too much, so I decided to rebuild it. Perceiving Calvin's gaze, Makarov explained briefly. After living for so many years, I really feel a little reluctant. Calvin sighed slightly, a little sad. No matter how dilapidated this guild is, it will be his second home after all. Although rebuilding is not a bad thing, he still can't help but remember it. Calvin. Makarov didn't know Calvin's feelings for the guild. In fact, for the members of Calvin's generation, Demon Tail was the second home. They all grew up healthy in this noisy place. President, since it is going to be rebuilt, it's better to build according to my previous design. While Makarov was appreciating, Calvin suddenly came up with an exquisite design and recommended himself with great interest. This is, what? Makarov said oh, and took it with interest. The guild design I drew before. No. I mean, why would you paint this thing? Of course it's because it's too old, ahem. Well, I thought at that time, Naz and the others would tear down the guild one day, and plan ahead. Calvin's expression was as serious as ever. Makarov glanced at him and focused on the blueprint he had drawn. Calvin deserves to be the maker of the summoning card. His level in this respect is indeed not low. Compared with the design drawings prepared by Makarov himself, there is a bigger gap between La Casas and Harbai. Distance. He immediately decided to build a new guild based on Calvin's design drawings. President, have you seen Elisa or Mila? At this time, Calvin remembered that Naz seemed to say something happened. Although something embarrassing had happened, he thought he should still ask him. He also cared about Myra's whereabouts. Isn't Mila taking care of you? Elisa, I don't know, but I just saw him, Naz and Gray hurrying where they are, and I didn't ask her. I don't know why, Mr. Calvin. I felt that Makarov's eyes were a little teasing, but he felt that it might just be his own psychological effect. Forget it, they should be able to do it by themselves, Naz is a big fuss. Calvin shook his head slightly, not paying attention to Naz and the others. By the way, President, I have something to tell you. Suddenly, Calvin spoke to Makarov in a serious tone. Calvin came to Makarov and had important things to say. Just after Myra left, he had time to review his shortcomings in the battle with Jiaozi. He had always thought he was strong enough, but in fact, he was far from the strongest. With good luck this time, Makarov can recover in time to easily defeat Jiaozi, but in the future, it's hard to say. Not every time Makarov wipes his butt, he must become stronger, strong enough to defeat the saint alone. The level of the top 10 wizards. Calvin thought this anxious mood was very strange. He had never been such a victorious person, but during the time he was in a coma, he seemed to remember something. He always felt that in the future the battle of the monster tail will only be more intense than this time. What's the matter? Makarov's tone was very casual, as if he had expected it. I hope to leave for a while and find a place to practice for a while. Calvin took a deep breath and said his plan. Are you still blaming yourself? Your performance was unexpectedly good that day, and the guild will be destroyed, it's not your fault. Makarov said with such an appearance, gently comforting. No. I have a hunch that in the future, I will meet a stronger opponent than Joe's. I must become stronger. Calvin naturally knew that Makarov didn't want him to blame himself, but he had reasons to become stronger. A premonition of inexplicability. You have been like this before, and what you decide will never change. Don't go too long. Makarov sighed and waved to let him go. It won't be too long, maybe I will be back before the guild is built. Calvin smiled at Makarov, without telling anyone, and left quietly. Before the event, he had already figured out his next cultivation direction. In terms of magic power, this needs to be accumulated bit by bit, and it is not anxious, and the biggest purpose of his practice this time is to change his previous fighting style. For a long time, he insisted that he did not move, only hiding behind the summoned beast and using the magic circle to fight. This method can protect himself from injury to the greatest extent. And it is absolutely correct in terms of strategy. But it's not that he doesn't have the fighting power himself, and his various attainments in physical skills are no less than that of any demon tail. This is because the summoned beast itself is unaware. Manipulating the summoned beast is simple, but think about it another way. In fact, Calvin uses the body of the summoned beast to fight the enemy. The fighting method of the summoned beast is absolutely absolute. Proficient. With such an exquisite body art, it would be too wasteful not to use it in battle, so he decided to integrate his skills in magic circle and physical art to create his own unique fighting method and his own call. The beast advances and retreats together, and because the summoned beast is connected with his own consciousness, the tacit cooperation is absolutely unmatched. He rode the demon bat dragon www.novel.com all the way to the sea, and found an empty and desolate place, which was a bay on the seaside, with no one. Although this place is very desolate, it wins in quietness. No matter how troublesome it is, the sea are also a good target for my own test attack. No matter how you hit it, it will not be bad. Coming down from the demon batlong, feeling the feeling of being down to earth, Calvin took a deep breath and inhaled the breath of the sea. Since I want to create a brand new battle mode, I should forget about the Amaterasu magic array before. Based on my own level, it shouldn't be difficult to create a magic array that is more powerful than Mist Gang. Without wasting a moment, Calvin immediately set a difficult goal for himself. Create your own magic circle. This is equivalent to creating new magic. P.S. Dear readers, do you think I should open a reader group? Chapter 44, The Direction of Practice. Subconscious. At first hearing, it will make people think it is something like intuition. But if it is interpreted literally, it is subconscious. In fact, the subconscious mind is not intuition. The actions of the subconscious mind are reasonable choices made by the brain after thinking. It's just that the person involved didn't notice this thinking process. The reason why Calvin always feels an indescribable sense of crisis is thanks to the name fairy tale. In fact, the first time he heard this name was not when he first arrived, but when he was not Calvin, he learned of the comics introduced by a friend. Perhaps because time flies, after almost 20 years, Calvin has forgotten many of the unimportant things in his previous life, but in the depths of his mind, there is actually a residue. The name fairy tale is one of them. According to his own knowledge, this is a comic, a combat comic, and the protagonist is undoubtedly this fairy tale. Generally speaking, the villain in this kind of comics will only get stronger, and the battle will only get harder. This is what caused Calvin's sense of crisis. In his subconscious mind, he has realized that this is a comic book world, not the magical world he had originally thought. In this uninhabited area, Calvin has been practicing for 5 days. However, he has no progress in his own practice. The creation of the magic circle was unexpectedly difficult. Originally, the magic circle is a very profound knowledge. Calvin thinks he has learned well, but learning and creation are completely different in nature. Even if he develops a new magic circle based on the Amaterasu magic circle, half imitation and half inventive, but as far as the effect is concerned, it is not as good as the original Amaterasu magic array, which is not worth the gain. Therefore, to this day, there is no progress in his practice. But he is not a fool, nor is he paranoid. Although he is confident that as long as he persists, he can definitely achieve his goal within 1 or 2 years, but he can't wait. I can only study in another direction. He began to think about his own problems. The reason he wanted to combine the magic circle and physical skills at first was because of his lack of physical fitness and needed the auxiliary protection of the magic circle. Although he is very strong, he is not strong, but it's better than the average person. But now my best magical array tactics are not working, so I have to use other methods to increase my physique. The first thing I thought of was receiving magic and transforming magic. He can transform into magic a little bit, but it is far from the extent to which he can change his body, and it is impossible to achieve it in a short time. While receiving magic is the opposite, it does not have a high or low level. It should be said that the difference between its high and low levels is the difference in the degree of the monsters it receives. Generally speaking, the monsters received are all victory products after being defeated by oneself. I can accept the principle of magic, but I can't accept it from the bottom of my heart to accept the monster that I defeated. Furthermore, simply accepting magic may not meet my requirements. I should practice according to my own characteristics. If I practice receiving magic in order to strengthen my body, it would be a bit of a cart before the horse. Hey? Wait a minute, actually my summoned beasts are a kind of magical creatures to some extent, so can they let me receive them? No. Strictly speaking, they are not even considered as creatures. It is impossible to receive them. However, if they are worn as equipment, it seems feasible. Is my direction the magic? Originally, the summoning card is a new type of magic that combines several magical characteristics. Then, referring to the receiving magic and the summoning card to develop a novel dress-up magic, it's not impossible. The more he thinks about it, the more excited he gets. Calvin's feeling of loss caused by the stagnant progress is gradually replaced by excitement. He feels that a dress-up magic that belongs to himself is about to be born. But then, this magic may no longer be called a dress-up magic. In the council, Makarov was drowsy listening to the accusations made by the councillors. To this day, the council's verdict on Fairy Tale finally came to a conclusion. Although the scolded dog was bloody, but the other party was willing to scold it, it was obvious that the verdict was not serious, and at least it was not disbanded. It's just that Makarov really did not expect that the final verdict was actually not guilty. Little Ma, you should thank me, Yakima said solemnly to Makarov. After the trial, Makarov and his good friend Yakima for many years chatted in a corner of the council. When Makarov wondered why he was innocent, his friends quickly asked for credit. I remember your kindness. Come and play after the guild is established. I will definitely entertain you. Makarov's eyes were filled with joy that could not be hidden. The guy who cares too much about the council, but the guild fairy tale is not good. Due to various past deeds, the fairy tale can be said to be on the verge of disbanding. You should also go to thank Urusha www.ltnovel.com. She also helped you to say a lot of good things. Yakima looked a little weird when she said this, and logically speaking, the cold-tempered Urusha has no reason to intercede for fairy tale, especially during the trial. Urusha has always emphasized the existence of Calvin. Really? I have a little impression of that little girl, but I didn't think she was a good person. Makarov narrowed his eyes and said, wondering if he was thinking of Urusha's words or her woman's figure. You really fell asleep the whole time. Then, you must have not heard what I just said. Yakima was a little bit dumbfounded. Makarov, one of the top 10 holy wizards, I have nothing to say in terms of strength, but in terms of character, should I say that I am really the president of Monster Tale? No, I actually heard that, but I was hesitant to let him take it. Speaking of that, Makarov's expression instantly became serious. Actually, there have been proposals since a year ago, and now it's just a renewal of the old thing, and once it is done, the next generation of the Demon Tale will be easier to decide. After all, you are not young anymore, it is time to think retirement. Yakima looked at Makarov, who couldn't make a decision, and couldn't help but persuade. Let's talk about it, anyway, it's not my turn to decide this matter. If the council really decides that way, we won't be able to oppose it." Makarov shrugged, pretending to be helpless, quite a bit funny look. However, if Calvin is really allowed to take over the identity of Jiaoshan's top 10 wizards, the 4th generation goal position can allow him to sit down. Anyway, there is no more reliable person in the guild than him. www.ltnovel.com. Welcome book friends, come to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.ltnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 45, Tower of Paradise, The Forbidden R System. Boom! The calm sea surface was blasted out of a deep hole by a gorgeous attack. If you look closely, you can see green smoke rising from the edge. Obviously, the attack has reached a high temperature and its power is extraordinary. Calvin stood on the shore a little bit of breath, watching his achievements with satisfaction. Just now, he finally completed the spiritual goal he set. The power is enough, but the preparation is still a bit cumbersome. Hey, let's take a slow exercise. It is difficult to make rapid progress at the moment, Calvin said in a general sense. These days he is practicing alone, although he cannot be said his strength has grown by leaps and bounds, but he has successfully increased his melee combat ability, coupled with his original attainments in the magic circle. Even without the summoned beast, he is confident that he can defeat a high-level opponent like Elisa. It's time to go back. It will be a few days after coming out. I'm afraid the guild will be built soon. Calvin touched the messy hair on his head, and suddenly missed his house in Magnolia and the group of noisy friends in the monster tail. Thinking about it, he touched his stomach again. These days, in order to concentrate on his practice, he even eats simply to catch fish from the sea, which is extremely monotonous. For Calvin, who had enjoyed life quite a bit, this is simply out of the ordinary. Expected. Suddenly, Calvin summoned a water-based summoned beast to condense the moisture in the air to form a water mass. Then, he immediately took off his clothes, the whole person sank into the water ball, and it took a while to stretch his head. I will study more Nirvana skills in the future. Although I have good physical skills, I am mostly good at defense, but I have few tricks that can create gaps in one hit. Lying in the water polo, Calvin enjoyed himself. I also don't forget to think about my future development direction. No. I'm a bit too concerned about hand-to-hand combat. I was originally a long-range holding wizard. It's not wrong to increase my physical skills, but my real strength depends on the summoning card. Calvin tilted his head slightly. Looking at the water system summoned beast that made water for himself, he thought quietly. Even if I personally go to battle with the summoned beasts, the real output is still the summoned beasts, and I am just an auxiliary opponent, but the auxiliary method has changed from a long-range magic circle to close-range melee combat. But it doesn't mean that I will never use the magic circle anymore. There should be a balance between the two. I can use a simple magic circle to buy time for me, or use a magic circle when entangled with the opponent. For me who has practiced the method of dividing souls, it is not difficult to do one mind and two use. I don't have to stubbornly integrate the magic circle into the physical skills. The two can coexist and use alternately. It is more effective than using one of them unilaterally. Looking at the ships on the sea, Calvin suddenly felt a feeling. His face seemed to be amused by a smile. He used to think he had a good brain, but this time he really got a bit of a horn. In this battle with the ghost, Elisa seemed to be attracted by the figure of a Valkyrie. Although he always keeps his distance and fights with the enemy, it does not mean that he likes this mode. Keeping the distance is based on rational analysis, and his sensibility is eager for the collision of fists and fists, in Elfman's words. Said, the man is going to punch to the flesh. After he figured it out, he only felt comfortable all over, stood up with a swish, and put on his clothes and was about to go home. And at this moment, he suddenly felt a familiar breath in his perception, that magic power was very huge, and very tough. In his knowledge, only Elisa had this characteristic. At the moment, he can be sure that Elisa is nearby and will never be too far away. After all, this is not his active perception, but his own sense of touch. This bay is clear at a glance, and the only place Elsa could be there is the ship that just came into sight. Is Elisa doing the task alone? Forget it, don't disturb her, lest she has any deployment and I accidentally disrupted her. On the ship where Calvin felt Elisa's breath, inside a pillar in the cabin, a beautiful red-haired woman in an evening dress was tied with her hands behind her back. If Calvin saw it, she would be very surprised because she is the strongest female wizard in the fairy tale. Elisa shook Arto. Elisa opened her eyes and found that she was in a completely unfamiliar place, but from the surrounding layout, there was a feeling of constant shaking. She was sure that she was in a ship. It was Ash and Simon just now, so I'm on my way to the Tower of the Paradise now, and the magic is still blocked. This rope. Elisa wanted to use her dress-up magic to put her evening dress on her. Changed to armor, but the magic power was blocked, leaving her with no choice. Okay. I'm so upset. I don't know what happened to Naz and the others. At this moment, Elisa does not have the prestige and calmness of the past. The expression on her face will only make people think that she is a girl who needs salvation. At this time, the cabin door was opened, and a dark-skinned man with pale blonde hair walked in and looked at Elisa dumbfounded, with very gentle eyes. "Wake up, sister," the dark man said softly. After hearing his voice, Elisa suddenly felt her vigilance relaxed and her expression became calm. "We are now heading to the Tower of the Paradise, Ashura?" Elisa asked, although she was doubtful, her tone was very determined. "That's right. It's on the way to the Paradise Tower." After hearing this, Elisa showed such an expression as expected. You reading www.youcanshu. But if you look closely, you can see the fear and anxiety deep in her eyes. For Elsa the Fairy Queen, this is simply incredible. "Can you untie me? I don't mean to resist, at least let me put on armor." Magic Council Venue, Era. At this moment, there is a heated discussion, and what is being discussed is the R system that was discovered not long ago. At this moment, the discussion has come to an end. They have locked a character, a very mysterious Mangeril. Everyone's expressions are very serious. After all, the R system is an absolutely taboo magic. Its mere existence has already shocked the council members. Send people immediately to suppress it, and it is urgent now. Oof with a long beard shouted excitedly in the second seat of the council. "Compared to the life of our council, I want to recommend someone." At this time, Yakima, a congressman who had always been reticent, said suddenly. "Recommendation? Could a person be more reliable than our army?" Og saw that the speaker was Yakima, his expression was disdainful, and he didn't wait to see this person who had been shielding the demon tale from the bottom of his heart. "Well, Calvin Macaro of Fairy Tale, it happens that he is just near the R system. I think this is the most appropriate way to deal with it. His strength, I believe no one of you will deny it." After listening to Yakima's words, no one spoke, because they knew that the man already had the lowest level of the Saint 10 magic guide. It's just that most people really don't have a good opinion of Monster Tale. This proposal has been temporarily shelved. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 46, Commission from Yakima. This is the message from the old man Yakima. Calvin, who was sitting on the demon bat dragon, looked at the magic card communication flashing in his hand in surprise. This card is owned by only 3 people in the world. One is Kana, who is like his own sister, the other is Makarov, the chairman of the Monster Tale, and the last person is the one who took care of the Monster Tale in the council. Yakima is out. The reason for this is to prevent Yakima from being able to help as quickly as possible when Yakima encounters some difficulties, but since the day when Yakima was handed over, Calvin has never received Yakima. Gemma's messenger. Calvin, I want to ask you something. Turning on the communication card, Yakima's voice came from the horse, which sounded a little anxious. The Magic Council had a heated discussion just now, but the result still did not reach a conclusion. But through his own experience, he judged that this is an emergency that must be dealt with immediately, and immediately contacted Calvin by private means. Why did you think I gave you the communication card in the first place, Lord Yakima? Calvin's tone was humorous, but he meant to agree without hesitation. There may be danger this time, you can actually refuse. Calvin's promise was as early as Yakima's expectation, but out of worry, he still wanted to persuade Calvin not to be so rash. In fact, Yakima is very contradictory. On the one hand, through the positioning function of the communication card, he has to know that Calvin is near the mission target. Please him is the fastest way, but on the other hand, he is worried, that is called Jerem Mystery Man. But he has no choice. The R system is too dangerous. Although the Magic Council is the highest power center on the road, it is by no means the strongest institution. Although they have a huge army, they don't have a commander standing at the top. The several high-ranking people in this room possess huge magic powers and know a lot of advanced magic, but they have been pampered for many years and have long forgotten how to fight. He wanted to come. I am afraid that only the newly elected councillors Chikarain and Arusha are more reliable. Yakima knew many powerful wizards, so he knew very well that in front of some people, the so-called numerical advantage was just a joke, so he didn't really believe that the council's troops could defeat the mysterious character Gerald. And Calvin, who is near the R system and is powerful, is the only person he can ask for. Your Excellency Yakima, do you think that Calvin is the kind of person who retreats when he meets danger? It's not brave to see righteousness. There are no weak soldiers under the strong generals. From the day I became the S rank, I used this. These two sentences have become the motto of life. Although Yakima couldn't see Calvin, he could imagine Calvin saying this with high spirits and confidence. You deserve to be Xiao Ma's child, then I beg you. Just after Yakima kept telling Calvin about the information and requests of the council, there was a moment of silence. Obviously Calvin needed some time to digest. I have also heard of the R system, and it is actually artificial. Calvin sighed a little. He also had a period of awkward mentality. At that time, he thought about researching ways to resurrect the dead. The relationship he really missed Pierce. But don't worry, there are two conditions that must be fulfilled for the R system to run. This is not a simple matter. After that, Calvin immediately comforted Yakima. No matter what, be careful. Finally, Yakima told Calvin in a very serious tone, and ended the communication. However, Calvin's face immediately became serious. Gerald, this name is very tricky. I hope he will not be as strong as that Gerald. From Calvin's self-talk, we can know that he is not as relaxed as he thought. At the very least, he was not ignorant of this Gerald. And there is one thing that makes me mind, why did Elisa appear near the R system, and also left Naz and the others? Calvin, as an S-rank wizard, paid great attention to some small details. Immediately he was reminded of the incident that felt Elisa's breath not long ago. Calvin's subconsciousness told him that Elsa might have a deep relationship with the R system, which is the Tower of the Paradise. Not surprisingly, it must be the gloom that Elisa has always buried in her heart. He will never forget that when Elisa first came to Monster Tale, the days when she completely closed herself. Faintly, he thought he might know the other party's purpose. It seems that it will take a while to go back. Elisa, I really hope that my guess is wrong, don't be beaten your body again. Calvin instantly changed direction. Look for that boat from high above. However, the ship was not found, but Calvin found a tower, a lonely tall tower on the sea level. It's really a suspicious building. I'm afraid this is the Tower of Paradise. Which guy took this ridiculous name? Although the tone of his mouth was relaxed, Calvin just found the tower already on alert. He didn't believe that the other party would be defenseless. The name Gerald alone made him wary enough. And while observing the Tower of the Paradise, he also made other discoveries. That is, Grey and their magic powers. Are they here to meet Elisa? Hey! There is an unfamiliar magic power, Calvin guessed. When they teamed up on the mission, Elisa discovered the Paradise Tower's intelligence, and then she herself first sneaked into the enemy's position, allowing grenades and the others to respond at any time. Meet them first, maybe Elisa has a countermeasure. Calvin did as he thought of it, and the demon bat dragon flew in the direction he felt. The sea is really big, I'm completely lost in the direction. On a small boat, Grey looked at the same scenery around him annoyingly, with a headache. Looking at the other three people on the boat, only Naz's nose has the tracking ability, but he is in a vehicle at the moment. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is in a very poor state, and it is still unknown whether he can believe it. Although Zhu Bian is a wizard of water, he has nothing to do with the sea. It has failed Master Grey's expectations. It is really embarrassing. There is a female wizard next to Grey who is very disappointed. The blue outfit and the gloomy aura are actually the enemy of the monster tale not long ago, the rain girl Zhu Bian. It's not your fault either. I blame this useless guy. He just caught up with full momentum, but dropped the chain at the most critical moment. Grey comforted him unexpectedly, and kicked it disdainfully without fighting back. Strong Naz kicked. Suddenly, Zhu Bian's face sank, his magic power was turbulent, he was obviously on alert. Master Grey, someone is approaching, and the speed is very fast. As a former S-rank wizard, she is of no doubt her strength, even her senses are very keen. Upon hearing this, Grey and Lucy were also quickly ready to attack. No one stared in one direction, waking up. Then, except for Naz, who is still seasick, the three of them felt a strong wind coming from behind at the same time, and the enemy unexpectedly came to his back without knowing it. Except for the magic that Lucy doesn't have to attack on his own, Grey and Zhu Bian coincidentally condense magic in their hands, and they have to turn around and blast out. Too enthusiastic, you guys. However, before the magic blasted out, they had been bound by the magic circle. Grey suddenly panicked. The enemy seemed more terrifying than he thought. Calvin! However, Lucy's scream sounded in time. He knew that this time rescuing Elisa and Hobbit should be a good deal. Yu reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in Yu reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 47, Intricate Relationship. Calvin. Is that the S-rank wizard who is on par with the president? It's too powerful. It actually stopped Zhu Bian and Lord Grey, who were on alert in an instant. Zhu was imprisoned by the magic circle. Bian, even though he knew that the other party was Grey and their companions, it didn't mean that he had agreed with her. After all, he was also a former enemy. It's still too tender, you guys, if I were the enemy, now you are dead. Calvin released Grey's shackles and said to him in a superior tone, making Grey very unhappy. Do you think everyone is as good as you? This bastard. Although he didn't answer Calvin, after all, the other party did control himself in an instant, but deep in Grey's heart, he didn't think it was true. Not everyone has it. Calvin's monster-like strength, in fact, he is quite confident in his strength, and he is definitely considered excellent among his peers. Calvin, why are you here? And what kind of appearance is that? I want to scare people to death. Lucy finally reacted from the initial panic. Originally, she was the weakest in the field. Bian felt that the time when the enemy was approaching Calvin's appearance, the situation was really unexpected, and it was only at this moment that she reacted. I was riding a pet just now, by the way. I remember that lady is one of the 4 elements of the ghost. How could she be with you? Carl first answered Lucy in a relaxed tone, then his expression became cold and his eyes stared. To Zhu Bian, who was still unable to move, and Calvin's gaze, Zhu Bian only felt a trembling of chills. Let go of her first. Zhu Bian is not an enemy. I will tell you what happened just now. Gray immediately reacted, pulling Calvin's shoulder and said. Calvin took a look at Gray before removing the magic circle. Ah, great! Master Gray defended Zhu Bian. Zhu Bian died just like that the moment the magic circle was unlocked. Zhu Bian only felt surrounded by a burst of happiness, and his body was uncontrollable. Falling to Gray, Calvin's eyes twitched. It seemed that he understood why Gray said she was not an enemy. No, you were actually defeated in a short time, and Elisa was arrested. After Gray's description, Calvin finally understood the current situation. During Calvin's absence, Lucy first helped Loki regain his original identity as a Protoss. In order to express his gratitude, Loki sent a few welcome coupons, so Lucy, Naz, Elsa, and Gray returned happy went to play. In the hotel's casino, several people who were playing happily were suddenly attacked. Although there was nothing serious about it, Elisa was shocked by the flaws, and was fascinated by the other party with a narcotic bomb. The reason why Lusa was shocked was that the person who took her was her former partner. As for Zhu Bian, it was not surprising that she followed because of her admiration for Gray, and she also wanted to join the Demon Tail. Elisa's former partner, the Tower of Paradise, Gerald, and the R system, I almost figured it out. Calvin rubbed his brows and thought quietly. After getting information from both parties, he probably guessed the cause and effect of the matter. Calvin, do you know something? Lucy couldn't help but ask when Calvin looked confused. Let me tell you the information I compiled first, this time the enemy, I am afraid I can't handle it. Calvin nodded and said solemnly. First of all, the reason why I am here is because I received the commission of the council to investigate a building called the Tower of Paradise. As far as I know, the Tower of Paradise is the R system. Tower of Paradise? I've heard those people say this word, where Elisa was taken. Hearing the Tower of Paradise, Lucy shouted in excitement, and Calvin waved her hand. Finished listening. I also spotted Elisa just now, but I thought she was on a mission to infiltrate, because I didn't expect her to be caught. The reason they took Elisa was definitely to activate the Tower of Paradise. Let me tell you the truth. They must have planned Elisa as a sacrifice to the Tower of Paradise. The R system, that is, the Tower of Paradise, is a product left over by the black sorcerer Jeff. It is a taboo magic that can resurrect the dead, but if you just want to resurrect someone, there is no need to take Elisa out. The reason for doing this is probably a group of admirers of Jeff. If I guess right, the person they plan to resurrect should be Jeff. Calvin said, let everyone present except Naz take a bite. The name of the cool black wizard Jeff was enough to make people scared. Our enemy is a mysterious man named Gerald. I don't have any information about him. The only thing I know is what the relationship between that man and Chikarain is, and his strength is by no means inferior to the latter. Z. Klein, do you mean the young saint's top 10 wizard of the council? The name of Chi Klein is obviously very famous, Lucy asked in surprise. Yeah. Actually I know Gerald too, but that guy would never do this kind of thing, so I doubt that Gerald in the Tower of Paradise. To be honest, I even have skepticism about Chikarain. Attitude. Calvin did know Gerald, but he said that Gerald was not from this world, but from another world. The one Calvin knew was actually the S-rank sorcerer incarnate as Mist Gang. According to the information he obtained from Mist Gang, there should be another Gerald in this world. The two are the same person, so they must have the same appearance. Before today, Calvin had always thought that Gerald in this world was the radiant genius of the council, but now it seems that the one in the Tower of the Paradise is the master. However, Chikarain who has the same appearance is also Calvin's suspicion. Although there is something called twins in this world, according to Mist Gang, he is the only child of www.novel.com. The relationship between Zikrane and Gerald of the Paradise Tower will be the most critical key to the whole thing. While Calvin was speaking, the boat had come near the Tower of the Paradise unknowingly, and the group found a hidden place to lurch, and Zhu Bian dived into the seabed for the first time to survey the terrain. There are so many people who are standing guard, it seems impossible to sneak in. Gray said with an unpleasant expression looking at the numerous guards. Don't care, let's just break through. After being down to earth, Naz, who was seasick, finally recovered and wanted to rush forward with great momentum. No way. Elisa and Hobby are still in each other's hands, we can't act recklessly. Lucy dragged Naz with difficulty and said dissatisfiedly. At this time, Zhu Bian, who was going to survey, jumped out of the sea and said, Zhu Bian found a way into the bottom of the tower from the water. Well, Zhu Bian, you took Gray and the others to sneak in from the bottom of the water. I broke through from the front to draw their attention. Everything happens by chance. Calvin stood up, ordered seriously, and then rushed forward immediately. The summoned beast was summoned instantly. The intruder has arrived, it's Calvin Macaro of Fairy Tale. On the top floor of the Tower of Paradise, a man with long hair with a curly nose said to the man on the throne. What an unexpected big fish, take down the guards, that guy will let me deal with it. The man on the throne was wearing a cloak and couldn't see his face clearly. But obviously he knows Calvin well and knows his strength very well. Moreover, I don't think that Calvin, who is strong and powerful, will be his opponent. www.novel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all on www.novel.com. Mobile users please go to read. Chapter 48, Use our power occasionally. Calvin strolled in the courtyard, walking on the stairs leading to the Tower of the Paradise. The guards around were all easily defeated by the two summoned beasts beside him. He descended like a king, no one was his enemy. Guard Knight, Steel Knight Kia fried. Although these two summoned beasts are not top-notch summoned beasts, dealing with these miscellaneous fish-like existences can be described as effortless. Sure enough, let Calvin, Zhu Bian, lead the way. Gray looked at Calvin's back with a little admiration, and then ordered Zhu Bian. Then please wear this headgear first, so that you can keep breathing in the water. Zhu Bian nodded, and used magic to create a spherical cover. Is it really okay? I'm still a little scared. Lucy's face is not so good, but she is actually quite courageous. But for the sake of her companions, she also took the lead and put the cover on her head first. Lucy, you're pretty stupid like this. Naz looked closely next to him, then commented lightly. What's wordy? Aren't we going to just Elisa? Lucy had taken up a lot of courage to put it on, but now she was so ridiculed by the stupidest Naz, she burst into anger in an instant, and Lucy kicked Naz accurately. Okay, stop playing tricks, let's act quickly. Gray was a little bit ashamed, especially with Zhu Bian, a wizard who is not yet a fairy tale. Under the opening of the two summoned beasts, Calvin easily entered the Tower of the Paradise. He, who was born with excellent perception ability, felt a sense of incongruity at the moment he entered. Should it be said that it is really the R system? It is a strange feeling, where is the R system hidden, and suddenly the perception of magic weakens. Is there any strange device here? Qing's question appeared in his mind. Although he had heard of the R system, he still didn't understand its true face. He was full of doubts and vigilance about the Tower of this Paradise. It doesn't matter whether they want to resurrect Jeff or not, but how do they collect the magic power required by the R system? That is the magic power of 2.7 billion concepts. Even the collection of the top 10 masters of the holy will not make it together. Calvin's biggest question is the magic required by the R system. Calvin learned from the current intelligence that the R system has been completed, otherwise it will not rush to capture Elisa, and although it has the effect of blocking perception, if it is really the magic power of 2.7 billion concepts, no matter what it can't be completely blocked. Calvin has such confidence that he can definitely perceive it. Even though they captured Elisa, she should be able to escape by herself. She is Elisa. Should I investigate the tower first or save Elisa first? Or should I go straight to defeat Gerald? Calvin is not a reckless person. Although he was a little impulsive because of his anger, he was always seeking the best solution intellectually. Now he has a multiple choice question for him. What should he do first to investigate, rescue and knock down the enemy? Oh, my indecisive character sometimes feels annoying even myself. However, I have no confidence in hitting Gerald in a short period of time. Let's investigate this weird building. After readers have seen it, Calvin seems to have looked like it for a long time, but in fact, he hasn't slackened while thinking. The enemies are still endless, but so are the fallen ones. This is also thanks to his excessive soul practice, which allows him to focus on thinking and fight at the same time. This is also the reason why he sometimes thinks too much, but he will not delay every second. Well, it seems that Gray and the others have also invaded. It is true that it is correct to install the tracking card on them in advance. I will investigate and follow their actions while responding. Although Calvin is cautious, it is by no means a dead brain. Zishi, he was fully prepared on the way here just now. As long as there are those tracking proximity cards, even if the tower's isolation is severe, he can still easily identify the location of his partners as long as they are in danger. He will appear as soon as possible. You, why are you here? Elisa knocked down the guards in front of her, only to realize that her partner appeared in front of her, and Gray's group sneaked into the Tower of Paradise. Calvin guessed right, Elisa would not be caught easily. Even if caught, she could easily escape with her. And Calvin's previous speculation that Elisa sneaked in order to be caught deliberately was not entirely wrong. She did learn about Gerald's purpose from her former partner, Ashura. Why? Such being bullied and flinching will damage the fairy tale. Hearing Elisa's question, Naz immediately exclaimed. Gray hurriedly stopped Naz, and then said, "We were here to save you, but it seems that you have done it yourself. Go back." Elisa said sharply with a deep face. "This is not where you should be. Habby was also caught, how can we leave? Moreover, we can't stand by like the Tower of Paradise." Gray ignored Elisa's anger and calmly said, "How do you know about the Tower of Paradise?" Elisa asked in surprise after hearing this. "We met Calvin. He was commissioned by the council to investigate the situation here. These are all he told us just now." Gray replied. "Yes. And I want to save Hobbit. How can I just leave?" Naz shouted. Hobbit, who had been with him, was arrested, which made him feel extremely excited now, regardless of Elisa's feeling, rushed out directly. "Look. Now Naz is also involved." Gray looked at Naz's figure, and his thumb quietly said like www.novel.com. "Elisa, what is your relationship with this tower? I heard them say they want to treat you as a living sacrifice." Lucy asked worriedly. She was confident in Elisa's strength, but she was not sure whether she could use her real strength against her former partner. "Go back, go back." Elisa turned around, her tone soft, and said tremblingly. "We are partners, what does it matter if we occasionally borrow our strength?" Gray said. As if being hit by Gray's words, Elisa suddenly turned her head. Her expression was very sad, but she was touched. The coquettish look made Gray so uncomfortable, he only felt hot on his face. "Let's go, I will tell you everything." The guy Calvin didn't come directly, so what idea? "Forget it, although I am not afraid of him, but my current magic is not in full condition, let you investigate slowly, anyway, you can't stop it." "Me?" At the top of the Tower of the Paradise, the man in the cloak said startledly. "Master Gerald, why not let me stop Calvin? Beside the mysterious man, the man with long curly hair suggested. No, you are probably not your opponents. That man is terrible. Even if the three of you are the same, you may not be able to defeat him. You have other tasks to do. Now let Calvin do whatever he wants. He can't investigate anything anyway, said the man called Gerald. It's so jealous. Is the one named Calvin really that strong? Also, Master Gerald seems to know him well. Is it possible that they have seen him before? www.novel.com. Welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.novel.com. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 49, Leopard King, Black Wings, Pack of Wolves. Hey! Did they rendezvous with Elisa? Calvin walked alone in the Tower of the Paradise, listening to the sound from the card. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The tracking marks he planted on the people could even let the voice through, and it still passed directly into his mind. Then, from the card, Elsa's sad voice was heard, describing her relationship with the Tower of Paradise. It turns out that Elsa and Gerald have such a deep relationship. After hearing Elsa finished, Calvin couldn't help but think of a past event when he and Elisa accompanied Michelot. The husband went to hand in the review paper together, and there, I saw Chi Kilian. At that time, Elisa immediately ran away and attacked Chi Klein desperately. Later, I didn't know what the two talked about, but Chi Klein didn't pursue it in the end. From now on, it seems that Zyke and Gerald have the same faces, otherwise Elisa would not be so gaff. Zyke Layan, Gerald, what is the relationship between you? Calvin had a general idea in his mind, but it was very vague, and still not sure, but he knew one thing very well: if Chi Kilian and Gerald were not dead enemies, or they were a gang. If it's a group, then why did Chi Kilian sneak into the council? Although the power of the counselor is great, but there are many restrictions, it is better to help him complete the Tower of the Paradise. Hey! Wait, it's impossible. The purpose of Chi Kilian sneaking into the council is for the magic of that 2.7 billion concept. Thinking about it, Calvin's thinking gradually became clear, and a terrible conspiracy gradually formed. If it's as I thought, then is the real appearance of the R system the tower itself. Calvin's expression is very serious. He has always thought that the R system is hidden in the tower. One place, due to fixed thinking, has not considered the tower itself, which is the R system. Sure enough, the decision to investigate first is correct. Hey, hey! I haven't seen you before. Suddenly, a square voice came from behind Calvin, and Calvin quickly turned around, a little surprised. It's Careless, I didn't notice that someone approached me. Calvin looked at the weird person in front of me with a little annoyance. Because of the Tower of the Paradise, the perception he had always been proud of was a bit awkward, and he didn't notice it for a while. There are people nearby. Is it an intruder? Humph, fairy tale, really difficult guy. I haven't seen you in the casino before. Is it a reinforcement? But it doesn't matter. When you met me, you were already doomed to fall. Here it is. The visitor said deeply. At this time, Calvin had time to observe him. This was an out-and-out weird person. Regardless of his three-dimensional peculiar structure, his outfit alone was strange enough. Wearing a black suit, a thin and long scarf, square sunglasses, a dirty hairstyle, a cigarette dangling, and an old-school movie character dress, Calvin was stunned for a while. Oh! What an amazing dress, I was stunned. Calvin was sweating, and the visual effect of the opponent was so amazing that even Calvin couldn't resist it. Unexpectedly, except for one night, someone else made me so gaff. This guy can't underestimate it. Hello. I always think you are thinking of something very rude. The face of the man in the three-dimensional suit is not so good. From Calvin's eyes, he can tell that he looks down on his own taste very much, which makes him angry. No, I think it's rude behavior for you to appear in front of me like this. Really, it reminds me of bad memories. Calvin's mouth raised slightly, his expression with disdain. This is his usual trick. No matter who it is, he will try to irritate the opponent with words. Although he does not succeed every time, he has many times because the opponent loses his calm and easily wins. Hey boy, men don't get irritated so easily. No matter who you are, please die here. The man in the three-dimensional suit raised his pistol and said deeply to Calvin. To Calvin's expectation, the other party is not as stupid as he looks, he is a thick but thin person. Without waiting for Calvin's reply, the man in the three-dimensional suit took the lead. The pistol rang out and the bullets roared out. Calvin did not panic, moved lightly, easily avoiding bullets. What can a pistol do? You wouldn't want to beat me down like this, Calvin said frivolously after standing still. Well, you are also a magician, just let me greet you. The man in a three-dimensional suit laughed, his body scattered like building blocks, flying around, attacking all pervasive, and he couldn't defend himself. Nice magic, it's worth letting me try the results of my practice. Calvin smiled lightly, and didn't intend to summon, he wanted to try one of the results of his practice for a while. Leopard King's Claws. Calvin yelled, 10 fingers forming claws, swinging like a beast, 10 light blue claw blades flying out of thin air, cutting off the surrounding blocks one by one. Amazing attack. Try this trick. A 32 frame attack per second. The man in a three-dimensional suit shouted angrily. Although his body was barely taken by the scattered magic, Calvin's attack was still too strong for him. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com wounded him with one move. He was so angry that he used his strongest attack. And the scattered three-dimensional movement moved at an extremely fast speed, which seemed quite powerful. Blackwing Great Demon. Looking at the three-dimensional cube that was howling, Calvin only called out softly, and then a pair of huge black wings suddenly stretched out from behind him and wrapped him to defend against all attacks. It's actually magic with completely different attributes? What is this guy's background? Seeing his strongest attack, the man in the three-dimensional suit was easily put down, a little frightened in his heart. The opponent seemed to be a strong man far beyond his strength. The various attributes of magic were fully understood when I was 13 years old. Calvin opened the black wings, his whole person was like a demon, his mouth raised, showing an evil smile. Actually, your magic is pretty good, and it's a combination of offense and defense. It's a bit like my next move. Calvin waved his hand gently, and the black wings on his back disappeared like the wind, but it didn't mean that his attack ended here. And now he is about to give the opponent the final blow. A pack of wolves chase and kill. As Calvin read out the name of the move, behind him appeared one after another magical wolves, with fierce eyes. After the wolves appeared, they did not stop, chasing all the flying cubes, and all the cubes touched by Calvin's wolves exploded. There were loud noises, and a large amount of dust was blown up by the explosion. After dozens of seconds, the dust dissipated, revealing the fallen figure of a man in a three-dimensional suit, all in tatters. I'm sorry to hit you without knowing your name. However, when you met me, your fate had already determined your downfall. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to Read. Chapter 50, Cherry Blossom. Calvin looked at the man in the three-dimensional suit who had fallen contentedly. He was very satisfied with the 3 kinds of magic he had just used. Although the opponent is not a powerful person, it is enough as a trial opponent. The claws of the Leopard King that attack at close range, the black-winged demon that can increase the speed of defense, and the wolves that track at a long distance, although they are still not perfect, they have shown sufficient potential. Calvin feels very good about this. A sense of accomplishment. Glanced at the man in the three-dimensional suit, Calvin was about to leave. At this moment, a gleam of light flashed through the dust that had not yet completely dispersed, and Calvin was immediately attracted. Calvin waved his hand, and the remaining dust was blown away, revealing the true colors of light. This is a broken floor with a smooth crystal surface hidden inside. Calvin's heart beats wildly. He felt that he was about to unlock the true face of the R system. This is... Calvin walked into the crystal, touched it lightly with his hand, and immediately knew what it was. Magic crystal. Moreover, the entire tower of the park is there. Calvin could easily perceive the actual size of the magic crystal through the place he touched. At this moment, his expression was serious, and his brows were deeply furrowed. That's it, it's used to store magic power, but it's still empty. How does he plan to collect magic power? Calvin has been puzzled by this question for a long time. With this puzzle, he can really know Gerald's overall plan. Just when Calvin was puzzled, a card rang out. It was the card he used to contact Yakima. Calvin! Hurry up! Get out of the Tower of the Paradise! The council has just passed the launch of the magic wizard power. Run away. How far away? Yakima's voice is very anxious, and he can't wait for Calvin to always do it. Never appeared in the Tower of the Paradise. Magical wizard power, the council's most powerful weapon. As long as it is slightly out of control, a single blow can destroy a country. It is an extremely terrifying magic that destroys time and space. Calvin did not answer immediately after hearing Yakima's words, because he finally guessed Gerald's plan. Yakima's words just made him stop. His Royal Highness, is there still the ability to prevent the launch of the magical elves? Calvin was very calm, and did not have the excitement that Yakima imagined, but in his opinion, it is just right. Being calm means that you can analyze it. In the current situation, he thinks Calvin is not the kind of impulsive person. The magic power is not such a trivial thing. Once activated, it cannot be reversed. Yakima's tone is very low, although the R system is a taboo magic, and the other party seems to intend to resurrect the most terrifying black in history. Sorcerer, but it is life after all, he can't bear it. I understand, don't worry, Your Royal Highness Yakima, I'll take care of everything. Calvin's tone was relaxed, like saying hello to his family when he was out. Don't be aggressive. That's the magical elf's power, a little closer to it will break your body. Yakima said excitedly. Am I like a reckless person? Don't worry, I have already figured out the principle of the R system. Calvin finished speaking, without waiting for Yakima's answer, he unilaterally cut the connection. I said, Chi Clian really has something to do with Gerald. It turns out that since many years ago, Gerald had the idea of magical elves. It is a plan for many years. Said before, the magic guiding power is an unparalleled destructive weapon, the magic contained in it absolutely exceeds 2.7 billion concepts. In other words, as long as this magic crystal tower successfully receives all of the magic wizard power, the R system is truly complete. I'm just surprised. The chase here is not painful. It was originally intended to delay time. But with me, you don't want to succeed, Gerald. Calvin's mouth raised slightly, and he also had his calculations. What we need to do now is to make Gerald Kong happy. Elisa looked at the woman in front of her, her face very solemn, the other side's strength was beyond her expectation. Damn it, there is no time now, don't stop me, I'm going to find Gerald. Eliza yelled in a low voice, very angry at the woman who blocked her in front of her. If you want to find Master Gerald, please knock me down first, after you knock me down, no one will hinder you, Elisa's opponent said frivolously. She is wearing a beautiful kimono, high-heeled clogs, and holding an exaggerated long sword in her hand. How can she not look like a woman who can fight, but she is the one who easily destroys Elisa's armor. The swordsmanship of this woman named Turtledove is simply superb. The red long knife in her hand had nothing to do with it, and Elisa's armor was as fragile as tofu in front of her. Why, do you finally understand how weak you are? Maybe that piece of armor just now is your strongest armor. Turtle Dove looked at Elisa's uncertain expression and couldn't help but provoked. Armor of Purgatory. Dress up. No one who has seen me put on this costume can live. Regret for your provocation. With no endurance, Elisa directly used the strongest armor she could control. This armor made her look like a demon in purgatory, and even her expression became fierce. It's just that, in front of the moonless stream of turtle doves, it is still the result of broken. This is the strongest armor? It's a pity, you should give up. Although the tone of the turtle dove sounded cold, but the tone of disdain showed in action. This guy is so strong, can't I really beat her? Elisa was shaken for a moment. But then she immediately became firm again and changed into another outfit. The bandage was wrapped around his chest, and his lower body was only wearing a pair of ordinary bloomers. From the clothes, he couldn't feel the magic at all. This kind of thing, are you underestimating me? Turtle Dove was a little irritated. The woman in front of her was completely defeated by herself, and she dared to provoke herself. Elisa did not answer. She closed her eyes. www.novel.com. Remembering many things in the past, the memories passed by, and finally frozen in a certain year. Calvin, you are obviously a sorcerer who holds the system, why do you want to practice swordsmanship? Elisa, who was only 13 or 4 years old, looked at Calvin wielding a sword and asked. Oh, you don't understand what you said, don't bother me, go to play with Myra. Calvin didn't stop and continued to practice. What's the air, I don't see that your swordsmanship can beat me when I practice sword every day. Seeing Calvin ignore her, Elisa said with a curled lips. I just can't keep up with the strength of my body. In theory, I am definitely better than you. Calvin couldn't help but chuckled slightly. I really didn't expect that the usual mature Elisa would have such a side, although the whole demon tale he and Laxus are the oldest. Being underestimated by you, it won't work if you don't let you know my strength. Come on, I'll call you a trick to see if you can use it. Calvin stopped and waved at Elsa. What's the move? Don't fool me. Elisa was obviously excited, but she still said stiffly. This is a double sword flow, or a theoretical move, even I can't use it, listen up, its name is Sakura Flash. Elisa yelled out, her body and turtle dove intertwined in an instant, and she had swung the swords in her hands at some point. Turtle Dove slowly turned around, with a poignant expression on his face, and said, it's really a beautiful cherry blossom. I won't lose it. Then, 2 blood flowers splashed from her body. The next moment, the turtle dove could not stand, and fell into a coma. I really appreciate your transfer of art, Calvin. www.novel.com. Welcome readers to come and read, the latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.novel.com. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 51, Compassionate King of Animal Trainers. Sister, it's amazing. I actually defeated that turtle dove with sword skills. Elisa's former partner, Ash, with dark skin, looked at the fallen turtle dove. His expression was full of surprise and admiration, but he knew how strong the turtle dove is, that swordsmanship can even go beyond space and attack Elisa, who is in his card. Sakura Flash is a combination of magical power and sword skills. It's a super high-speed attack. If I can't even use this trick, I really haven't retreated. But fortunately, Elisa said with lingering fear. She almost avoided Sakura Flash, and she also dodged the turtle dove's sword dangerously. If you insist on saying that it is luck, it would be too rude to me. Suddenly, the class who should have passed out suddenly said, but even though she could barely stay awake, she was already unable to move. She is the trump card of the Assassination Guild Skull and Bones. No matter what opponent she encounters, she has no choice but to drink hate in front of her speeding knife. The number of injuries can be described as very few. This time she was severely cut by Elisa. She could no longer fight, and she was far inferior to Elisa in terms of willpower. This is my first defeat since joining the Skull and Bones. The last move is really wonderful. I, who is known for my speed, can't even see it. But you only have 15 minutes left. Turtledove said in a sad tone, intermittently. For a killer like her, one failure is fatal. Flickering in the sky, it is the light of justice. The elves are jumping for joy, about to be killed. The evil spirit outside. Oh, it is a cruel poem. The turtledove stretched his hand up, as if trying to hold on to something. She had already told her that the magical spirit power was about to be launched, and she was powerless to escape. Only before she died, she realized that she was no more than a mortal. I really hope that life can be over from the beginning. With regretful thoughts, Turtledove slowly closed his eyes and waited for death. Elisa looked at the turtledove, and her heart rippled. It seems that the ending of the turtledove at this moment is the reality that she will face later. 15 minutes, and the poem she was reading, is at the time when the magical spirit power was launched. Although the poem by Shizuo Yin was a bit mysterious, Elisa understood the meaning. Axiu, you will leave this tower with Simon and my friends right now. Elisa's eyes stunned, and she ordered Ashiu. But... Ash's tone trembled. He vaguely guessed what Elisa would do next, but he didn't believe it and didn't want it to happen. Do as I say, Ashiu. Seeing Ashiu's hesitating expression, Elisa's eyes softened, making Ashiu seem to see the older sister who took good care of her back then. Okay. What about you, sister? Ashiu lowered his head and replied, and then saw Elisa leaving behind and couldn't help asking, even though he already knew Elisa's answer. I'm going to make a close. Calvin panted, sweating profusely, sitting in the corner of the Paradise Tower, with a satisfied expression on his face. As expected of me, I can draw this kind of magic circle in a short time, and I have to praise myself. Calvin laughed, boasting and boasting. Then, he opened the card to contact Yakima again, and asked, His Royal Highness Yakima, are you still there? I would like to ask how long the magic wizard power will be launched. Are you finally willing to respond? It will be launched in 10 minutes, maybe you haven't left yet. Yakima asked in anxious tone. Don't worry, I have a sense of measure. Your Highness Yakima, I want to remind you that there is a problem with Chi Coralie. Calvin thought for a while, and decided not to talk about the relationship between Gerald and Chi Carrie. The strength of the person is extraordinary, and he is crazy, and the old guys in the council may just go to the world of bliss. Since the discovery of the R system remains, he is a bit abnormal, and I think he is too obsessive to completely destroy the Tower of Paradise. Seeing that Yakima couldn't persuade Calvin, he could only believe him. As for his reminder, Yakima had already noticed something wrong. Hey, you should keep an eye on him anyway, but if you don't have to, don't use force. That guy is also one of the top 10 holy wizards, representing the highest force in this continent. Calvin blames. He laughed, and then told seriously. Be careful yourself. Yakima stopped talking, and cut the connection with just one sentence. Putting away the card, Calvin's eyes became more and more cold, and then he closed his eyes and quietly sensed the situation in the tower. All 3 crows have been knocked down, and Gray and the others have left the tower. Hey! Why are Naz and that Simon still there? Elisa reached the highest point. Did she go directly to Gerald? But she is now. His magic power is not enough, although I am not qualified to talk about him, but before the magic power is launched, his life should not be in danger, so take this time to recover. Calvin said mockingly, then standing up, his body is still a little shaky. 10 minutes, how far can my magic power be restored? Calvin's eyes became firm, and he walked in Elisa's direction step by step. On the way, Calvin met Simon, who was unable to walk. Although he knew who the other party was from the bug placed on Gray's body, it was the first time he met. Simon is a tall and burly man. The most obvious feature is the armor of the one-eyed and chin. Just now, he was injured by the owl during the fight with the three crows.
Simon? I heard that you have been believing in Elisa. You are such an infatuated man. Calvin walked slowly, and fluttered a word that was either mocking or admiring. You are the Calvin that Elisa said. Naz has already gone to Eliza to persuade her to leave. The magical elf power is about to be launched. It is better for you to leave as soon as possible. Simon looked up at Calvin, and the other party gave. He feels very mysterious, he obviously doesn't look great. But he feels extremely powerful. Hehe, if Naz can persuade Elisa, she will not be called Elisa. Naz is also a fighting freak, and fighting is inevitable. Moreover, it is impossible for Naz and Elisa to defeat G. Lars. I admit that the two of them have great potential www.novel.com, but at present, they are still a little bit close, especially since Elsa is already covered in cuts and bruises. Simon felt that Calvin spoke very much when he said this. It is cold. This is for sure. Although Calvin hates Naz and is bored with Elisa's continuous challenge like Naz's possession, the two of them are still their own family members. Gerald's approach has undoubtedly touched his negative scales. Are you sure to defeat Gerald? Simon asked doubtfully. Although he had heard Calvin's name, he was still a little suspicious of him. I'm not sure, but I have the greatest chance of defeating him. Calvin ignored Simon and continued walking. Then he encountered the turtle dove defeated by Elisa, who was asleep on the floor. Her beautiful face could not tell that she was a killer who did not blink. I've heard of your name for the turtle dove of the three feather crows. But if you are seriously injured, I am afraid that you will lose blood and die soon. Alas, I just can't see the beauty die in front of me. Calvin sneered at himself with a wry smile, wasting the little magic power that was left, and plugging the wound of the turtle dove with magic. It's life or death, it depends on your good fortune. Looking at the face and figure of Turtle Dove reluctantly, Calvin only felt no regrets. At this moment, he can completely fight against Gerald. At this time, a shocking wave erupted in the sky above the tower, a huge magic circle was clearly visible in the sky, and the super magic elves were launched soon. I am really merciful. Looking up, Calvin's eyes seemed to be able to see through the ceiling, and he murmured www.novel.com. Welcome to read, the latest, fastest and hottest. The serialized works are all at www.novel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 52, Old Friends Meet. The terrifying magical wizard power blasted mercilessly on the Tower of the Paradise. With its power, it was enough to destroy a radius of tens of kilometers. Even though they had left the Tower of the Paradise, the people of Grey who had not gone far, one after another brought despair. Anyone, even Naz, thought at that moment that his life was about to end. Especially Elsa, being able to die with Gerald has always been her goal after reaching the Tower of Paradise. It's just a pity that she killed Grey, Naz, and others who came to rescue her. Just by feeling that magical power, she understood that Grey and the others would never escape the attack range, and among so many people, only Calvin's summoned beast had this speed. I'm sorry, everyone. Elisa, who held Gerald, dropped a tear, and this tear contained a lot of emotions, including reluctance to the world, debt to her companions, and relief to the Tower of Paradise. There is also an admiration for Gerald. Yes, even now, Elisa still loves Gerald very much, especially since he confessed to herself just now. I learned from just now that it turns out that Gerald had been manipulated by Jeff's undead since he was a child, which made Elisa's mood very complicated. He thought that although Gerald was hateful, it was really sad. There are only two people who are not alarmed by the power of the magic wizard. The maker of the Paradise Tower, and Calvin, who has insight into the truth. In the end, in Gerald's smirk and Calvin's indifferent, the magical elves completely dissipated, revealing the true face of the Paradise Tower. The sacred light only made the outer wall of the Tower of the Paradise disappear, revealing a magic crystal of the same size as the tower. This is not the magic crystal that Calvin detected empty before,
but the magic crystal that really stores all the magic power of the super magic wizard power, the real complete R system. Although you are very disdainful of what you are, but being able to build this kind of thing under the eyes of the council, I really have to admire you." Calvin gently stroked the crystal surface and raised an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. "Haha! Finally waited for this moment." Gerald pushed Elisa away, laughing wildly. That kind of smile usually only appeared on the who achieved the goal. "Gerald, this is..." Elisa looked at him incredulously, pointing out the madness, ecstasy, and the fact that the two were still alive, and Gerald lied to her again. "Haha, are you surprised? This is what the Tower of the Paradise really looks like, a huge magic crystal, and through the magic wizard power launched by the council, it successfully absorbed the magic power of 2.7 billion concepts." Gerald triumphantly explained to Elisa that his expression at the moment was like a child showing off a toy. Elisa wanted to be fat to beat Gerald, but whether it was the magic power exhausted from the battle just now, or the magical restraint snake that was secretly planted on her body, she could only make her have no counterattack ability. Butchered. "You can actually allow the council to cast the magical wizard power, Cheek Lei Ian is indeed your accomplice. Damn, I shouldn't have believed him." Elisa, who could not fight back, was a little desperate. Could she really stop it? "Is Gerald crazy? It's naive, Elsa." Suddenly, a voice identical to Gerald's appeared behind Elisa, with a very frivolous tone. Elisa wanted to turn her head to look, but the restraining snake on her body made her completely immobile. But the man didn't make Elisa wait long. He immediately walked to Gerald's side, exactly the same appearance, the same evil look. "Zyke Lei Ian." Elisa was incredulous. "Shouldn't that guy be far from Era? There is one thing to correct you. We are not accomplices, but we are originally the same person." Cheek Lei Ian said with a smile. His figure slowly became transparent, overlapped with Gerald, and finally became one. "No way, it's the mindfulness. Enough talk, the next step is to make you a living sacrifice, fuse you and the magic crystal that stores 2.7 billion conceptual magic powers with you, and then your body will be decomposed and rebuilt into Jeff." Gerald's expression finally calmed down. He raised his hand, and Elisa's body floated up and slowly pushed towards the magic crystal. "I love you, Elsa." Gerald said cruelly what Elsa could not accept. Her body finally touched the magic crystal, and then she was held back. "Hey!" Gerald was surprised, and pushed Elisa to the magic crystal harder. However, Elisa still showed no signs of fusion with the magic crystal. "What's the matter, why can't it be merged, is anyone doing a ghost?" Gerald asked in doubt, and then he thought of a person, a man who has been unusually low-key since arriving at the Tower of the Paradise. "Calvin Macaro? Is it you? Why, do you like the gift I gave, Zick?" "No, I should call you Gerald now." As Gerald shouted in anger, Calvin appeared at the stairs with a teasing voice, and next to him, there is this confused but angry Naz. "What the did you do?" Gerald turned around, ignoring Naz who was glaring at him, and asked fiercely. "The magic circle that seals magic power, Node Link, don't you know it?" Calvin shrugged and replied casually, while Naz quickly pulled Elsa over. Although Gerald saw it, he still did not say, "After all, it can't be integrated now, and it's okay for the other party to recapture Elisa temporarily." "Impossible. That is only the most basic sealing magic circle, how can it be possible to seal the R system?" Gerald shouted excitedly. "Anyone who has worked hard for 8 years will fall short at the last moment, I am afraid they will be as gaffes as him. The node link is indeed very basic. UU reading www.uuganshu.com, but it is also the strongest. I have placed 36,000 magic nodes in this tower, let alone 2.7 billion, and I can double it. Seal it." Calvin's mouth raised slightly, this time he won the confrontation. 36,000? You have arranged this number of magic nodes in just such a short time? Are you kidding me? Gerald has no time to think about why Calvin knows the true face of the R system, just 3. The fact that there were 6,000 magic power nodes had already shocked him. He Xiang was proud, but he asked himself, and it would take half a day at the earliest to arrange 36 magic power nodes. Have you forgotten? I'm a genius of the magic circle. No matter, Arusha will help me stop the council from functioning anyway. Anyway, at this point, I can only kill you all, and then slowly remove the node link. Gerald deserves to be the top monster in the mainland. Mentor, although Calvin's actions made him lose his composure for a while, he quickly made a choice, and Calvin's backhand was not incomprehensible. Hey! Do you really think I'm a bully? Gerald. Calvin said coldly without showing any weakness. Arrogant guy, let me see how much you have progressed after the storm maze. Gerald pulled off his coat and revealed the tights inside. Calvin saw it, even more dare not care about it. Magic still knows that that kind of costume is a battlesuit that he wore to make the original speed more smooth. He also wore a battlesuit in the storm labyrinth a year ago. It's a pity, I used to think you are a worthy friend. Calvin took out the card, ready to go to war. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 53, Calvin vs Gerald. Calvin and Jeff looked at each other and stood still. Both were top wizards and would not act rashly. The two used to be old things, once fought side by side, and each had a deep understanding of all kinds of magic, so they confronted each other from the beginning. His celestial magic is very fast. If he defends first, he may immediately fall into his offensive, but if I want to preemptively, I am afraid that his counterattack will make me unable to react. Calvin's eyes were sharp and he kept thinking inside. Various strategies. The weakness of the summoning card is the speed of the summoning, but this guy has a variety of sharp magic circles. If he rushes out, I am afraid he will be caught in his trap, but if he summons a powerful summoned beast, it will be tricky. This guy and the summoned beast work seamlessly together. But in any case, his weakness is that he is not strong enough, and the focus of the attack will always be Calvin people. Relatively speaking, Gerald also struggled with Calvin's strategy. Does this guy want to spend time with me like this? No. Calvin just arranged 36,000 magic nodes, and his magic power cannot be fully recovered in a short time. This guy is delaying time. Suddenly, Jeliu remembered that Calvin had just sealed the magic of the R system, and the more he delayed, the better he was. This point is connected. Gerald stopped observing, and immediately attacked. He saw a golden light shining all over his body, and the dazzling light made Calvin squint for an instant, and then, the next moment Gerald's figure disappeared from his eyes. Celestial Magic Meteor. Calvin didn't even think about it, and as soon as he raised his hand, he used the Amaterasu 11 rules and 4 body defense. The defensive magic circle instantly appeared in the whole body up, down, left, and right, and within less than 0.1 second, Gerald's fist hit the magic circle. Just now, as long as Calvin slowed down by even 1/10 of a second, he was already hit by Gerald, and then he would fall into his endless speeding continuous attacks. The defense was successful, which made Calvin grateful. And just as Gerald thought, Calvin would have all kinds of magic circles, and if he rushed out, he would easily fall into his trap. As soon as Gerald's fist touched the magic circle, the magic lines of the magic circle came back to life like a snake, wrapped around his hand, swiftly. Amaterasu 17 Gauge Round Column Array. Amaterasu 17 rules are hidden on 11 rules? This guy really can't look down on it. Gerald's face remained unchanged, but he burst out magic power in an instant, retreating before the formation of the pillar formation. He was sure that as long as he was delayed for a little bit of time, all kinds of bound magic circles would keep on him. But, after all, Gerald still followed Calvin's way. Originally, Gerald retreated thinking that Calvin would definitely summon right away. He did not immediately counterattack or defend before retreating. He just planned to regroup the offensive, but in the blink of an eye he saw 10 light blue sharp blades grabbing. Even though the meteor was fast, he was inevitably scratched on his shoulder. Leopard King's Claw. One of Calvin's new magic. The first injured Gerald was a bit angry. The celestial magic meteor burst out at the fastest speed under his urging. He clearly rushed from the front of Calvin, but went around behind in a transition room. The speed is so fast people can see. Black-winged demon. A calm voice came from Calvin's mouth, and a pair of dark bat wings grew from behind Calvin, blocking Gerald again like a shield. Same as the sharp blade just now, it's all magic that has never been seen before. Gerald's face changed slightly when he was blocked. He really didn't expect that he would end up in 2 attacks, and Calvin was obviously more than a year ago. Seeing many unknown magics, Gerald became more vigilant in his heart. The next moment, a magic circle appeared on each of the dark wings. Geraldton backed away, but the light of the magic circle dimmed immediately. It turned out to be just a cover. And Calvin took advantage of this gap and summoned the credit card on his hand. Gerald looked at the summoned beast emerging from the light, and did not interrupt. What Calvin summoned is still unknown. If it is a summoned beast with any strange effect, he doesn't want to be overcast again. The light dissipated, and the tall demon with a hideous face and firstborn horns walked out slowly. It was Calvin's strongest demon summoning beast, the Call of the Devil. It looks pretty strong. Gerald didn't dare to look down upon it. This was another summoned beast he hadn't seen before. He planned to test it first. Waved his hands, magic like a soul appeared in his hands, and attacked the demon's summons at a rapid speed. Calvin controlled the demon to rush into Gerald's magic. His claws were like iron, with amazing strength, tearing the magic to pieces, and then attacking Gerald. Devil drops thunder. The devil put his hands in front of him, aimed at Gerald, and then dozens of dark thunder and lightning descended out of thin air and bombed Gerald. Calvin's eyes flashed, and with a sudden wave of the black wings behind him, a golden figure was fanned away, but he was not injured. The golden figure was obviously Gerald. As for the demon attack, it was just an afterimage. It seems that those wings are not decorations. Gerald grinned grinningly, and at full speed, the space was suddenly filled with invisible golden traces. These are all the afterimages left by Gerald's passing, worthy of the name of a meteor. This guy is getting serious. Calvin gave a wry smile, his face a little pale. In fact, he had several opportunities to summon a second summoned beast just now, but the weak ones were useless at all, and the strong ones were not magical enough. He simply used newly created magic to cooperate with demons. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. The claws of the Leopard King and the Great Black-Winged Demon were simultaneously used, and Calvin suddenly became a fighter machine. The attack of the Leopard King's claws is extremely sharp, and the Black-Winged Great Demon not only defends, but also increases his speed a lot. Although it is still not as good as Gerald, it is at least not as fast as he can't move. The two did not keep it anymore. The 3 flying silhouettes crossed each other in the tower, and the sound of collision was endless. The airwave caused Elisa and Naz to be uncomfortable next to them. The opportunity could not open their eyes, and it did not burst out. The light of magic, the intensity, can be seen. It's amazing. Whether it's Gerald or Calvin. Naz supported Elisa on the side, his eyes protruding, and it was very difficult for him to keep up with the opponent's level of battle. Calvin must win. Just like you saved me 3 years ago. Elisa showed an eager expression, and suddenly recalled the day when Calvin rescued herself like a hero when she was spotted for the first time. This time, someone was staring at the body again. Calvin appeared again in the crisis, and before he knew it, his figure became magnificent in Elisa's heart. Unknowingly, in the space where the two were fighting, 7 three-dimensional magic circles appeared above them, and for some reason, a thick fog covered the entire space, and a weird skull could be vaguely seen. Suddenly, Gerald stopped in the sky and said to Calvin below, "Accept the sanctions of the 7 stars." At the same time, Calvin held a card between his fingers, and said softly, "Not to be outdone, go down, magic mist rain." 7-star sword. Magic mist rain and thunder. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 54, Calvin's Ace. 7 brilliant golden rays blasted straight down from the three-dimensional magic circle above, and Calvin had no time to wrap himself with the black wings behind him. The range of Gerald's 7-star sword was too large, and it was too late to avoid it. Only eat hard. Quite speaking, Gerald was also uncomfortable. The magic card Magic Rain of Mist, used to combine attacks with the devil, had the effect that except for Naz and Elisa, the entire space was filled with dense fog, and the range was not inferior to the 7 stars. Sword, Gerald also couldn't dodge. 2 attacks blasted on their bodies indiscriminately, the turbulence of magic power was more intense than any previous one, and even the surrounding magic crystals were destroyed. The smoke dissipated, revealing Calvin and Gerald who had been hit. Both were quite embarrassed. Gerald's tight-fitting suit had been scorched by the electric shock and damaged in many places. As for Calvin, only half of the black wing is left behind. The reason why it is not completely destroyed is that there are probably more demons standing in front of him. Although the Devil's Call also launched an attack, it still rushed to Calvin just before the arrival of the 7-star sword. After all, the wings on his back were not for decoration, but were as powerful as it. After the sanctions, it will inevitably end in a crushing situation. It's a pity that you escaped, but your summoned beast has disappeared. Is there any other means? Although Gerald looked embarrassed, the actual damage he suffered was limited. At this moment, he is standing high. Next, said arrogantly to Calvin. I'm not the only demon to summon, so I am anxious to die. Although Calvin has little magic power left, how can he admit defeat in front of the enemy, endure the emptiness of lack of magic power, and face it not weaker than others? Gerald defied. Now I feel that the dragon slayers are all cheating, and they can quickly reply after eating something with the same attribute. Alas, I am not the dragon slayer. Calvin sighed inwardly and glanced at it. Naz on the side, there was an indescribable envy. Oh, is it? Gerald gave a weird smile. With his knowledge of Calvin, how could he not know that the opponent did not have enough magic power to fight? Although their combat abilities are comparable, their magical advantage will become the key to victory or defeat. Calvin is good at driving multi-headed summoned beasts to fight, but that guy has only summoned one. If it is not for hiding power, then his magic power is seriously insufficient. Gerald looked at Calvin, thinking about whether it would hidden traps. After dozens of seconds, Gerald found that Calvin had no intention of attacking at all. Although this alone was not certain that Calvin's magic power was insufficient, it made Gerald wake up. When did I become this kind of looking forward and backward guy? No matter whether he has traps or not, everything is false before absolute strength. Gerald's eyes were fierce, and the meteor shone again. Calvin wanted to use magic to resist, but Gerald was fiercely not covered. He was able to defend his 11 rules before, and it didn't stop him for even a second. Gerald's not big fist hit Calvin's chest fiercely, and Calvin was shot flying. Calvin, who had never been directly hit by someone like this, had a distorted face and obviously endured great pain. However, Gerald's attack is not over yet. Celestial Magic Meteor is originally a set of high-speed continuous attack magic. Among the wizards Calvin has encountered, no one can beat Gerald in terms of speed. Even La Casas, who can transform into thunder and lightning, can't do it. There is no suspense. Calvin was played by Gerald like a toy in mid-air. He was hit in the air and couldn't even land. He could only passively receive various heavy blows from Gerald. Calvin's tragic situation made Naz and Elsa angry. Although Elsa wanted to come forward to rescue her, but unfortunately she couldn't even untie the restrained snake on her body because of lack of magic, so she could only look at Naz. Naz bit his teeth fiercely and loves to fight. Although he advocates fair one-on-one, he can't stand it anymore when he sees Calvin like a sandbag, put Elisa down, lit a flame, and rushed forward. Dragon Slayer? Now I have no time to pay attention to you. Gerald noticed Naz's actions while indulging in the thrill of victory, but he didn't care much. In his opinion, Naz the strength is far from it. But even if he despised Naz, he couldn't let him mess around. Gerald decisively suspended his attack on Calvin and instead killed Naz first. The fire dragons. Before Naz could use his nirvana, his head had been forcibly turned. It's too fast. I can't see it at all. Naz ended up like Calvin, his body bounced back uncontrollably, faster than when he rushed forward. Then Gerald kicked a side kick, hit Naz's abdomen fiercely, and spit out a bit of blood. By this heavy blow, even if he was as strong as Naz, he couldn't avoid being a little lost, although Gerald's fist was not counted. Powerful, but at his speed, a single punch is deadly. At the moment when Naz was lost, Gerald took advantage of the momentum and pointed his palm at Naz, with light shining in it. Celestial Magic 4 Elephant Array. With Gerald's yelling, 4 magic circles appeared around his palm. Naz was in a daze, as if he saw 4 ferocious behemoths jumping out of it. Boom! The magic bombarded Naz mercilessly. Although the power was not as powerful as the 7-star sword, it was not something that Naz could resist. Even though he was not unconscious, Naz had no power to fight again. Dragon Slayer, it's a vain name. Gerald mocked disdainfully, and then fixed his eyes on Calvin, who was struggling to stand up. Although he has experienced many battles, Calvin has really suffered. Injuries, in fact, are rare. www.novel.com. Such serious injuries as today are unheard of. My whole body is hurting, I can't see that the bastard's fist is so heavy. Holding on to the wall, seeing that Gerald had solved Naz, he couldn't help smiling wryly. It's time to give you a ride too, Calvin. Gerald laughed proudly, the shooting star launched, and the magic power was gathered on the fist, aiming at Calvin's head accurately. The magical fist is about to reach Calvin's face, and Calvin looks panicked, but he can't make any response. It seems that everything is over. Just kidding, you want to beat me like this? At the last moment, Calvin smiled. Although the corners of his mouth were not raised much, he looked after success at that time. I saw a strange skeleton appearing behind Calvin. It only has the upper body, but it is wearing a large cloak, blocking Calvin. Gerald didn't care, his fist still blasted out, but it was empty, and there was nothing on the back of the cloak, and Calvin disappeared without a trace. The Curtain of Black Magic. Guess the effect of this card. Calvin deliberately pretended to be a mischievous voice from the skeleton, and Gerald was shocked. With even more magical power in his hand, he burst out suddenly. However, the skeleton seemed to have no reality. The magic passed through the skeleton, and the skeleton made a grinning laugh, but the sound was exactly the same as Calvin. The Curtain of Black Magic is to summon my ace magic card through other methods. Come out, Black Sorcerer. As Calvin's voice fell, the skull in the cloak rolled hard, when the curtain was again when it fell, a purple-black, handheld scepter, full of strange feelings, appeared indifferently. www.novel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read, the latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.novel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 55, Strongest One Hit. What's the matter? Is Calvin still hiding magic power? Gerald looked at the indifferent black magician, very puzzled. If Calvin really hides magic power, he must be summoned only now. Looking at your expression, it seems to be saying how could I still have magical powers? Calvin came out behind the black wizard and said with a smile. Actually, you didn't guess wrong, my magic power is running out, but you don't think I would have predicted this situation. Since I dared to come and look for you after setting up the seal, it must mean that I have a future. Hand, remember. Although Calvin's tone was flat, whether it was Gerald, Elisa who was still unable to move, Naz who was killed by a spike, or Simon who just arrived, they all felt Calvin's desperate emotions. Calvin does have a reason to be proud. A long time ago, he thought about what he should do when he has insufficient magic power and faces an opponent that has to be defeated. Finally, after thinking, he created the black magic curtain card, which has only one function, which is to summon the ace card of the black wizard. But this calling is not made out of nothing. Magic is a very fair power. If you want to use magic, you must sacrifice magic power. What if the magic power is not enough? Calvin's answer is to dedicate his health. The only condition for using the black magic curtain call is to receive a certain degree of injury. This is also the reason why Calvin will be beaten by Gerald Fat. Otherwise, by his means, even if he is defeated, he will not fall into so embarrassed. So what, is it possible that you think you can defeat me with just one summoned beast? Don't forget, even if you use all your means, the coexistence of 3 summoned beasts will not suppress me. Gerald grinned. In his view, although Calvin still has the means to struggle, in front of him, defeat is only a matter of time. Besides, based on the way you are now, is it possible that your will can use any decent magic? Funny. Look at me and I will defeat you immediately. Gerald did not want to talk to Calvin again, mobilizing the magic of his whole body. Must use his strongest magic. I saw him cross his hands across his chest, emitting light, and then a terrifying magical power burst out, and even more terrifying, the shadow actually stretched in the opposite direction of the light source. Fall into the endless darkness. Celestial magic dark paradise. A black ball that seems to be able to swallow everything is emitted from Gerald's palm. There is a little light in the black ball. If you look closely, you can find, this dark paradise is basically a miniature universe model. Why do you think I say that the black sorcerer is my trump card? Calvin asked with a relaxed face without the slightest fear in the face of deadly magic. However, he did not intend that anyone would answer, and he immediately announced the answer, because the black sorcerer has many combinations of attack methods, and more importantly, most of the magic cards that can be combined are inherently magical. Magic card. Calvin's hand moves so fast, he only waved his hand gently, and there were several cards between his fingers, one of which was faintly shining. Equip a magic card magic spell book. At the moment of the summoning, a book appeared in front of the black sorcerer. This book was filled with extraordinary magic power, and its function was to strengthen the summoned beast of the sorcerer class. Strength. Destroy magic card black magic guide. Immediately afterwards, Calvin immediately used another magic card. At the same time, the black magician had already made an attack. I saw a magic ball no smaller than the dark paradise emanating from the black wizard's wand. The magic ball had a variety of dull colors, and it exuded unnaturally purple and black thunder and lightning. Judging from the fluctuations of magic power, the slightest not weaker than Gerald's magic. The two were sent out with great momentum, but when they touched each other, they were completely silent, as if there was a black hole in the middle. The two black disappeared without causing any damage. No way, actually offset it. Gerald was obviously a little bit difficult to accept what had happened just now. Facing his full blow, Calvin actually dismissed it lightly. Don't be surprised, the black magic guide card originally has the power to dissolve magic. Moreover, my counterattack is about to begin. Calvin smiled slightly. He just took out the card that was still on his finger. There are not only 2. Chasing magic card 1000 knives. Countless sharp blades appeared in front of the black sorcerer, and the black sorcerer just waved it, and countless small knives shot out like bullets. Gerald did not know why. I used the big move just now, but it was because the trick was cancelled out. Anyway, I couldn't respond in time, and 1000 knives completely hit. It's not over yet. Binding magic card Devil Cross. There was no gap in the connection. After the attack of the 1000 knives, a dark cross appeared and bound Gerald. It is hard to imagine. Calvin, who uses the binding magic circle, actually has this binding type magic card. Hey! I was careless just now, but this kind of thing, I can break free. Although Gerald was nailed to the cross, although he suffered a serious injury, it was not fatal. He still kept it. Considerable combat effectiveness. Of course, I'm just buying time for my strongest blow. Calvin smiled slightly, but what he said made Gerald panic. He quickly used magic to break free, but he still needed to escape immediately. For some time, in desperation, he had to cover his body with magic power to increase his defense. The reason why I can't wait is because the card in Calvin's hand is already glowing. Ultimately destroy magic card Black Demon God Fury. With Calvin's yelling, Gerald could not care about anything. His only thought was to defend and defend again. The magic power covering him was already a meter thick. And also used compelling techniques to explode the magic power, with the intention of weakening the attacking magic. If he could move freely, Gerald was confident that he could escape, but the cross behind him was really noisy. With the lightning of Calvin's card, everyone was looking forward to what kind of magical attack it was. Finally, the light dissipated, and a woman dressed like a black wizard appeared. Compared with the indifference of the black wizard, there is more innocence, and the colors of the clothes on her body are richer and lively. Black Witch appeared. This is the ultimate meaning? It's so powerful, I can't see the mystery at all. Naz, lying on the ground, said to himself with a serious face. Calvin gave him too much shock. www.novel.com. In the end, Dupani could be so deceptive. No. I think the ultimate truth is just a lie. Simon, who came to Naz or something, cautiously complained. There must be a limit to teasing people. Calvin. Although the imaginary attack did not come, Calvin's repeated tricks made Gerald feel provoked. The magician's battle is full of wisdom. You don't want to think about why I used the magic card to call out the name just now, just to make you have an illusion about this call. But this time I really don't have magic power. The last magic power was used to summon the Black Witch. Calvin shrugged and pretended to say helplessly, but his posture made Gerald even more angry. However, I said that the strongest blow is not a deceit, but this blow is not enough for the Black Sorceress, and the assistance of the Black Sorceress is needed. Calvin said with a smile, his eyes narrowed. Insidious, he stretched out the last card between his fingers. I see. This guy said this deliberately just now, just because I wasted my magic and time on this rotten cross. Then Gerald wanted to understand that the preparation time Calvin just said was not just tricking people. The ultimate meaning. I'm just wondering, why on the one hand I said to prepare time, but on the other side I call it quickly. Is it all layout? Gerald was extremely unwilling at the moment. From the beginning of the war, he had been guarding against Calvin's traps, but he didn't expect to follow his way in the end. Taste the joint blow of the Black Demon Master and Disciple, destroy magic card Black Burst Demon Wizard. www.novel.com. Welcome to read the latest, fastest, and hottest serial works. www.novel.com. For mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 56, Let Me Come. Gerald, who was nailed to the Devil's Cross, couldn't see anything. He only felt that there was a rage in front of him, and the attack of Thunder Wanjun was blasting in his direction, but he could not make any movements. Just now rashly exploding the magic power and giving up the struggle of the cross, he has no place to stand up. Defeat has become his only future. Obviously I dominate in magic and strength. Could it be that 8 years of time have been wasted? My dream, the free country I pursued, didn't exist from the beginning? Obviously only I can feel Jeff's existence. A person's lifelong pursuit, the most at the last moment, the discovery that everything is like smoke, the feeling of collapse, let Gerald fully realize how stupid he is all these years. Boom! Terrible power, in the attack of the Black Blaster, Gerald could do nothing but scream. The demon cross behind him was destroyed as soon as he touched it. The dazzling light kept emitting. No one, including Calvin, could see the horror of Gerald who was under attack, and even his screams were covered by the sound of magic. Is the same, and naturally, no one saw Gerald secretly shed tears called regret. Elisa, even if I beg you for forgiveness now, it's too late. This was Gerald's last thought before he fell into a coma. He exhausted his last bit of strength and gave Elisa a deep look. Although she was a little embarrassed by the previous battle, fortunately, it was not a major problem, and Gerald closed his eyes contentedly. The attack dissipated. The attack of the Black Demon Master and Disciple did not destroy any part of the Tower of the Paradise, only Gerald, who had lost his life, lay quietly in it. Finally fall down, you bastard! Calvin slowly slid down against the wall. This battle was a battle that was exhausted by all his methods. In the end, there was really no magic left, but fortunately, he won. Up! Sure enough, the guys called the Saint 10 Magic Masters are terrible bastards. Counting Gerald, this is the third time Calvin has fought the Saint 10 Magic Masters, and this time it is true. Win in a truly positive one-on-one. With this, Calvin can feel that he has become stronger. At this time, the restrained snake on Elsa finally disappeared because of Gerald's fainting. She stood up for the first time and ran to Calvin to help him. Actually, I'm okay, it's just that my magic power is consumed too much. You should look at Naz, he looks more unbearable. Calvin rejected Elisa's kindness, and now he wants to sit and rest first. Elisa looked at Naz. The latter had already sat up and hit Simon and didn't know what she was talking about. Should she really be the Dragon Slayer, so seriously injured? She seemed to be healed in a while, very energetic. It seems that you should be miserable. Elisa didn't force Calvin, but squatted down and said with a smile. Should I make fun of the person who saved you like this? I almost ended up fighting for you. Calvin glared at Elisa impatiently. This miserable situation was seen by Eliza and made Calvin feel a little loss of majesty, especially when he is still sober. Elisa showed a lovely smile, then hugged Calvin gently. Her expression looked a little dependent, and then said in a grateful tone, "Thank you, Calvin. Well, we are companions." Calvin couldn't help being a little bit shy when he was held by Elisa's soft body. He turned his head unnaturally, with an imperceptible red tide on his face. Suddenly, a beam of magic light burst out on the ground without warning. If there is a thick bowl, it will startle everyone present. What's going on? Naz, who was closest to the beam of light, was scared the most and asked quickly, and Elisa and Simon also turned their eyes to Calvin. After all, the latter had said that the magic power of the Tower of Paradise has been sealed off. That kind of temporary seal, don't you really think that you can always suppress the magical wizard power? And just now Gerald's 7-star sword destroyed a dozen magic power nodes. The balance of the entire seal has long been broken, and the inside the magic power has been overflowing from the gap in the front seal since just now, and I am afraid there will be a big explosion soon. Calvin said naturally, just the content, which made everyone panic. Just ask, what is the power of the explosion? Simon reacted first and asked cautiously. Well, it will probably destroy several cities on the nearby coast. This is a bit different from the nature of the magical elves. The magical elves are controlled by super magic, leaving the aiming range, and the power is limited. And this explosion, but it is caused by the loss of magic power, so the attack intensity will be insufficient, but the explosion range is dozens of times larger. Calvin thought for a while, and answered the answer he analyzed. So, can we still escape? Even Naz, who was not afraid of the sky, asked in cold sweat. Then see if my magic power can be restored to a certain level before the explosion. As long as I can summon the demon bat dragon, I should be able to escape. Calvin said. And Naz also felt relieved when he saw Calvin's calm and relaxed look. In his opinion, since Calvin hasn't started to get nervous yet, there must be a way. Maybe he has already calculated that the speed of his recovery of magic power is not less than that in the morning of the explosion. Let's just talk about it. It exploded in 3 minutes, and it will take me 10 minutes to summon the demon bat dragon. However, Calvin's next sentence made Naz's heart cold to the extreme. But Elisa stood up suddenly, her face changed drastically, she didn't know what she was thinking. No matter whether we can escape or not, tens of thousands of people will die. Simon said, Calvin said just now that the nearby towns will be completely destroyed by the explosion. Is there really no way? Naz was holding his head in distress. He didn't want to die after the battle, nor the innocent masses to die, but with his brain, read www.yuyugonshu.com can't think of any way. Don't worry, we only need to consume these magic powers, and the specific method, of course, is to complete the R system. Suddenly, Calvin said. The magic power of the R system is already there, and all that is owed at this moment is the living sacrifice. Calvin stood trembling and walked towards Gerald. He hasn't died yet, and the evil is also made by him. Using his life to save people is also considered to pay off what he did. By the way, why don't we bring Lysina back to life? Believe Naz, you two, I want to see each other again. Calvin's words undoubtedly made Naz struggle. His reason told him that this kind of magic must never be used, but the problem is that now he has to complete the R system to prevent the explosion. The main purpose is not to resurrect. Since Lysina can be resurrected by the way, why not? After Calvin finished speaking, he stared at Elisa and Naz, their faces were pale, obviously at a loss. Calvin came up with a difficult moral choice question. Let me come. Suddenly, Simon said. His words attracted everyone's attention. This Paradise Tower sin, including me, let me redeem everyone, okay, Calvin? Although Simon said to Calvin, he kept looking at Elisa. He likes Elsa very much, and he also knows that Elisa likes Gerald. In order not to make the other party suffer, he decided to sacrifice himself and let Gerald live. There are still many things worth doing in life. Isn't it a pity to die so young? Calvin glanced at Simon and asked. However, this moment is the most worthwhile moment in my life, I have no regrets. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 57, 6 cards. There is still 1 minute and 30 seconds before the Tower of the Paradise explodes. Simon. Don't be impulsive. You don't need to be a living sacrifice at all. Elisa sternly scolded Simon. In fact, how could she not know Simon's intentions, and just like that, she couldn't let Simon die. Elisa, there is no time. This is the only way. Simon turned his eyes and stopped looking at Elisa. He was afraid to take another look, and he didn't have the courage to leave Elisa. Actually, I always said that Gerald would be a living sacrifice. Calvin. No matter how great Gerald's mistake is, it cannot be the reason for us to kill him. Elisa looked at Calvin with grief, sorrow, and pleading eyes. Gerald was defeated by Calvin. It stands to reason that he has the right to deal with it, and he is protecting Gerald at this moment, which will obviously hurt the hearts of those who work hard for her. The scene continued to be silent, and Calvin's expression became impatient, which made Elisa feel guilty. Only so. Elisa gritted her teeth, squatted down and gently supported Gerald's head, gave him a deep look, then walked towards the wall without saying a word, and reached out and touched it. And the crystal was like a vertical surface of water. Elisa's hand sank in without any hindrance. Naz and Simon hurried forward to stop them. Calvin was the only one who didn't move, just looking at Gerald's face and wondering what he was thinking. "Don't come here!" Elisa yelled, and at the same time she glanced at Calvin, who was unresponsive, and felt more and more that she was weak and unreasonable, but she insisted on her choice, except for her love for Gerald. The words that can't kill are also her true thoughts. "I am opposed to making Gerald a living sacrifice. For whatever reason, I have a responsibility to save everyone. Let me end it all." Elisa's tone was firm, and she was half of her body as she spoke. "Has fallen into the crystal." Suddenly, a sigh sounded, and in the next second, Elisa was pulled out of the crystal by Calvin and threw it to Nasimian. "I thought you were a dead brain before, and I didn't expect it to be worse now than before." Although Calvin was mocking Elisa, the sense of helplessness was obvious. "Calvin!" Elisa was a little unsure, but her heart suddenly became uneasy. Hey! Calvin, whether it's you or Elisa, if you want to sacrifice yourself arbitrarily, I won't agree," Naz said in a deep voice. Elisa's willfulness just made him very irritated. Now, if Calvin comes again, maybe he will really explode. "It's really weird to speak out of your mouth arbitrarily." "Don't worry, I'm not that great." Calvin smiled lightly, pressing his hand against the crystal wall, but he didn't sink in. "There is not much time, the moral torment time is about to end. Everyone, whether it is life or death, take a gamble with me." Calvin pretended to smile easily, but from the cold sweat dripping on his head, you can tell. He is not easy at all. "What are you going to do?" Elisa asked, her tone a little cold. Obviously Calvin made her a little angry just now. "I'm making a summoning card," Calvin replied. "What?" "Use the Tower of the Paradise to make the card of summoning," Elisa and Naz said in unison. They knew that the card of summoning was made by Calvin himself, but they had no idea that they could use the card of paradise. Tower to make cards. Cards are just a medium. Monster cards can be made with ordinary materials, because their core is the magic circle on the card. But those cards that can be used without magic are all made with special materials that contain magic," Calvin replied. At the same time, the sweat on his face has become more and more. The spiritual power that controls all the magic power of the Tower of the Paradise is not trivial. If he hadn't practiced the method of excessive soul, he would have been unconscious. However, if there is such a chance, I have to create the dead Sushan anyway. That's it. Then the light shield sword and the few magic cards just now can also be explained. Elisa nodded, communicating the key. "I have already thought about the design of the card, and I need to portray the magic circle. I have already hidden it in the seal just now. What we need to do now is to inject the magic power of this 2.7 billion concept into the magic circle." Calvin looked tired. The color became more and more obvious. From the time he started to make the card, the countdown to the explosion had stopped, but once Calvin couldn't support it, maybe everyone could not escape. Can I help?" Naz couldn't help but ask, looking at Calvin's hard work. "Don't bother Calvin, we can't do anything at all. The only thing we can do is pray for him and live and die with him." Elisa stopped Naz, who wanted to approach, and said solemnly, "No, please continue to talk to me, don't let me fall asleep, and lock Gerald up with magic or handcuffs. This guy will wake up at some point," Calvin said. "Making cards does not require magic power, but physical and mental power. If it were ordinary Calvin, he was confident that he would be able to complete this difficult task, but just now in a battle with Gerald, both his physical and mental strength were in a state of exhaustion. After a while, Calvin's face was pale, his eyes were dull, and he was obviously exhausted. "Elu! Please find a thicker place on my body and stab me with a sword. I'm tired enough to use pain to stimulate myself. Elisa felt sad, but she did not hesitate to act according to Calvin's words. Elisa is very experienced in stabbing meat with a knife. She deliberately found a comparison. The sensitive but not very important part was pierced fiercely. Is located at the base of the thigh. It was painful to be stabbed there, but the feeling of the aftermath made Calvin even more refreshed. Elisa is so cruel. Naz and Simon opened their eyes together, unnaturally covering a place, with a feeling of lingering fear. They could see clearly from the side. As long as Elisa's sword was a few centimeters away, it would hurt the man the most. According to my research, here is the best way to wake up men. Elsa said with a serious look of "I've done so well," obviously very proud of what she did. Calvin looked at Elisa with a look of grief and anger. www.novel.com for a long time without speaking. But he stretched out his thumb and said reluctantly, "Good job." Looking at Ella looking eager to try, Calvin vowed that Eliza would never have this opportunity again. Next, because of Calvin's explosion, he finally completed the injection of magic power before his physical and mental power was exhausted. There is only one thing he estimated wrong. The R system does require only 2.7 billion concepts of magic power, but the magic power of wizards is more than 2.7 billion concepts. Calvin injected the magic power of the entire R system into the magic circle, and only turned it into a card and you were done. But at the same time he discovered that there is still remaining magic power. Although it is not as exaggerated as 2.7 billion, there are still 300 or 400 million. If the magic circle is now converted into a card, the remaining magic power will immediately explode, and everyone will inevitably die. I will now portray the magic circle in it right now. Seriously, can I have time? Calvin had no choice but to smile and continue. Don't look at it before, he simply portrayed a magic circle that can cooperate with the entire R system. This is only because the R system itself is already perfect, and he only needs to simply process it to complete it. The current situation is different. The remaining 300 million magic power is just magic power. He must immediately design a magic circle that can exhaust it. How easy is it to say? Hey? No. Didn't I always want to make that combination card? At the rush of fire, Calvin suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a design that could meet the requirements. It's you. The Dark Master X Zodia. www.novel.com. Welcome to read it. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.novel.com. Mobile phone users please to read. Chapter 58, Back to the Guild. Gray really didn't know how to describe the scene he saw. The tower of the paradise that was falling far away suddenly stabilized, and after a while, such a huge tower disappeared in front of him. No, I shouldn't have said it. Because just now, a magical storm broke out clearly outside the tower, and when the storm disappeared, the tower also disappeared. What the is this? Did Elisa and the others win or lose? Gray said to herself worriedly. I don't know. Gerald only reveals very little about the R system to us. Ashita frowned and said, in terms of caring for Elisa, he was no lower than anyone. Hurry up and have a look. What are you doing in a daze? Lucy couldn't bear the friction of the two men. After knocking a hand knife on each of them, she ran over and fought alongside her. Zhu Bian also followed Lucy closely, and with her knowledge of water magic, she immediately surpassed Lucy. But the fastest is the hobbit who can use the magic of wing. When all of them came to the center of the storm, there were 3 people standing. One was Elsa, Naz, and Simon. As for Calvin, they passed out after completing the card. Everything is over, let's go back. Elisa looked at the grey people who were coming from a distance, and showed a relieved smile. For her, this battle was too long. When Calvin woke up, he found that he had returned to Magnolia's house, with the familiar roof in front of him, but this time no beauty was taking care of him. How long have I been in a coma this time? Calvin looked at the magic calendar placed on the table and found that 5 days had passed since the battle with Gerald. At least I need someone to look at me, these bastards. Calvin got out of the bed and stretched hard. After sleeping for a few days, he felt sore all over his body. Hey? Are you awake? When Calvin walked out of the living room, a well-dressed familiar figure was sitting on his sofa with a wine bottle in his hand, already drunk. Who is it if it's not Kana? 100,000 J of brandy was drunk like this by you, you prodigal daughter. Calvin looked at the many empty bottles in front of him, and couldn't help but feel heartache. Although he is not a person who is addicted to alcohol, he still enjoys occasionally drinking a glass or two by himself, but this kind of opportunity is not many, because before he drinks alone, Kana will drink up the wine first. I will go to Kildiz's house in a few days to see if there is any good wine. Calvin thought angrily. Don't be so stingy, aren't you an S-rank sorcerer, how can you lack this little money? Kana waved her hand and said indifferently. Calvin did not expect Kana to listen to his persuasion, everything can only be blamed on himself. Asked him to get drunk in the queue on Kana's birthday before, and said that he would cover the other party's alcohol bills. When did I come back? Calvin, who was a little angry, sat on another sofa, took a sip of the wine, and asked impatiently. It's been 2 days, I heard the chairman say that you are going to practice, why would you come back with Elisa and the others? Kana was not afraid that Calvin would be angry at all, and she answered while drinking. There was a little trouble, but this time I made a lot of money. Calvin said grimly, but then he thought, if it hadn't happened to Elisa, he wouldn't have succeeded in making those 6. It's a foul to look at the card. Su Sheng of the Dead and Dark Master Exodia. Oh, congratulations! Kana glanced at Calvin in surprise, and met him. Of course, Kana knew what the so-called profitability meant, and only used this when Calvin's strength improved. Words. Tell me about it, look at your dazzling look. That's because I started experimenting with the new card that day, finally, I used the combined attack of the Dark Demon Master and Disciple to kill the one named Gerald. I didn't even have time to get it with my practice. The highest masterpiece, but I didn't have any magic power to use it at the time. After I finished the 6 cards, I don't remember what happened afterwards. Calvin told Kana from the beginning about what happened that day. Although he spoke very lightly, Kana believed that the process was more dangerous than she had imagined. However, the R system you mentioned requires living sacrifices to be resurrected. According to what you said, there is no difference between the dead Sushin and the R system. Where do you find the living sacrifices? Kana asked herself in the end, the tone was more serious than ever. What kind of look is this, do you think I would do this kind of thing? Do you know what the magic power of 2.7 billion concepts represents? Bring them together, especially now that I have poured them into the card. And I get out of control at any time, I must take it with me at all times, and use my mental power to prevent it from getting out of control at all times. Calvin said grievously, who knows the danger he is in? The summoning card is not omnipotent. In fact, the deceased Su Sheng is still in a very delicate balance. If there is a slight difference, maybe the entire magnolia will be blown up. I'm not blaming you, why are you so excited? Kana gave Calvin a blank look and continued drinking. But is that dark archmage really as powerful as you say? After a while, Karna asked again after the bottle in her hand was empty. The magic power of the 300 million concept is probably several times more powerful than the magic retractor. It has become my last whole card. But unfortunately, it is a one-time consumable, which can only be used for one blow. There will be no more. Calvin's tone was a little low. Although he created a card with super attack power, he could only use it once. The next day, www.novel.com, Calvin stepped into the newly built guild for the first time. It is indeed from his handwriting, both in terms of appearance and practicality, it is unparalleled. Hey Elisa! Calvin took the initiative to say hello to Elisa. After the incident between Spectre and Gerald, the two are no longer the same relationship you challenged me to avoid. I slept for 5 days, it's more exaggerated than last time. Elisa nodded, then teased with a smile. Don't mention it, now my neck is still a bit stiff. Calvin ended the topic with an unhappy face, and then asked, what happened to Gerald in the end, should you let him go? No, we handed him over to the council. Although the council currently has some problems with its operation, it is still possible to detain prisoners. This is the best solution. Let the council decide the punishment for him. Although Elisa has always defended Gerald, it does not mean that she will do evil in this way, but she does not approve of attacking people who are unable to fight back. Moreover, when the Magic Council tried criminals, it never gave the death penalty. First love, it's so sour and sweet but unforgettable, you're right, Elsa. Calvin sighed. He had a first love once before. Calvin, I want to challenge you. Hearing Calvin's inadvertent sigh, I mistakenly thought that Elisa was teasing her, carrying a sword, and slashing at Calvin. Not far away, Kana handed the money to Grey unhappy. Just now, they bet on how long Calvin and Elisa could get along with each other. Kana guessed for 3 days, and Grey guessed for less than half a day. www.looknovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are available at www.looknovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 59, N.A. Pattern Sword. Ding dong. In the evening, Calvin, who had just returned home, looked at the door of his house in a puzzled manner. The doorbell rang just now, and the magic power outside the door was not anyone he knew. Although he felt a little familiar, he was sure he must not know anyone. Strange, who could it be? The door was opened with questions. The person outside was a beautiful woman in a kimono, with a mole under her eyes, long pink hair, and a pair of charged eyes. Calvin stopped the bleeding turtle dove. I remember, you are the one of Sanyo Crow. Calvin asked warily. He had already known the strength of the opponent from Elsa's mouth. The sword speed was fast enough to slash beyond the space. If the opponent suddenly attacked, he would not have the confidence to react. Little girl Turtledove, I came to thank you specially. Turtledove bowed slowly, thanking Calvin. Her attitude was very sincere, and she didn't see the manner in which she fought Elisa that day. Of course, Calvin had never seen her in battle. Seeing the other side's attitude, Calvin, who has always been soft to women, immediately invited the other side to come in and sit down. Of course, Calvin would not relax his vigilance. I remember that you were the one who assassinated the guild. Now that you are saved, how come you come to me in the regular guild? After making a cup of tea to greet the turtledove, Calvin immediately raised his doubts without turning around. You know, the reputation of the Assassination Guild is even worse than that of the Dark Guild, because their mission is only to kill. Originally, I thought that if more people were killed, the attitude towards life would be more indifferent. The last time I faced death at the Tower of Paradise was the second time I faced death, and I knew that I was so afraid of death. Turtledove picked up the tea. Took a sip, her manner was so dignified, she couldn't imagine that she was the 3 crow doves that did not blink. The second time. Calvin accurately captured important information. In theory, shouldn't he wake up the first time he is near death? Well, the second time. Turtledove didn't answer Calvin's question directly, but smiled and gently let it. When Calvin saw this, he didn't say much, but also smiled to show his understanding. In addition to wanting to thank you this time, I also hope to ask you one thing. Turtledove put down the teacup, his expression became serious. Calvin raised his hand and motioned her to continue. I won't go back to the Skull and Bones Club anymore, and don't plan to live as a wizard again, so I don't need this knife. Turtledove took out the long knife from behind and handed it to Calvin. The meaning is self-evident. Are you going to retire? It's a shame to be so skillful. Calvin didn't take it the first time, but asked, tentatively testing the turtle-dove. How good is the blade? Now, I don't even have a partner to entrust. Turtle-dove sighed slightly. Once she had 2 partners, but the 3 of them never trusted each other and assassinated the guild. Human touch at all. Why don't you join Fairy Tale? You should know what kind of guild our guild is. Feeling the lonely sadness on Turtle-dove, Calvin couldn't help but invite it. Although the 2 met just by the water, Calvin always felt that each other was someone who could believe it. No. Fairy Tale is a very cute and incredible guild, but what I did in the past is impossible to join a formal guild of wizards. Turtle-dove politely rejected Calvin's kindness, just as she said, for her whose name is still on the wanted list, joining Monster Tale will only bring countless troubles, and the Magic Council alone is difficult enough. If you believe me, I can change your identity to ensure that even the council will not find it out. Calvin did not give up and continued to stay. Turtle-dove just smiled without answering. Oh, Calvin sighed inwardly, it seemed that his proposal was impossible. It's also right. How can a magician with such strength abandon her past for the sake of her future life? Although Turtle-dove is tired of her past life, it does not mean that she has to forget everything and reject her past. No matter how unbearable it is impossible to erase the past experience, and the Turtle-dove does not bother to erase it. I am very grateful for your kindness. If you can accept this knife, I will be very happy. Turtle-dove put the love knife on the table, and then continued to add, this is a famous knife. I don't want it because my retired and buried. This is really difficult. Although I ask myself that the sword is good, I really rarely use weapons in battle. Calvin said with a wry smile. Most of the time his sword skills are shown by his summoned beasts. Then, don't let it go, Calvin. Seeing that Calvin finally took his beloved knife, Turtle-dove smiled contentedly, then stood up and walked to the door. Calvin looked sadly at the turtle-dove that had gone away, feeling very uncomfortable. It's not that he has any wrong thoughts about turtle-doves, but that he really feels that the other party is a person who understands his own thoughts. Although only a little talk, the feeling of being able to explore the philosophy of life in depth is something he has never encountered before. It's really a wonderful person, and it's so beautiful. In the days to come, Calvin never heard of turtle-doves. Her people seemed to have never existed, and they disappeared from the magic world. Calvin looked at Tachi in front of him, really annoyed. It's not that he doesn't want to use this knife, but that it is a bit of a loss. The 3 magics he created, Leopard King, Blackwing and Wolves, have great potential for improvement. He originally planned to use it for a long time in the future. Armed yourself, and now if you switch to using a knife, you will not only waste these magics, but also the many night-summoned beasts you have made. No matter what you think, it is not me who is suitable for it. In the end, Calvin made a decision. This knife? Give it to me. Elisa looked at Calvin, who was carrying the knife, in surprise, not to mention the weapon. The other party had not even given a piece of strawberry cake to herself. At this moment, Elisa had only one thought. Nothing to show courtesy, you will steal if you do it. What kind of look is that? Am I so unbearable? You take a good look at this knife handle, don't you find it familiar? Calvin twitched the corners of his mouth speechlessly, and Elisa's reaction made him sad. Elisa still stared at Calvin with suspicion. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, then took a quick glance at Tato, and was stunned. The turtle-dove's knife? How could it be in your hands? However, this didn't make Elisa dispel her suspicion, but instead stared at Calvin more fiercely. I said I saved her, and she repaid me with a knife, do you believe it? Calvin replied blankly. I don't believe it. It must be you who took the sheep easily, but forget it, such a good knife, I don't want to let it go. Elisa snatched the knife and pulled out a section to check carefully, her eyes flashed with joy, although she didn't believe it in her mouth and eyes just now. but Elisa, who has a soft spot for weapons and armor, was very hungry for this knife. I can't stand it. As expected, we don't have a normal person in the demon tail. Calvin looked very helpless, seeing that Elisa had no time to pay attention to herself for a short time, and did not say goodbye, so he left. After he walked for a few minutes, Elisa took her attention away from the sword, but she found that Calvin had already left. Elisa's expression at the moment is a bit sad. She really can't figure out why she can't get along with Calvin like Kana or Mila, because the other party has already saved her twice times. Could it be her straightforward character? Relationship? Or I am used to burying feelings in the armor. Elisa still remembers that when she was 16 years old, not long after she was admitted to the S-rank sorcerer, her body had already been spotted once. At that time, it was Calvin who rescued her from that powerful sorcerer. That happened 3 years ago, since the day she was designated to perform the S-class mission. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter-60, nominated task 3 years ago. Elisa, there is a commission to name you. Makarov took the order form that had just passed, and shouted to Elisa. Hey! Name me! Elisa, who was sitting and eating strawberry cake, turned her head and asked in a little surprise. Although she was also slightly famous, it was the first time she was named to do the task. Not long after I became an S-rank, there was a named mission. Your charm is so amazing, I haven't even tried this S-rank senior. Not far from her, a wildly dressed beauty used a mocking tone. Said, she has white hair and sharp eyes. It's just that Calvin, who is very observant, can clearly hear the little jealousy hidden in this beauty. Mila, since you are a senior, you should be more tolerant. Calvin secretly complained, but he absolutely didn't have the courage to say it. Although the two women are not as strong as him, but if they are really angry, Calvin really can't afford it. Since I have been named, it is recognition of my strength. Compared to some people who have become S-ranks through relationships, I am obviously more worthy of trust. Elisa quickly finished the cake on the plate, without looking at the rice. Pol walked directly to Makarov, but she spit out the words, but did not intend to show weakness. Oh, it depends on the relationship? So you are still worried about the fact that I became an S-class earlier than you last year? Mila stepped on the bench with one foot and looked with contempt in her arrogant tone of difficulty and imagination. Said Elisa. I'll say it again, I won 1 point. Also. No. Care. I care. Because I know that I am stronger than someone. Elisa also stepped on the bench and stared at me fiercely. Pol shouted. Want to fight? Myra said grimly, narrowing her eyes. Who is afraid of who? Elisa put her hand on the hilt of her waist, her eyes getting sharper. All right, all right. Elisa, you still have a naming task, don't waste time. Calvin saw that the two began to examine each other routinely, and the others deliberately pretended not to see it. It should be said that they were afraid. Tired myself, I couldn't help but squeeze into the middle of the two, and persuaded Elsha with a smile. Hey! Elisa gave Calvin a vicious look. Although she was very upset with the woman who was smiling triumphantly behind him, she knew the hurry and turned around and continued to walk towards Makarov. Makarov nodded with satisfaction to Calvin. It is great that there is such a sensible wizard in the guild. Calvin has saved the guild a lot of money for furniture by preventing the two from fighting. President, what's the task? Faced with Makarov, Elisa immediately became respected and asked in a regular manner. A monster appeared in a forest south of Learley, where I want you to fight it. Makarov briefly explained, while Elisa nodded to express her understanding, and she took the order without any muddling. Go now. Strange. How can this ordinary mission to defeat monsters specifically name Elisa? Calvin, who was chatting with Mila, couldn't help but wonder when he heard the content of the mission. But he only thought that the other party admired Elisa's reputation and wanted to see her specially, and didn't take it seriously. Elisa. One more thing. Just before Elisa was about to step out of the guild door, Makarov suddenly called. President. When you see your client, don't neglect him when you go. He is a man of high morals. Makarov said earnestly. Although Elisa is very knowledgeable in general, sometimes she is very short of attention. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is natural. Don't worry, I won't let Fairy Tale be ashamed, President. Elisa said with a confident smile. Not long after Elisa left, Myra couldn't help but ask, Master, who do you think is that highly respected person? You are Elisa's rival. In addition to often interacting with Elisa, Myra can't help but ask. In fact, she was very interested in many things about her, and vice versa. Elisa would often care about everything about Myra inadvertently. That person is even older than me. 20 years ago, it was because he retired from the position of the Saint 10 Magic Guide because of his advanced age, and the council gave me this title. Yes. Makarov took a glass of wine in his hand, drank it with a grunt, and continued, His Royal Highness is a rare mentor and helpful friend to me. How can that kind of person name Elisa? She is obviously a violent woman. Myra said to herself angrily, but the voice was so loud that everyone could hear it, and everyone's heart was unanimous. Thought, are you qualified to say Elisa? Lily Magnolia is not far away, it only takes an hour by train. On the day of receiving the task, Elisa had already arrived at a big house outside of the outskirts of Lyerly. This was the residence of her client Phil Thomas. You are Elisa, I have been waiting for you for a long time. At the door of this big house, a tall but thin old man stood quietly, as you can tell from the wrinkles on his face. His age is definitely not young, it can even be said to be very old. He has a heroic beard, disheveled hair, and can see a few crimson hidden in the white hair. Your Excellency Phil Thomas. Elisa asked respectfully after being polite. That's right, it's the old man. Come in. Let me explain the content of this mission for you. Phil waved to Elisa and turned to the house. The inside of the house is not as big as it looks outside, but it feels a bit crowded. There are a lot of furniture inside, and the space is not large. As far as Elsa looked, it was even smaller than a room in the dormitory of the Fairy Tale girls. Don't mind, the place is small, because most of the place is my research room. Phil explained slightly to Elisa, and made a cup of black tea. It doesn't matter. Your Excellency Phil, the order says that a monster suddenly appeared nearby. Can you tell me more about it? Elisa asked straightforwardly. That monster is not very powerful, but the means of hiding is good. Faced with creatures whose magic power is far greater than it will never appear. The old man didn't end up looking for it several times. That's why I came to you. As far as I know, you compared with the magic power you possess, Phil is the best candidate for this mission. Phil also immediately detailed the information he learned. Although he has retired, his own magic power is still very high. Huge www.novel.com. That monster can't be avoided is also natural. I understand, then I will go to the forest right now and fight against the monsters. Elisa's eyes stunned, and Phil's evaluation of her was undoubtedly a lofty compliment. Indeed, in terms of magic power, she is actually a little less than Myra, but in terms of combat ability, the two are on par. In addition to Elisa's sword skills, her own physical fitness is also one of the important reasons. She dared to say that among all the wizards of the fairy tale, only Kildas and Laxus can suppress this aspect. She was. Please, Miss Elisa, I hope you can return home in triumph. Phil smiled, looking very kind. Libby, the Phil Thomas that the chairman just said, do you know his deeds? In the demon tale, at this moment, Myra's sister, Lysina, asked Encyclopedia with a curious baby expression. Tao. I have read about his deeds. I heard that his nickname is the Great Flame Lion. He was already known for his strong offensive power when he was young. I heard that he has a handful of red hair and his eyes look like a beast that eats humans. Like a wizard. Libby didn't even think about it, and Phil's information was spit out from her mouth endlessly. Since he is called the Flame Lion, then he is the Fire Sorcerer. Calvin asked. When he asked this sentence, Naz was obviously interested. It's half right. Except for the flame magic, Phil Thomas himself is so powerful that it's unbelievable. It is said that in his heyday, the power of his body was comparable to the guild leader's giant magic. Libby replied. With the power of the president and the flame magic, this kind of guy feels terrible after thinking about it. www.novel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at www.novel.com for mobile phone users. Please go to read.